Malicious Magic. Atlantis Outcasts. Book 1. Written by G.K. Lund. Chapter 1. When the shimmering golden light hovered above him, and the old magician shouted for us to prepare for the human sacrifice, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. Firstly, because I'd trusted an Earthside magician. Not like their magic was even remotely strong. Secondly, well, you know, the whole human sacrifice thing. Anyone with even a smidgen of empathy and ethical thinking knew that was a no-go. I, of all people, should have known better. Turned out I was still a fool. Yet again, I had wanted so much to believe in someone, and Reginald had been my best bet on this side of the veil. We were all standing in the middle of nowhere in freezing Alaska, nothing but a thick forest around us. The leaves had fallen long ago, and the frosted ground underneath my shoes crunched every time I moved. The sun was up, and though it made everything bright enough for me to squint my eyes, it did little for the cold. We were all in a clearing in that forest. There was an outcrop of bedrock to my left and an old stone altar in the middle. It was rectangular and about the length of a man, obvious hint there, with weather-beaten soft edges. That was it. Unless you knew what to look for. The forest had never overgrown the grass under our feet. The trees bordered around the clearing in a perfect geometric circle. It was not nature-made. According to Reginald, the bedrock was where the shimmer, the gateway to our home, would appear. But yeah, human sacrifice? What are you talking about? I asked him, not able to hide the agitation in my voice. Your daggers? The old man said, impatience sneaking into his voice and his stance. He stood with his hands on his hips, wearing a white cloak, and he also sported long white hair and a salt and pepper beard. He reminded me of a druid, but he was nothing of the sort. He'd been looking for Atlantis his entire life, and I had been the final piece to finish solving that particular puzzle for him. Isn't it funny the type of people the internet brings together sometimes? This was beginning to remind me of an internet horror story, though. I glanced at the other two men present, Didrik, the 30-something apprentice of Reginald, and Philip, a heavily muscled guy I'd kind of understood to be Reginald's bodyguard. That didn't matter, though. We all had the same goal, though exactly what their reasons were, I had no idea. Many people had searched for Atlantis, but since it no longer existed Earthside, no one had ever found it, officially. These guys would be in for a surprise, though. If we could get the damn veil opened up, there would be no hanging gardens, an abundance of gold, and women feeding them grapes. Legends so rarely live up to reality. My daggers, though. Yes. They were one of two reasons I'd struck a deal with Reginald. He needed something from the other side, the place we wanted to go to get us there. I'd also agreed to be their guide on the other side. I'd never agreed on how long, though, and now I was having serious doubts. What do you need them for? I asked him, putting a hand on the hilt of one of them. I had two, both plain and gray, sheathed on my left hip. They were made of a metal alloy no one had ever been able to identify. There was even a touch of magic to them, even if I had none. I'd had no reason to disbelieve Reginald when he'd told me he'd need them to perform the ritual. I'd never wanted to disbelieve him, I realized, as I now took in my surroundings in a new way. I had no doubt I could take out Didrik. The scrawny guy was not a fighter. Reginald could be trickier if he used some magic. Philip, though. I'd need everything I'd learned about fighting in the last 2 years I'd spent Earthside to stand a chance. This was not good. I only need the one dagger, Emery. Now give it here. I looked at Reginald again. Yeah, no, because I distinctly heard you say human sacrifice. So, no thanks. I took a few steps back so I could have all three men in my line of sight. Oh, silly girl, he snarled impatiently, glancing sideways at the faint flickering of light that was hovering above the altar. It had a golden sheen to it that did not remind me of the shimmer. The shimmer was, in fact, much brighter. "It's not you we're sacrificing. Yours is not the right kind of blood, and we must have a blood sacrifice." At those words, Diedrich went over to the altar, climbed on, and lay down. What? I couldn't help staring like an idiot. Why was he doing that? What kind of bull had Reginald fed him? "Diedrich?" I asked. "What did he promise you for this? Some glorious afterlife?" "Afterlife?" the younger man repeated and then laughed. "Afterlife? I will not die. The magic of Atlantis will make us all immortal once we're there." "Okay, then." I met Reginald's eyes and saw the mania in him then. He'd twisted Diedrich's mind all right. He'd twisted it around too much for the guy to think straight. I knew that kind of self-assured feeling. It was the best, and also so misguided. Atlantis would not keep him alive, and he would never believe me. "I did not agree to be a part of a murder," I told them. "It's not murder if I'm in on it," Diedrich reasoned and eased up on his elbow so he could see me. It looked so ridiculous, like he was just lounging in bed, that I couldn't help a bark of a laugh. "And besides," he added, giving me a confused look, "I told you, I won't die. It will only sting a bit." "Sting?" There was a distinctly panicked tint to my voice now. "Cutting your throat? That is generally the best way to do it," Reginald said and shrugged as if we were discussing having coffee with or without cream. This was ridiculous. I looked to Philip for help, but his dark eyes revealed nothing, and that included disgust at what Reginald was suggesting. "Crap!" I hissed. I sought the overgrown path we'd followed through the woods. It was behind Philip now. Our cars were parked several hours of walking away. No one was close enough, as they say, to hear me scream, or Diedrich for that matter. This couldn't be happening. I wanted to go home so badly. Why in the realms did my traveling companions have to be complete ding-dongs? F my so far stupid life. I had no choice but to draw my daggers. I would not be part of this. Diedrich might not be my favorite person in any realm, but unfortunately, I knew where he was coming from. The motion of drawing both weapons, though, when Reginald had only asked for one, made everyone tense. "Emery, I hope you're not thinking of doing something stupid," Reginald warned. But I was. So stupid. My best bet would be to run for the trees. The cover would even my odds somewhat. I didn't have to fight them. They needed one of my daggers to sacrifice Diedrich, and if I could get away, they would have no reason to perform the sacrifice. Philip was having none of that. He bellowed a roar and suddenly charged me. There wasn't even time to swear properly before he was close enough to swing a fist at me. I barely had the time or the sense to duck out of his way. Philip was fast, though. I felt a painful yank as he grabbed my chignon. I usually fastened my hair in a high bun when I expected trouble or hard work, but this defeated the purpose of getting it out of the way. So I did what any woman in my situation would, I think. I stabbed the bastard in the thigh. Philip let go of me with a howl and I twisted away. I swung toward him with the other dagger and sliced at his upper arm, blood seeping through the cut in his blue parka. It coaxed a snarl of anger out of him, and I moved fast, avoiding a stray fist from his furious attack. That anger stilled fast, though, as he got himself under control. A quick feint from him made me attack, and a fist with a steel grip settled around my wrist. I instinctively went for an attack with my free hand, but Philip pulled me closer. I lost my footing and would have fallen right in front of him, open to a fatal attack, except a blinding light struck, and I was pushed sideways by pure force. "Stop!" Reginald shouted. I landed on the ground, the frozen grass crunching under me. I rolled around, raised my daggers, assessed the men, and then threw one of the weapons. Reginald first. There was no choice. Without him, there would be no opening of any portal. Maybe the shock in Philip and Diedrich would give me time to flee. "Emery, don't!" Reginald shouted. He raised his hands in front of him. Not to use magic against me, I was sure. It took a lot of effort and concentration to do so Earthside, and he'd already hit me once. It would take time to— "Philip! Stop her!" I turned and aimed at the big man instead, just as he made to move toward me. "What's all this, then?" An unfamiliar male voice sounded. We all stared at each other for a moment, but none of the men had said anything. Hell, Philip had only spoken about 2 sentences in the month I'd known him. It was Diedrich who had the sense to look around first. The rest of us had frozen in a standoff. "Who in the hells are you?" "I'm certainly entertained," the stranger said. The rest of us dared to look sideways. A man had entered the clearing. He had black, short hair and wore normal clothes, jeans, good boots for walking out here, a gray hooded jacket, and a big paper bag filled with some things we couldn't see. The fact that he looked like he'd just come out of a supermarket in the middle of nowhere was not the weirdest part, though. For one, he had a sword strapped to his back, the dark hilt sticking up above his right shoulder, and 2, his eyes were an unnatural emerald green. Also, he was snacking on some beef jerky like he had no cares in the world. None of this made me think for a second that this was a normal Earthsider out hunting or hiking in the woods. Philip gave me a look as if we were allies again, and then charged for the newcomer to prevent him from stopping us. That turned out to be oh so stupid, too. Apparently I wasn't alone in that regard that day. The newcomer saw the attack 2 seconds before Philip would have hit. The man waved a hand holding beef jerky toward the big man, and I saw something happen to Philip's head and neck. A sudden odd angle. It was hard to see from behind him, but I saw him crash forcefully into the ground, where he remained, unmoving. "What the hell?" I blurted, staring at the dead form of Philip. My pulse sped up, both in excitement and worry. It had been so long since I'd seen true magic, I hadn't been aware of how it looked up close anymore. Reginald's weak and polluted magic had filled me with a sense of relief too, but not like this. No, the newcomer was not an Earthsider, nor did he take kindly to attacks, which is what Reginald was stupid enough to try. The newcomer was looking at Philip to assess any further threat, but the broken neck must have quickly dissuaded any such thoughts. It was, however, not fast enough to stop Reginald's little stream of light. His weak force hit the stranger's paper bag and made him stagger back a moment. The contents of his bag spilled onto the ground. Next thing, a flash of green fire flew from the stranger's hands and crashed into Reginald before he could even scream. I only stood there gaping as the old man's body landed on the ground, his charred remains thawing the frozen grass around him. "There," the stranger declared. "Isn't that better?" What? Diedrich uttered. He sat up on the altar. The magical light above him was gone now. "You killed them!" "Well, yes," the stranger said. "They were trying to kill me, and that young lady. And you, by the way. Also, they spilled my beer. That is unacceptable." I glanced at the mess on the ground in front of him. He wasn't lying. There were several beer bottles there, some of them broken, all of the same Earthside brand, and more beef jerky. The guy seemed to have a specific taste. "Your beer?" Diedrich rasped. He glanced down at his former master's remains. "You've ruined everything." "Oh, come now." The man flipped his hand dismissively. "I've ruined many things, but not everything." Apparently, Diedrich wasn't listening. He could only see the loss of his way to Atlantis, believing wholeheartedly that Reginald had been his only chance to achieve it. I tried shouting at him to stop when he got his feet under him on the altar. I knew what he was about to do. His mind refused to see the truth, that Reginald had been lying to him. What did he have now? In his mind, he had nothing to lose. I knew that feeling better than most. My shouting didn't faze him, though. He leaped for the stranger who took a bite of his beef jerky and then made Diedrich's neck snap with barely a flick of his hand. He shook his head when Diedrich fell down like a sack of potatoes in front of him. "I told you," he said around his chewing. "Why not listen?" He shook his head, and then seemed to remember me because he turned his oddly green eyes on me. Seriously, my own were bottle green, and the brightness of his was not normal. "So?" he prompted. "So?" I echoed. "Are you going to try to kill me too?" I looked down and realized I was still standing, ready to attack, my daggers in my hands. I blinked and then lowered my weapons. "You're smarter than your companions, I see. Companions by necessity." The man shrugged and walked over to the altar, where he grabbed Reginald's old backpack and emptied the contents on the ground with no ceremony. Then he proceeded to fill it with the bottles that had survived the fall from the paper bag. "Where are you headed, then?" he asked after a few minutes of me staring at this. I had no clue what he wanted, but I knew he had powerful magic. That was not common Earthside. Was he a threat, though? Since I was sure of the fact that he was not an Earthsider, I went with the truth. Atlantis. Atlantis, huh? Odd place to go for an Earthsider. I'm not. Not really. Atlantis is my home. He looked up then. He appeared to be a few years older than me, yet he gave the feel of someone older, despite the half grin on his handsome face. Not really? You're here, though. Homesick? Something like that. I sheathed my daggers. There was no point trying something with this guy. He'd snap my neck before I could strike him. Were you thrown out, perchance? I scoffed. Something like that. The man stuffed the last packet of beef jerky, spicy, I noticed, into the backpack and stood. What's your name then, Red? It certainly isn't Red, I said, not able to hide my annoyance. I'd been teased for my hair as a girl, and despite the dark auburn, it was an apt description. Fine, the man said and came closer. Since I didn't catch a murderous vibe, despite the 3 dead bodies, I stood my ground. What's your name? I asked. You can call me Mr. Loft. He smiled while assessing me. I didn't get any creepy vibes. He was likely checking for more weapons and threats other than my daggers. I'm not calling you Mr. anything. You just killed my chance of going home, you idiot. Idiot? You should be nicer. I'm a god, you know. Right. And I'm the Queen of Atlantis. You can call me Chrysia. That was the royal name I thought most beautiful. Not that I was interested or eligible to be elected queen. That's a little girl's dream. The man pursed his lips and looked me over again. Then he raised his jerky-free hand and made a brief wave. Next thing, my wallet flew from my jacket pocket and ended up in his hand. Hey, you can't do that. Just did, he pointed out and stepped back, lifted the wallet out of my reach, and then got my driver's license out. It was one thing I'd gotten during my time Earthside. Emerald? People just call me Emery, I said. He eyed me for a second. Red Emerald. His eyes narrowed. What a weird thing to say. Then he lowered his eyes back down to the plastic card. Ha! He guffawed. Emerald Chastity Morgan. How sweet. Chastity. Oh yes, that's better than red. Shut up, I snarled at him, feeling like I was 12 again, and then did what a 12-year-old me would do. I didn't use any weapons. I used my knee. Oof! The man gasped, dropped my wallet, and sank down on his own knees, his hands on his crotch. What kind of god forgets to watch out for knees? I asked and picked up my wallet and driver's license. Oh, I know. An ex-god. There were plenty of them in Atlantis, I knew that. The city was a melting pot of all kinds of people and creatures, including the gods of old. Come on, Chastity. The man looked like he was about to throw up. That's no way to get familiar with any man's equipment. You're joking? Now? Well, that is as acquainted as I'll ever be with your equipment. Why are you here anyway? I'm going home too. I need a place where a portal can open, though. That stopped me short. I'd been about to turn around and pick up my own backpack to leave. Could this guy open a portal too? Do you need a human sacrifice? No. So, he'd been paying attention to us for a while before he'd intervened. Bet you're regretting treating my crown jewels so harshly now, huh? He said, and managed a grin when he got up again. No matter how much he pretended to look like the pain had eased, his skin was a few shades paler than before. Maybe, but then you used the term crown jewels, and I've decided to stand by my actions. That made him laugh. So, this guy was not prone to short temper and pettiness. That was actually a good sign. What's your name, then? I asked him. Well, if you refuse to call me Mister, you must use Loki. I eyed him a moment. I'd heard the name, but not an abundance of information. Something in school as a girl, maybe. All I knew was that trust was not something to associate with this guy. Still. Can you open up a portal home? The temptation was bigger and more pressing than whether he was a pillar of society. Of course. And you'll let me pass? Why not? No, why? I don't much care for the rules of the Guardians. Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't. They had strict rules. There was no free traffic through the Veil to Atlantis. No one could come and go as they pleased. Not even gods, ex or not. Loki turned toward the protruding bedrock that was exposed. It rose about 8 feet above the ground. Then he looked down for a moment and swallowed hard. Damn it, Chastity. Your knee is not a friendly one. It's less in attack mode when people call me by my preferred name, Emery. He eyed me a moment and then straightened up. Fine. Well, Emery, if you want to go home, you'd better get your belongings. He closed his eyes for a moment and seemed to be listening for something while he raised his hands. It's there, all right. He turned and sent the green flames to devour the 3 bodies. They burned to ashes in a matter of a minute. No one would stumble upon the corpses, and the wind would take care of the ashes. I swallowed hard at the sight and steeled myself. I grabbed my backpack and turned just in time to see Loki conjure up the shimmer. The actual shimmer. Not the weak light that had hovered above the altar. This was silver and green with faint sparkles that shimmered in front of the bedrock. It was a film of light, a fracture in the veil between realms, and I felt a lump in my throat at the sight. I'd dreamed about this for the last 2 years, and now it was here. With no hesitation, I followed Loki when he led the way across the grass and straight for the magical portal. As I reached out a hand and felt the cold, shimmering light on my skin, I had to hold back tears. I was going home to Atlantis. Finally. Chapter 2. The light of the shimmer was bright, affecting my eyes even for the millisecond I was inside it. I saw spots in front of my eyes when I stepped through on the other side, because there was darkness where I was now. For a moment I stood still in absolute silence. I heard nothing but the quiet movements of Loki. He had stopped to take in our surroundings. We were in the mines. I knew that much. Not inside them, though. The mines of Atlantis stretched around the city on 2 sides. The cave openings had been dug out over the millennia and could be seen everywhere. The thing about the mines was that the shimmer also seemed to have the most access points there, just like the one we'd used. I stepped forward, walking to the edge of the pathway that led past several entrances. Every pathway was covered by an overhang, the pathway of the level above, really, and the workers had carved out the walls too, giving them daylight and fresh air up there. Well, Loki said and hefted his backpack. I could hear the bottles clinking in there. This was fun, but I'm leaving. Nice. Well, painful to meet you. Then he was gone. I barely registered his footfalls when he vanished. I cared about nothing but what I saw in front of me as I reached the edge and the full view of Atlantis spread out before me. Forget what you remember from the legends. This grand city may have rested in an ocean once, but not here. Here it was the opposite, since the city was surrounded by a barren landscape. It was dark outside, which was quite common in a realm with only 6 to 8 hours of sunlight a day depending on the season, but the lights from the buildings down there showed the city in its glory. It was exactly like I remembered it. The grand stepped pyramid at its core rose like a looming giant above the rest of the buildings. No one knew how big it really was, because every time someone tried measuring it, the result was never the same. Some thought the monstrous construction was halfway alive, expanding and detracting like a breathing thing, and therefore never giving the same numbers. I didn't believe that, but even I had to draw breath at the magnificent sight. It could be seen from everywhere in the city, from the richest houses near it to the most humble shack on the outskirts of the city. No one knew why, or exactly when, but once, before man's memory, it had come here, the pyramid, and what had made up the city then. Atlantis now rested between the walls of a canyon, or like many speculated, it had created the canyon. The landscape was a desert, as far removed from the cool and blue ocean it had supposedly rested in once. I could feel the heat on my skin despite the dark. I suddenly had little need for the fleece-lined jacket I'd been wearing before stepping through the shimmer. The city seemed so peaceful from up here, the lights and the general hum of people going about their day, like an old friend. I had missed this place so much. So I let my sentimentality get the better of me. When I heard boots hitting the ground and the clinking of armor and weapons, it was too late. I stepped back and turned, looking desperately from side to side. Where were they coming from? Left or right? I briefly considered running into the cave opening right in front of me, but disregarded that notion. If they followed me in there, they would surely find me. That couldn't happen. I had come here without permission. I hadn't flagged them the moment I did, as was the custom. I didn't want to. I only wanted to ease back into my old life. No, that wasn't right. I couldn't do that. I had to start a new one. But that would not happen if I was caught here. Panic gripped me. I moved over to a nearby column, carved from the hill itself, and tried looking. I could hear them now. They weren't even attempting to stay quiet. "Light up here, sir!" one of them shouted. Then I saw them. A group of 5 soldiers jogging toward me from my left. Guardians. Soldiers who protected Atlantis from the perils of the Veil. Soldiers whose duty it was to stop people like me just coming here willy-nilly. There was a history of invading armies, of course, but that required an insane amount of magic, of which I had none. Of course, spies were also known to come through, and the Guardians needed to stop such a person, not that they knew I wasn't one. I quickly glanced to my right, figured the coast was clear that way, and legged it. Unfortunately for me, the guards were trained to spot unusual movements around the mines, even in darkness. It took about a second before one of them shouted my whereabouts to the others. I sped up then and ran blindly along the passageway. There was the odd oil lamp lighting some of the way, but keeping them lit likely required too much work, and so I had to slow down in certain places not to fall, and in the worst case, tumble over the edge. I'd probably have time to die of shock before I hit the ground down there then. The walls containing the mine entrances were steep, 90-degree cliffs. My feet hit the ground as fast as I could run, and I hefted my backpack so it wouldn't slow me down. I had valuables that I needed in it and couldn't throw it away for the Guardians to find. My jacket became way too warm because of the intense movements, but I didn't dare take it off. I didn't have the time. "There!" someone shouted behind me. I ran on, down narrow steps to the level below. "She ran down here!" Great. Now they were close enough to spot that I was a she. The level below was dark, more of the same. I heard distant shouting. More Guardians had been alerted. My pulse sped up even more as panic tried overtaking me for a moment. I pushed it back and kept a steady, quick pace. I couldn't let other threats bother me now. I'd deal with them when the time came. First thing on the agenda? Lose these guys. I wished life could be that simple. "Here! Down here!" More of them were shouting now. I could hear their steps coming closer. My mind played tricks on me, thinking they would reach out any second and grab me. My breath came out jagged, and I held the straps of my backpack so hard my hand hurt, the other moving back and forth in the rhythm of my pace. I fled down another flight of stairs, found myself in complete darkness, and at the spur of the moment made a snap decision. There was some woodwork under the stairs, used to support the thing. I swung myself up along this framework and climbed fast and with desperate movements until I pressed up under the stairs. When the Guardians came, a moment later, I could feel the vibrations of their combined weight pressing down against me. The stairs shook at the abuse, and I had to hold my breath not to sneeze because of all the uprooted dust. "What in the hells are you doing here?" I jerked sideways and almost fell. I grabbed hold and stayed put, halfway keeling over, fighting the strain in my muscles while the Guardians ran past under us. They'd taken a left at the stairs, thinking that was where I'd gone. I held my breath until I dared look sideways. "Who are you?" I whispered. "I'd like to think I made more of an impression than that." "Loki? None other." I huffed in exasperation and pulled myself up again. Without a word, we both climbed down. It wouldn't be long before the guards realized they were not following anyone. Then they'd retrace. "Didn't think you had it in you to elude them for so long," Loki volunteered. What an asshole. I ignored him and ran over to the edge. It was difficult seeing properly below. The city shone like a starlit sky down there. It was still far too long a drop to survive. Another kind of light flashed. Crap. I'd been caught. I whirled around and saw no one. Loki had gone too, quiet as a freaking cat. The light was still there, though. Behind me. I drew a dagger when I turned again. The light was still behind me. It didn't help to turn one more time. The light remained behind me. "There she is!" a voice yelled. I realized what it was then. I tried reaching back for the small orb of light that was surely there, fastened to my jacket or backpack. "Goddamned a-hole!" I snarled, realizing Loki had done this with his now likely diminished magic. "Here, boys. She's here." The voice of the Guardian was too close. I cast a glance over my shoulder and saw the form of one of them approach. There was no choice then. I would not spend any time in a cold prison cell, or worse, be banished again. I climbed up on the barrier and lowered myself. "She's jumping!" the soldier yelled. I was so not jumping. Falling? Probably. I was attempting something else, though, and I had no time to think, which was likely just as well. The fall to the city below would be the equivalent of falling from a skyscraper. I lowered myself until I was hanging from my hands. "Don't look down." I breathed carefully and began swinging my legs like a pendulum, back and forth, back and forth. My entire body became part of the motion. "Take my hand!" The shadowed face of the Guardian yelled at me when his head and shoulders popped over the edge above me. No, was the only thought in my head. I let go when my body was angled inward. It happened too fast, though. I hit the gangway, thankfully, but I also hit the barrier. I cried out in pain and fear when a moment's disillusionment hit me. I didn't know which side of the barrier I was on. There was no surge from free-falling, though. I gasped for air a moment. My right shoulder and arm hurt, but I was safe. Well, safe-ish. I forced myself to my feet. There was still shouting above. That Guardian had seen me land on the level below. They wouldn't risk doing the same, though. I wasn't sure I would again, either. And I was thankful for the lack of clarity the dark had given. I was not thankful for Loki using me as bait. Hell, that was likely the reason he'd taken me with him through the shimmer. He'd banked on them seeing the veil open and then pin it on me while he got away scot-free. There truly was no such thing as a little kindness from strangers. I yanked the backpack off. I didn't have time for this, but I could not get away with a beacon of light on me signaling my every move. I used one of my daggers and cut straight through the tiny orb of golden-green light, and it vanished in a puff of smoke. That was the neat thing about my daggers. They could nullify magic. Of course, that messed with my night vision again. Having lived in Atlantis, my night vision was better than most Earthsiders, but that wouldn't help me now. I ran into the darkness anyway. I had little choice, and besides, it was a long stretch of the pathway in front of me. The nearest light source was far ahead, signaling a set of stairs. Hopefully, the dots of light in front of my eyes would lessen by then. I slung the backpack back on and ran toward the stairs. They would lead me down to another level, and then another, and so on. It would take time, but I was resilient in my goal to reach the lower levels and the city. My home. There was nothing to it. "Hey! Ouch!" cried the ex-god when our shoulders slammed together. I fell sideways and crashed to the ground, the hard, rocky ground. I cried out in surprise, more than pain. I slammed my hands flat on the cool surface and looked around. I could hear voices and something. I glanced sideways and saw Loki halfway down and using his arm to stay up. "Where in the hells did you come from?" I yelled at him despite the sound of my followers. "I could ask the same thing of you, but I—" He stopped and seemed to be listening for something. "Oh, got to go." He scrambled to his feet and then ran the way I'd come. It took me a second to realize he was running straight for my followers. I shook my head to get it level and got up. That was not my problem. I didn't get far. It was so dark, and even with the spots disappearing from my vision, it was so hard to see. The guardians chasing Loki were not verbal like the ones that had been following me. I almost crashed into one of them like I had Loki. The first collision with Loki had warned my brain to watch for even the slightest movements, though, so when the bulky guard appeared, I swung around him. Easy peasy. Problem was, he wasn't alone. I ducked a waving arm and tripped another guard in a fluent motion. "Hey, what the—" Just two more. I needed to pass them, quickly and with no fuss. They'd need a second to regroup and turn. A second was all I needed. The last guardian of the group reacted to the abnormal movements of his comrades. I felt arms as thick as logs and hard as iron lock around my waist, lifting me and then slamming me to the ground. I landed on my side, cried out in pain, and felt the pang of agony all over. Voices shouted around me, feet scuttled about while they all regrouped and turned, my precious second gone. "No!" I gasped. I felt hands reach for me and pull me up. I briefly considered using my daggers, but I knew I couldn't. The guardians were free to kill if threatened in such a way. "It's a woman," one of the guardians said, his voice grating and too close. "Weren't we following a man?" "Doesn't matter," another one answered. "We have her now." "That was the last bit of freedom you had, Missy," he added to me. Didn't I know it? Chapter 3. Ouch! I managed while being unceremoniously dumped on the ground down on city level. My hands were tied behind my back, which made it difficult to brace myself, hence my clumsy fall. The guardians had taken my daggers, backpack, and anything in my pockets. A few strands of my hair had come loose from the chignon, and I blew them away, irritation making me huff with anger at the guards at the same time. I was barely conscious of them talking and shouting among themselves. Now that I was caught, I found I cared little for them. When another person was given the same treatment and landed in a heap beside me, I awoke from my stupor. "Serves you right," I said in my most scathing tone of voice, reveling in the momentary satisfaction of schadenfreude. "Ugh, you," Loki said. He winced in pain at his most recent meeting with the cobblestones. Like me, he was bound, and lacking his sword, backpack, and likely other things. I glanced up then, and saw, in the added lights down in the city, the tiny medallion the guardians all carried about their necks. It was said they protected them against magic. If Loki had been caught, his magic was included in that. "Why didn't you tell me you had guardians following you?" he said, while he attempted to sit up. A lazy kick sent him back down again. The guy sighed like this was a mere nuisance. "Tell you?" I laughed at that. "Help you, you mean? Like you so graciously helped me with your little light up there? Come now, Chastity, you're acting like I stole your beer or something." What? I made a growling noise at that. "It's not Chastity, and you used me to escape the Guardians, didn't you? That's why you let me come through the veil." Loki shrugged, or at least tried to with his hands tied behind his back. "Price of admission. You're an asshole." I couldn't find a better description. Loki only rolled his eyes. Then his attention moved elsewhere, and I noticed it too. The sound of an approaching carriage. Yes, fun fact about Atlantis. The city had never caught up with everything the modern world Earthside had to offer, cars being one of them. There was electricity, but since magic was a disturbance, it required quite a lot of it to keep the electrical grid going. Not everyone in the city even had access to it. Television was a no-go, though the city had several radio channels. Atlantis had still not entered the computer age, so I was not surprised to see a horse-drawn carriage approach. What made my stomach tie into knots was the sight of the bars on the little window in the door of that carriage. "All right, boys," one of the guardians shouted above the chatter. "Let's send them to the big place." No, 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 was all I could think as I was manhandled into the carriage with Loki. The big place was, of course, the pyramid. And after that? Prison or banishment? Not again. The ride through the city was quiet inside the carriage. I had nothing to say to Loki and no way to escape. Guardians were placed on top and would stop us before we even got the door open. The sounds of the city passed us by. I could hear the hum of multitudes of voices, people going about their day, haggling, arguing, shouting, gossiping. The smells of perfumes, meat, fish, and horse dung blended, reminding me of home, despite the overwhelming sense of it. I hadn't been used to these sensory images in a while. Cities Earthside always stank of exhaust and urine, with the occasional bakery interrupting with the most tempting smells. There was nothing of that now, though. Those sounds and smells lessened a bit when we drew nearer Titan Heights with the pyramid at the center. The closer one got to the literal center of the city, the richer the citizens got. The cobblestones were also more even, making the carriage ride marginally more comfortable. Not long after, the motions of the carriage got smoother, and I knew we were too close for comfort. "Been here before, I see," Loki remarked, eyeing me. I didn't answer him, but he was not wrong. When the carriage finally stopped and the guardians escorting us came to take us outside, I could feel the megalithic monument looming over me as if to crush me where I stood. Once, I had looked up at it with joy when I entered, but that had been another life. A life where I used the main entrance. Now I was escorted in via a side door. I glanced up anyway then. I didn't know if I'd ever see it again. The stepped levels looked gigantic from so close, and even though I craned my neck back, I couldn't see the top. Then I was pushed inside a door, and the cold stone walls of the pyramid enclosed on us. For how long was a question I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer to at that point. The pyramid also housed dungeons below. "Move your feet," one guard told us, and gave us both a push to make his point. The problem was, we had no idea where we were going, so this happened many times while we were herded through long corridors. Everything inside and outside the pyramid was stone, all kinds, granite, steatite, sandstone, even marble in some places. Whoever had built this thing had needed more than one quarry to provide the building materials, and so it was a mishmash of rock minerals. Some said it had been built over long periods because there were different techniques and materials, but the overall impression when looking at the building was only of a cohesive megalithic construction of such a magnitude that the various colors of the stone seemed to meld together into a dark hue, even in daylight, though it could appear slightly more dark gray then. I sighed and tried for the umpteenth time to wriggle my hands out of the bindings. It only earned me a shove forward, and I had to focus not to stumble and fall. The long corridors showed nothing but doors leading into what had once likely been chambers, but now served as offices. The cold down here was another clue. We were on the lower levels where public servants and such like worked. At the top was where the ministers, one magic and one non-magic, and the council of second ministers would be. At least I assumed that to be the case by now. When last I'd been here, it was the army that had been in charge. "Wait here," the surly guard told us when we stopped in front of a brown wooden door. It was as plain as any other door down here. The man knocked and stepped inside after a muffled, "Come," sounded from within. The last guard had Loki and me press back against the wall, and with the cool temperature so far down in the pyramid, and standing against the cold stone, I was again grateful for my warm jacket. "I should have taken my chances with Reginald," I mumbled, but apparently ex-gods have good hearing. "Yes, human sacrifice seems to be your thing," says the guy who killed 3 people with the flick of a finger. Now you just sound like my wife. They were trying to kill me, you know. I find that disagreeable. She has my heartfelt sympathies. What? Your wife? Poor thing, having to deal with your crap. Hey, that's not nice. If I remember correctly, they were going to kill you too. You know what? Will you two shut up? The guard said, his voice dry as kindling. It was not a question. We both eyed him, considered our bonds, his insanely bulky stature, and did exactly that. Not long after, the door opened and the other guardian stepped outside with a knife ready in his hand. Well, it looked like a sword, but to him, it was likely a long knife. I exhaled in relief moments later when I realized he was cutting us loose, not into pieces. The door stood open behind him, revealing an office in there. A man sat behind a desk and he waved us in. I followed Loki and noticed, when the door closed behind us, that the 2 guardians were not walking away but remained out there. "Welcome," the man said, and I turned to see him properly. He arose a bit awkwardly from his chair, not bothering to push it back fully because he was sitting down again quickly. "Have a seat," he added, and indicated 2 wooden chairs that faced his desk. We both sat. Though we were free of our bonds, we were unarmed, deep in the pyramid, with 2 guardians nearby, and a man we had no idea who was, i.e., how dangerous he was. "My name is Agaton Groth. I am the senior security officer in the Office of Domestic Affairs," he told us. He sat leaning forward, his hands folded on the desk. The man was hard to describe insofar as he was, in a sense, indescribable. He was neither handsome nor ugly, not old nor young, not thin nor fat. His hair was a darkish blonde, his skin tan and olive, his eyes a light brown. My first impression was that he'd make a great spy. It would be hard to remember him properly. Given our current whereabouts, a spy was not that far-fetched. He wasn't military, that was for sure. He wore no uniform, and Lantian soldiers loved their uniforms. "So," Agaton said after he'd stared at us both a moment. Since it was clear we weren't up for making introductions, he sat back a little, still with his back straight, and opened a paper folder on his desk. "It's been about 2 years since most of the trials by now," he said, and I felt a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. "We've been having extra guards stationed in the mines for a month now. You 2 are not the first ones to have tried coming through and being quiet about it." He shook his head like this was some folly he couldn't understand. Of course he couldn't. He hadn't been banished, had he? "So," he repeated as Loki and I stared at him. It didn't bother the man in the least. "Emerald Chastity Morgan." He read my name out loud, slow and with purpose. Then he skimmed down the file and gave me a long look. "Yes, You match the description." He looked down into the file again. "You go by Emery?" I could only nod at this. "Yes." He nodded and went on. "By the account here, you've been gone Earthside for 731 days, 2 years and a day." "That should put me well outside the limit," I said, a bit of defiance in my voice because I knew I was right. "Banished for—" Agaton went on like he hadn't heard me. "Not treason, I see. Interesting. But aiding and abetting the Red Kin in their short-lived reign." I didn't think 6 years was all that short, but in a city that was thousands of years old, even I had to admit that it could all be written off as a footnote in the history books. "Ha!" Loki laughed. "I knew it. A little kinswoman." "Shut your face." "Ahem." Agaton cleared his throat at this childish display. I looked everywhere else for a moment, embarrassed and angry. There was nothing to look at except more stone, a couple of filing cabinets, and the simple yet sturdy desk, and the nondescript man behind it. He put my file aside for a moment and opened another one. It wasn't lost on me that it was a lot thicker. "Loki Lee, Mr. Levy, Leaf, Oh, for crying out loud," Loki snapped. "It's Laufoy. It's not that difficult." "I thought you said your name was Loft," I interrupted. Loki shrugged. "I have many names and—" "Very well," Agaton broke him off. "Loki Loft it is," he declared, and pointedly crossed out the first surname and replaced it with the other one. Loki sighed as if the world was a place filled with people of lesser intelligence. Poor him, and so on. "What do we have here?" Agaton said, skimming the first couple of pages. "Dear me," he shook his head and tisked at Loki. "The most recent thing, though, is aiding and abetting the Red Kin." "What?" I blurted and sat up straight. I glared at Loki. "No, you didn't. When?" "Pfft." He waved his hand in front of his face and blew my question off. "A favor here and there, and they banish you like you're one of the actual traitors." He cocked his head sideways and considered me. I hadn't known him long, but somehow already braced for an insult. "I thought you were one, though, Red." "Exactly." "No," Agaton said, apparently coming to my defense. "Ms. Morgan here was too young when she joined the organization." "Organization? Is that what we're calling it now?" Loki asked. "Well, cult. It's so crass, though, but there we are." It wasn't crass. It was hard, difficult, and the sad truth. I huffed and slumped back against the uncomfortable chair. As her position within the, cult never seemed to result in actual crimes, we couldn't convict her of any. Except, of course, the fact that she helped and worked for an organization that staged a coup d'etat and took over our beloved city-state. "We didn't," I began, but he held up a hand to silence me. "Your trial is over, Ms. Morgan. You were found guilty and exiled for 2 years. We are not here for a repeat of your former and unfortunate life choices. What we have to deal with now is the crime you committed today, both of you," he added to Loki, in case it wasn't clear. "If I've calculated correctly," Loki began and swung one leg to rest the ankle on his knee while he leaned back, "and I am excellent at arithmetic." I pointedly rolled my eyes. "I have also been away for exactly 731 days. The banishment was for 2 years. I remember it well. The crime is entering Atlantis and then not reporting to the nearest guardian at once. You tried sneaking in and then gave our brave men quite the chase. That is a serious crime." I knew it was. But the chance of being banished again, or given an added punishment, wasn't really what I wanted. Nor what Loki had wanted for that matter, considering he'd tried to do the exact same thing. I had planned to return home and keep my head low until things died down and people moved on. It was usually how these things went. Not when you got caught too early, of course. "What do you want?" Loki asked. I stared at him in shock. Was he attempting to bribe a public officer? "I want nothing, Mr. Leal-Oft." Agaton drew a composed breath as if he hadn't stumbled at all. "Of course you do. If you didn't, you'd have already thrown us into the dungeon to await our new trials?" Agaton stared at him, no fear in his eyes. He had to know about the guy's past. The thing about gods in Atlantis, though, whether X or not, was that their powers were severely diminished. Oh, there was magic, all right. There was a lot of magic, but not for the gods of old. I had no clue what caused it, but Loki was likely not much more than a mid-level mage here. The show he'd pulled off back in Alaska? That was likely only a fraction of what he could do Earthside. And Earthside was the place the gods of old had their powers to begin with. So, no, Agaton had little to fear. The presence of the Guardians and our presence inside the pyramid made it impossible for Loki to do much before he was snuffed out. "As you can both surely understand, there was a chaotic time after the fall of the Red Kin," Agaton said. "The army had to step in and create order. There has been a 2-year transitioning period, and we now have a government ready to step in and take over. There will probably be a new queen elected, so you see, we have been cleaning up the mess, as it were." A queen? I couldn't say I was surprised. It was the habit of the Lantians to elect queens after times of turmoil, strong, level-headed regents to guide the city through hard times. The kings had always been considered a little too hot-headed, and were usually to have caused the turmoil in the first place. Still, it sounded like things had gotten back to normal quite fast. "Well, not entirely," Agaton reluctantly admitted when I mentioned this. "There is an issue with the coronation of whoever is elected." "Why do I sense this will become my problem?" Loki muttered. Agaton ignored him. "After the unfortunate reign of the Red Kin, several valuable and dangerous items disappeared from the pyramid." "Items?" "You don't need to be concerned with the specifics, Ms. Morgan. Suffice it to say, your cohorts made a mess of some of our beloved city's most treasured objects." "And that's where we come in, is it?" Loki scoffed at the thought. "Because you lost your trinkets?" "Not trinkets, Mr. Loft. Symbols of our great empire, our history. I'd like for you two to get some of them back for us." Loki shook his head, yet smiled. "This is a joke." "Not really. I'm not laughing." Agaton's face was void of mirth of any kind. "Why us?" I asked, my mind finally beginning to catch up to the fact that we were not going to the dungeons or back Earthside. "Because we are expendable, I'm sure," Loki said. "Quite right," Agaton agreed. "Very much so. Neither of you were convicted of treason, but you did not do the right thing. This is your chance. Also, I have no interest in sending good, honest people to do such a task," meaning he did not want to risk anyone else's lives, only our worthless ones. I sighed. The knowledge stung, even though I had expected nothing less. "And if we say no?" Loki asked. "Who's we?" I countered. "What choice do I have?" "Exactly," Agaton agreed. "You don't, either of you," he added with a pointed look in Loki's direction. "What do we have to do?" I asked. Agaton looked down at our files for a moment, his hands on top of them, fingers splayed. Then he looked up at me. "It's simple. We have a problem. There is an impending coronation. Unfortunately, there is a problem with the crown jewels. More specifically, the crown. I had seen none of these jewels. I'd never attended a coronation either, despite the fact that they were open to the public. A few jewels are missing. Some of them are of less significance, and we can have them replaced. But there are 3 missing that, well, let's just say their disappearance is an inconvenience." "You mean it's an embarrassment and a reminder of the coup when foreign dignitaries notice?" Loki asked. "I want you to find them," Agaton went on as if Loki hadn't said a word. "But I don't know how to find things, I protested, my voice unable to hide my confusion. I was a nobody, a former secretary with some added fighting skills. That was it. I knew how to follow a leader, not find missing relics. I want you to find them, Agaton repeated, ignoring me too. He leaned down and retrieved an envelope from a drawer in his desk. After a moment to think about it, he handed it to me. This is what we know. Use it and don't come back without the gem. But do you want another trial and banishment, Ms. Morgan? The man raised his eyebrows while staring at me, obviously not expecting me to answer. 3 gems? Loki said. Yes. And we can go after? Agaton shook his head in disbelief. Let's see if you can even bring back one. Alive. Loki did not seem impressed. Do you know... If you were just about to say, do you know who I am? I interrupted him. So help me, I'll... Hey, it's pertinent. This is non-negotiable unless either of you wish to return Earthside permanently, Agaton interjected with a pointed look toward Loki. Nobody in Atlantis cared who you used to be. It didn't matter. What mattered was who you were, and possibly who you could become. But mostly it was what you had to offer in the here and now. An ex-god was just that. Ex. You can return to your home, Ms. Morgan, and live there if you agree to these terms. Mr. Loft here will assist you and be relegated to your charge. What? We both cried out. No, I added. Are you serious? She's an infant, Loki said, and indicated me to make sure Agaton understood. Hey, I'm sitting right here, I protested, and I can walk and talk. Loki shrugged. Take the deal or don't. You have a choice. Others will surely take it if you do not. As Loki sighed dramatically beside me, I knew I didn't have a choice. But for the first time in 2 years, I recognized a lifeline. A ragged and slimy lifeline, but a lifeline nonetheless. All right, I told the man. I'll take the deal. Chapter 4. I was surprised to see lights on through a few windows as I stood in Trenton Place, staring up at the old stone mansion. My home. I shuffled my feet and took a step. Then I stopped. I hadn't lived here at all the 6 years the kin had run the city, but before that, for a few years, I had lived here with my parents. After the coup, though, I'd been here only now and then, visiting them mostly. They weren't there now, of course, so the lights had me on edge more than I already was on my own. The mansion, known officially as the Morgan Mansion, was a stone building, large and imposing in the dark. From the outside, it had always given me a bit of a haunted house vibe. Building styles differed wherever one went in Atlantis, but the house shared some similarities with Earthside Victorian buildings, minus the tiny turrets. Finally, I concluded I couldn't keep standing out there in the street. This was a rich neighborhood, not noble family rich, but a nice part of the city nonetheless. People called the police if they noticed people loitering, especially band people. I squared my shoulders and went for it. It was my home, and for now, because of Agaton's offer, I had a right to it. So, who was in there? It sure wasn't Loki. He'd been annoyed by our new deal and had vanished on me the moment we were let back outside the pyramid with our weapons and things returned to us, stating he had business to tend to. As I reached the door, I had to resort to the doorbell. The door was locked. Yep, there I was, feeling like I was begging for a handout from my own home. It didn't take long before I heard steps from inside that soon revealed themselves to belong to a stringy-looking old man. His black garb, bald head, and wrinkled face brought back memories, though. No, this man did not scare me, but he brought forth a feeling of unease in me. It wasn't like my past was squeaky clean. Yes? Good evening. Oh. He squinted his eyes and considered me. Miss? Hiya, worthy, I uttered feebly, trying for a smile and failing somewhat. The older man eyed me some more, and I was thinking I'd have to find alternate accommodations when his demure-looking face allowed for a small twitch to his mouth. "What are you standing here for? Like a guest in your own home?" he asked me and ushered me inside. I gulped down a relieved breath of air when I passed through the opening and entered the warm, familiar house that had always felt more like my home even than the Earthside one I'd lived in for a lot longer. Yes, I thought as I smelled the familiar scent of green soap. This was it. This was home. I dropped my backpack to the floor and turned around and took it all in. Well, not all. Merely the foyer at this point. "Let me get that for you, miss." "Thank you, Walworth," I told him, fighting back a tear in my eye. "Yes, well." He turned away to settle my backpack on a side table, as uncomfortable with my emotions as I was. "You're back, then?" I nodded. "Well, I've kept it all in order. If you'll follow me, miss." I did. I didn't say much while the butler gave me a brief tour of the main rooms. The mansion was filled with old furniture, paintings of long-lost relatives on the walls, weapons, and even an ancient tapestry that my grandmother had taken pride in mending before I was born. Sitting rooms, offices, a parlor, and a grand dining hall passed me by. Not until we entered the library did I stop Walworth from moving on. I loved that room. It was, despite its name, multi-purpose. The walls were covered with books and heirlooms from floor to ceiling. A couple of large windows were hidden by heavy drapes, and in front of this stood a huge desk. It was my father's. He'd preferred working in here instead of his office down the hall. And so, the large dining table on the opposite side of the room was my mother's doing. According to her, it had been the only way to make sure he attended family dinners. And he had. That table was as well used as any kitchen table in any family house. I could still see some faint marks that couldn't be removed after one of my more aggressive coloring sessions. The lights were on, but there was no fire in the hearth. No one used this space anymore. No one except Walworth, who I bet kept the lights on for the neighbors' sake. There would be fewer questions that way. "How do you manage to keep it like this?" I asked and turned around, taking it all in. It was clean, too. I couldn't believe he'd kept the staff on. There would be no need. "The household accounts your parents set up are still active, miss. I couldn't keep the staff, but it was enough to keep everything going." He glanced down a moment, reminding me of a boy about to admit to a prank. "Sometimes I hire a cleaning crew. I'm not as young as I used to be." "Oh, Walworth." This time I did smile at him. "Thank you." "Yes, well." He coughed and looked away. "Have they—" I rescued the butler from anything else emotional, but realized I'd stumbled into something worse. "My parents. Did you see them? After?" Walworth shook his head. My heart didn't sink. I'd expected nothing less. I'd gotten a mild sentence compared to many others. "Last I heard, they were arrested. I don't know if there was a trial. I never found out." My heart sank anyway. There had been a lot of anger and hatred in the streets toward the end, and my parents had been in the kin's inner circle. I opened my mouth to say something, realized there was nothing to add to that, and settled on nodding instead. "I will prepare one of the upstairs bedrooms for you, miss. I suppose your childhood room may be a little too small now." "Thank you," I said again and meant it. It was good to be home, to be welcomed in, even by this stiff, old man, who might or might not resent what we'd brought down on this household. As Walworth left me alone in the library, a heavy sense of silence fell over me. The old stone walls surrounded me, cold and non-caring. Before I knew what came over me, I ran through the empty rooms for the front door. I told Walworth I'd be back shortly as I passed him, and then slowed down a bit when outside. I paid little attention while I walked through the streets of Atlantis, I passed by houses and people, and paid them no heed. My parents' house might have been my home, but I was alone there, and the realization had hit me like a ton of bricks. I had wanted to come home so badly. I'd worked on nothing but returning and honing some particular skills earthside, barely caring to get to know someone on my way. It hadn't felt lonely, because I'd been so preoccupied with my goal. But now I was here. Both in Atlantis in general, but in the district of Pingbrook in particular. I scanned the open space around me. Unlike Trenton Place, which was tidy, proper, and orderly, Pingbrook was a neighborhood of life. There were always people about, living equally inside and outside their homes. The houses looked like medieval buildings with a mishmash of wood or stone for building materials. The people looked like that too, with the odd blend of modern clothes. Modern for Earthside, that was. I stood on the outskirts of the square a minute or so before I made my decision. Right across from me, on the other side of a fountain of cherubs spitting water back into a pool, was a shop I'd visited often during my time with the kin. That had been an oddity. I approached and glanced up at the sign above the door, Alba Herbs and Potions. The letters looked somewhat worn, but then again, they might have always been. A bell rang when I pushed the door open. The combined smell of dozens of herbs hit my nose, and I had to fight the urge to sneeze. The whole place looked like a potion shop taken out of a fairy tale book. There were vials of tinctures and potions on every shelf, and dried herbs hung from the ceiling. A long counter ran the length of the room, and behind it remained about a third of the space with the more powerful potions, and a tall, blonde woman who was currently helping a customer. The sight of her made my nerves go haywire again. I hadn't seen Delphine Alba in over 2 years, and I didn't know how she'd greet me now. I'd had friends in the Red Kin, many of them. You know, the kind of friends who are there for you and happy for you as long as you believe in the same thing. Turns out, that's a very unstable foundation for any friendship. But we had known. Yes, we had. We'd had the answers and solutions, and had been so sure of ourselves. We'd ratted each other out, of course. It happened all the time. How else to keep each other in line? I'd done that too, not proud of it. And when someone left us, we never spoke to them again. When the kin fell, our oh-so-meaningful relationships fell too. But I'd had a friend outside the kin, Delphine. I still didn't quite know how she'd managed it, because, despite my errands in her shop, the kin did not deal in magic. And that was what Del sold. She was a bog witch. "Thanks. I'll see you next week, Goody Oldman," Del's voice carried through the shop, following the old woman who came toward me, heading for the door. "Do you need some help?" Del began, noticing me lingering by the door instead of coming farther inside. Then her eyes squinted, much like Walworth's had. "By the spirits! Emery?" She came out from behind the counter, and before I could say anything, not knowing if she was going to punch me or not, she dressed like a Victorian pirate after all. She hugged me instead. I sighed in relief. I'd known I'd be coming back to stares and judgment, but it would be worse coming from certain people. "It really is you." Del leaned back, patted my cheek, and then hugged me again. "Hi, Del. Long time and all." That made her laugh, and she let me go. "I heard you got banished. I tried visiting you in prison, but they wouldn't let anyone inside." "You did?" I hadn't expected that. "I did." She flashed me a smile that seemed to fight away any residual sadness. "I'm so glad you're well." She drew me farther into the shop, behind the counter and into the kitchen behind it. If possible, the smell of herbs was even more potent in there. It was where she made her potions. She placed me in a chair at a small table and proceeded to make tea. That was how she'd lured me into spending some time in her magic-infested den in the first place. She'd never asked about the kin, never judged, and I'd felt okay spending a little time there. Belonging to the kin had never been a question anyway. We'd all worn the red garbs demanded of us, our painfully visible uniforms, and proudly, too. She'd always known. "I'll make your favorite," Dell stated, and began collecting dried herbs. I arched an eyebrow at that, but thought, what the hell? I'd had a harrowing day so far. I could feel it, too. My body was tired, sitting there in a safe, warm place, chatting to an old friend about what had happened between then and now. "Here you go," she said a while later, and placed a blue ceramic cup of steaming tea in front of me. It smelled wonderfully of berries and mint. I tasted it, and arched an eyebrow at her. "Where's the whiskey?" It had never really been the taste that had made this our favorite tea. Delphine gulped down a mouthful and then proceeded to fan her mouth with her hand. "Woo, too warm." Then she laughed. Oh, the whiskey? Not gone, my friend. Not gone. I only figured out how to make the taste of alcohol vanish. Don't worry, it still has the same effect. It just tastes better." "I'll drink to that," I said, and did as stated. "You could make a fortune out of this." "I'll keep that in mind." She took a more careful sip. "So, this agaton growth is giving you a chance by risking your neck?" She went on, having listened carefully while I told her this. "I don't think that's a good deal. It's better than the alternative." Delphine nodded reluctantly. "I've heard that some returned exiles have been sent away again. But why not register with the Guardians upon arrival?" "We don't want attention, Del." "Oh yes, I see. I noticed they'd started announcing names in the papers, making sure every return is known." "Yeah, that didn't surprise me. Crimes had been committed against people, and they deserved to know if their perpetrators were returning. But naming people in the papers? That was shaming. We were used to that, though. Maybe not on this scale, but still, it was better to fly under the radar. "Anyway, tell me about your shop," I said to break away from any more talk of the kin at the moment. There would be enough of that. About an hour later, and 2 cups of tea, I had to leave. If I was going to stay in the city, I was going to figure out how to find a stolen gem and keep Atlantis's pride intact. No biggie. "Hey!" Del stopped me by putting a hand on my shoulder as I was heading out the door. "Don't be a stranger, okay?" "Thanks, Del. For everything." She smiled then. I did nothing. She knew what I meant. It wasn't about the tea that now had me settled in a nice, breezy mood. "Exactly," I told her, and that made all the difference. A nice, sobering walk later, and I laid eyes on the Morgan mansion again. This time I didn't ring the bell but walked inside. Walworth must have been expecting me, though, because he came into the foyer in a hurry, his eyes slightly widened, and he gave in to relief at the sight of me. "Oh, miss." "Something wrong?" My left hand automatically moved to the hilt of one of my daggers. I didn't even think about it. "Yes. There's a strange man upstairs claiming he lives here now." "Ah." I let go of my dagger. I'd forgotten to warn Walworth. "Dark-haired, never shuts up?" Yes, miss." There came a crash from upstairs at that. Something had smashed against the floor. I looked at the ceiling a little too long, not wanting to meet Walworth's eyes. Yes, so technically this was my house. Sort of. But the man had been tending to it since before I was born. I tried, smiling again. "So he's not wrong. I promise I'll explain. I just need to stop him from breaking any more things first." And with that, I left the shaky butler to run upstairs. Turned out, Loki had laid claim to the apartment on the 2nd floor, and the man had settled in a little too nicely. I walked into a huge bedroom where the guy's beer, beef jerky, weapons, and clothes were scattered everywhere. Seriously, he didn't own much, yet he seemed to have claimed everything in there by throwing his things around. The man himself was in the ensuite, lying in the bathtub, foam thankfully covering his stupid crown jewels. A vase, of all things, that had contained a bunch of green grapes lay scattered on the floor. Eating grapes in the tub? Had he mistaken himself for an ex-Greek god? What the hell, man? God. Shut up! Hey, Loki said, holding up his hands defensively in a response to my fuming state. I didn't decide this. I promptly shut up. He was right. You will treat Walworth with respect, I said instead. I treat everyone This is non-negotiable. He didn't ask for this. Loki rolled his eyes, but acquiesced anyway. Fine. So, are we doing this then? I asked him, leaning against the doorframe. Do we have a choice? Isn't there always a choice? It'd mean banishment or prison, of course, but it was a choice nonetheless. Fine, Loki repeated. Whatever his reason for choosing to stay in Atlantis, it was important to him. I nodded and straightened up. Okay then, let's get a couple of hours of sleep and then get on it. Oh, and Red? He asked when I turned to leave. Yeah? Can you pass me some grapes? I can't quite reach. Goddamned a-hole. Chapter 5. The Order of the Learned and the Reflective. Loki took in the sign above the closed red and black wooden gate with apparent apprehension. Sounds thought through? I volunteered. Sounds pretentious. Takes one to know one, I mumbled. I ignored his side-eye and folded the piece of paper with the address and stuffed it in my jeans pocket. Yep, no such thing as phones with maps in Atlantis. The city was an odd blend of modern and ancient, and I'd left my cell phone back home. There was no need to bring it anywhere. Besides, after living here so long, I'd never really gotten used to bringing it with me everywhere Earthside either. What are the odds the gem is here? I asked Loki. I glanced around, seeing a few people pass us in the quiet street. We were in the Solon Vale district, and most of the houses here were closed off, much like the gated house of the Order of the Learned and the Reflective. From what I understood, it was some sort of philosophical order or a think tank. With our luck? Loki remarked, and I sighed. He wasn't wrong, considering we'd been arrested and sentenced all in one night. We hadn't even gotten a trial. We had gotten a chance, though. No matter what Loki said about it, I saw it as an opportunity to right my wrongs, and that was what I was going to do. And step one on that agenda? Get inside the building in front of me. I used the brass knocker, shaped like a roaring lion coiling around itself, to get the door open. It was an odd clue, I had to admit. Loki and I had spent some time going over the papers Agaton had given us. It was mostly intelligence reports, with about half of the information blackened out, which was obviously super helpful. Most of it had to do with the storming of the pyramid the day the kin fell. The reports had made it abundantly clear to me that some kin had escaped that day in the chaos, and the government had spent some time attempting to track them down afterward. One such agent had followed a lead to the Order of the Learned and the Reflective. Unless Agaton was holding back information from us, and the redacted information in the documents told me he was, that agent had not followed up on the case after his first visit. Why that was anyone's guess. It could have been a dead end. To us, it was somewhere to start. We didn't have to wait long either for the gate to be opened. Yes? A dry voice sounded before the owner of it popped his head out. He looked to be in his 40s, with dark hair and beard, and tan olive skin. We introduced ourselves, and he opened the gate some more, revealing a uniform of sorts, a purple robe with silver ornaments sewn into the fabric. The last of the day's sunlight reflected in the metallic material. It was clear that the Order enjoyed being noticed. I would know having belonged to a group that dressed in stark red clothes all the time. I glanced down at the normal clothes I wore these days, blue jeans, a black t-shirt, and a dark, well-fitted Barber jacket. It was all toned down, comfortable, and something I found suitable. And yet, Some days it felt odd. I shook those thoughts away, focused on the man at the gate, and introduced us to him. "We're here on behalf of the government," I began. "What she means," Loki interrupted, giving me an ill-concealed glare, "is that we're private investigators and our, clients have sent us here on a rather delicate matter." The man uttered. "What's your name?" Loki asked instead of repeating himself. "Helios Dakel, and you?" I repeated our names for him. "May we come in for a moment?" Loki asked. "I am sure an order named for the learned and the reflective sorts should be most willing to share information." Repeated the reflective man. "Well, I suppose." Helios opened the gate for us and stepped back so we could pass. We entered a large open courtyard surrounded by a one-story building on 3 sides. The gate made up the 4th. It was a lovely spot, with benches surrounding a fountain with a prancing horse spitting water back into a pool. There were also benches under the portico that followed the shape of the house where people could sit in the shade when the sun was at its warmest. As we followed Helios, though, I noticed there weren't that many people about. In fact, the sandy ground that bore marks of old rake tracks had scattered leaves and twigs all over, like someone had forgotten the regular upkeep. "Maybe you should think about putting all that kin nonsense on the shelf for now," Loki admonished, his voice hushed as we followed Helios across the courtyard. "What nonsense?" Loki didn't hide his smirk. "The honesty bit. Truly, I didn't even think any of you kept to that." "Honesty? Oh, my—" I stopped myself. I had been rather honest at the gate. We didn't exactly work for the government. Agaton had made that clear enough when he'd let us out of the pyramid. They had no intention of helping us. We were on our own in this. Still, that kind of information would make it easier to get in through doors. "Well," I said when we walked around the fountain. Some water sprayed onto my arm, even though I felt no wind in the enclosed space. "Of course you wouldn't. You're not exactly known for honesty, are you? How would you know? I researched you when you were having your grape bath last night." Researched might have been an exaggeration considering I'd only found a footnote in one of my father's books, but Loki didn't need to know that. "Researched? Really?" "Something about an 8-legged horse." "I did not give birth to a horse," I snorted. "Must have hurt." Loki put a hand on my shoulder to stop me and turn me toward him. "Tell me where exactly it would have come out." He pointed emphatically at his crotch. "Wow." I held my hands up defensively, palms out. "Didn't know I hit such a sore spot." "Don't believe everything you read." Loki drew breath in apparent indignation. "And," I went on, glad to have the upper hand for once, "I suppose the crown jewels would have been sore if—" "Hey," he held his index finger in front of my face. "I like you better when you act like a meek infant. Ahem." We both turned to find Helios waiting for us under the shading roof, a door open behind him. "Everything all right?" he asked us. "Peachy," I said, and escaped Loki's death glare, though not without a smirk aimed at him. Helios brought us into an antechamber, which was decorated with inlaid reliefs in the plastered white walls. The floor was tiled with orange and blue-colored stone, and the furniture was gilded and covered with burgundy fabric. It was all slightly overdone and tacky. There were paintings on the walls of demure-looking old fellows, dressed in even more overdone robes than the one Helios wore, obviously the top brass in this shindig. "So what, exactly, can I help you with?" "Are you the leader of this establishment?" Loki asked at once. Judging by the clothes in the paintings, Helios was at a lower level. "We were hoping to speak to a Dakel Chiron," I said, and then cocked my head, eyeing the man. "Huh? Is he any relation to you?" Though most of the citizens of Atlantis used a first name and a surname, the custom was not like it was Earthside. Surnames had become necessary a few centuries ago when the state needed to keep better tax records to separate people from one another. The custom, though, was for a person to take the first name of one of their parents as their surname. There were many with other kinds of surnames, too, like my reluctant partner whose parent was surely not named Loft, but it was a good guess when it came to Helios Deckel, who nodded at this question. Yes, he confirmed. He's my father, but he's not here. Uh-huh. Loki did not look like he believed the man. And he's the leader of this. What is this? We are a collective of thinking minds, dedicating our lives to the great conundrums of existence. We live in peace here, offering our services and wisdom to... Loki waved him off. Sounds awfully like a cult, doesn't it? He turned to me. What do you think, Chastity? I rolled my eyes at the use of that name. I should probably not expect much more considering my taunt. He was, however, on to something. I couldn't know for sure, of course, but the way Helios spoke sounded awfully familiar. So was the gleam in his eyes, like he was high on something other than drugs. Who are these we you talk about? I asked Helios. He was looking at Loki with narrowed eyes and a deep furrow between his dark brows. It looked like a mix of confusion and annoyance. That was pretty much my take on the guy, too. We? We are the Order of the Learned and the Reflective. Yeah, I got that from your elaborate sign out front. What I mean is, where are all the we's? Loki must have agreed with this line of questioning because he crossed his arms and stared at the other man. We have many duties, as you can imagine. Not really. As you can imagine, Helios repeated with a barely concealed look of anger directed at Loki. We have many duties to fulfill every day. Our primary assignment is more of a, spiritual kind, to use such a crude word, but we must also eat and care for our accommodations. I'm sure you can understand. Right, Loki said. And they're all out working at this moment? I didn't hear Helios's response to that because a door opened up behind him. For a moment I glimpsed a high-ceilinged room through the opening. Maybe a hall? Before I paid attention to the person coming into the antechamber. It was a woman, around 30, with soft chestnut curls that framed a heart-shaped, familiar face. She was dressed in a hooded robe, much like Helios was, though hers was a drab, light yellow. Oh, my apologies, she said to Helios when she realized there were visitors in there with him. I came to clean. Helios gave her a long stare, but then nodded. Go ahead, Stephanie. There are no secrets in the Order. The woman nodded and then retreated to the far wall and began dusting the gilded knickknacks placed around on shelves and tables. She looked like she paid no attention to us, but I knew better. For a brief second, I'd seen recognition in her eyes when she'd glanced at me. Her name, from what I knew, was Maletta, not Stephanie. I'd known her for years as a member of the Red Kin, and now she was here, of all places. Probably hiding. To my knowledge, no one had been ordered to join a new group as punishment. No. The only reason she was here under an assumed name, pretending not to know me, was that she had been avoiding the authorities under this very roof, probably since the Kin's fall. We are following up on the research by a government agent. Loki's words drew me back to the conversation. He was here about 1.5 years ago, asking interesting questions, I'm sure, about both the Red Kin and a gemstone, a sapphire. Helios looked uncertain for a moment, not quite knowing where to put his hands. He settled for clasping them in front of him. He hadn't expected this. I don't think I recall that. Really? You'd think that would have been the talk of the town here for days. Helios shook his head. No, I don't think so. The talk, yes, if that had happened, but it didn't. Too bad. Yes, well, if that is all? No, I told him. We are here to talk to your father. If it was kept quiet, I'm sure he, who is the leader, would have spoken to the agent. My father isn't here. He had some errands. Errands? Your leader had errands? Yes. Uh-huh. I eyed the door behind him. And when will he be back? Not in a few hours, days. I smiled at him. Right. His little slip-up left little doubt. We could force our way into the inner parts of the building, of course. I'd seen enough to believe Loki was capable with the sword that was now strapped to his back. But using force like that might get back to Agaton. No, I couldn't risk that. We needed to do this quietly and correctly. "Thank you for your time, then," Loki said. He must have come to the same conclusion. This was futile. "I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help," Helios insisted. "Right. Why don't you show them out, Stephanie?" he asked the acolyte. The yellow robe screamed she was of a lower rank and would make it easy to spot her anywhere. "Yes, Helios, of course," she said, in a light, subdued voice, eyes downcast. Loki and I bade Helios goodbye and followed her outside. Loki leaned closer and whispered, "Know her?" "Yes, from the kin. She was high up. She was even Illustrious Guide's favorite for a while. Wonder why she's here." Loki shook his head at me. He seemed fairly exasperated before nodding sharply in the woman's direction. She must have come outside through another door. I swallowed hard. "Maletta?" I ventured, keeping my voice down. There was no one to be seen around there, but I didn't want to out her should anyone try to listen. The name had the desired effect, though. She stopped dead in her tracks and shot us a quick peek over her shoulder. "It's me, Emery. You remember me?" I saw her shoulders visibly sag before she turned fully and stared back behind us. I did the same, but Helios was nowhere to be seen. "Quick! In here," she whispered and waved in the direction she wanted us to follow. Her robes billowed behind her as she led us inside the building to the right of the gate. We entered a sizable room with benches and tables, some with plates on them, others with books. It was a common room, I figured, and it appeared to have been left in a hurry. Maletta whirled around to face us. "Emery, why couldn't you leave it alone?" "I'm sorry. No one heard me, though. There's no one here, is there?" She shook her head, a movement that made the hood of her robe fall back to reveal her hair properly. It was longer than I remembered, her curls flowing beneath her shoulders. "They're all gone. I heard what you asked Helios, but a gem is the least of our problems." "Is it here?" Loki asked. Maletta looked like she'd just now realized he was there. She didn't know him. "Not from what I've been told. Everyone here is so gossipy. If there'd been a valuable gem here, everyone would have known." "All the people who aren't here anymore?" Loki asked. "They've been disappearing." Maletta bit her lower lip and shook her head. "If I could, I'd leave before it happens to me, too." "Before what happens?" She opened her mouth and shut it again, then thought differently. "I don't know, but I don't want to be here for that." "Then why are you?" Maletta met my gaze. "You know why." "You've been hiding out here all this time?" I asked her. 2 years in the Order, avoiding the authorities? It was better than the alternative, I supposed. Maletta had been quite an active member of the Red Kin. Her punishment would have been severe. "Yes, I heard you got banished," she added. "I'm back now." "Looking for a gem?" "It's a brand new type of punishment." She looked dubious, like Dell had last night. "Does this gem sound familiar to you?" Loki pressed. "It's a large sapphire, called the Glory of Avalon." "No, but out with it." "It's just that there's something wrong with the Master, and with his son." It hurt to hear her call someone else Master. I wondered if she truly meant it, or if it was part of her new disguise. "His son? Helios?" Maletta strained her neck, staring past us out the windows, but there was no one to be seen out there. I couldn't hear a soul inside either. She seemed to settle on us being alone, or at least not overheard. "There's something not quite right about the Master." "You already said that," Loki pointed out. Yes, but I don't know what to make of it. He's so greedy. There's something he wants. And his son. Maletta, I interrupted. You're not making any sense. She looked at me then, eyes wide as she admitted it. That's because there's magic about Emery, and not the good kind. Huh, I nodded. That was likely hard for her to admit. We'd been trained to detest magic and to overlook it. Now she claimed to be trapped by it. Ladies, Loki said, his attention on something else. It might not be magic as such. What? I followed his line of sight and saw a man had entered through a door on the far side of the room. He was dressed in the same type of purple robe that Helios was, but it was even more extravagant with golden embroideries, so plentiful and thick that they seemed to make the fabric stiff. Yet, it was moving oddly around the bearded man, almost like there was a faint breeze following him indoors. I shook my head. I had to be imagining things. By the guide's feet, Maletta exclaimed, a hand to her throat. That's him. I recognized him then. The gray hair and beard, the dark eyes that resembled Helios's. Technically, it was Helios who resembled him, come to think of it. But I'd seen this man's image in one painting in the antechamber. This was Dakel Chiron, and he looked strangely devoid of any emotion while he stared at us. His eyes were wide open, but unlike Maletta's, they seemed, well, dead. Look at his feet, Loki urged me when it was clear I wasn't catching on. I did and saw, to my horror, an inch of nothingness under them. The man was not standing on the floor, but floating above it. What the? I looked to Loki for an answer. In a slow and measured movement, he reached back for the hilt of his sword, while he kept his eyes on me. That, Chastity, is a ghost. Chapter 6. Loki drew his sword, while his gaze moved from me to the apparition in the room. A ghost? People don't float like that. All right, but it's a ghost. Don't regress into kin teachings now. Okay, fine. I kept my eyes on the Order's leader, too. Something was off about him, and not just the floating. His skin looked pale, his face gaunt. I noticed his lips were moving, too, like he was talking in slow motion but no sound came. Are ghosts evil? I asked, bracing for a sarcastic comment from Loki, but it was Maletta who answered. He made everyone disappear. Her voice quivered, her lips too. So, what works against ghosts? I asked Loki. He seemed to be the only one with any kind of knowledge about this. Did they teach you nothing in school? Okay, so knowledge didn't make him cozy and malleable. Which school? The one Earth side where magic is almost non-existent, or the Red Kin who wants to eradicate magic? Fair enough. Iron and salt. He glanced at his sword. Steel will do the trick as well. I already had my hand on one of my daggers, but let go at this. They were not made from steel. He seems kind of calm, I ventured. The ghost was simply watching us. Maybe he won't. A metal tankard flew off one table and smashed into the wall behind Loki. Had he not ducked, it would have hit his face. Maletta screamed when more things were hurled our way by an invisible force. I saw the ghost of Dakel move then. His arms were stretched out toward us. I didn't know quite what to call his movements. He walked fast, but his body moved awkwardly like he was in both this and another dimension at the same time. It didn't look natural. Like Loki, I ducked, covering my head with my arms. Plates, cutlery, and glasses crashed against the wall. Books were flung with such force that pages were ripped from the spines. I cried out in pain as things hit me. Poltergeist! I shouted. What? Loki yelled back. Poltergeist! It's a poltergeist! We need to get out. I felt him grab hold of my arm, pulling me toward the wall. Maletta? I looked around but couldn't see her. The door! Loki insisted. A chair hit him and pushed him into the wall. I turned to help, and something struck the back of my head. I staggered and saw Maletta lying in a slump. She'd almost made it under a nearby table before something had hit her. "Here!" Loki gasped when he got the door open. "There's no time," he added in a strained voice, clearly seeing my wish to bring her along. I turned and cried out in shock. The ghost was almost upon me. The crazed eyes, the delayed and silent words on its lips. It looked horrid. I stumbled backward and landed on my ass. Then I kicked backward until I got my feet under me and bolted through the door. Loki was already on the other side. The moment I slammed the door shut, he pushed at a nearby hutch. It toppled over and landed in front of the door. The sound of porcelain breaking was deafening a moment. "That won't hold a ghost," I blurted. "Couldn't they walk through walls?" A bang sounded. I took a step back. Another bang. Then another. Okay, so this one, at least, couldn't. "How did you know?" I asked. "Just found it interesting it came in there through the other door." Loki indicated we should move with a quick nod. "What about Maletta?" "That thing seems more interested in getting through the door to follow us than to get to her." "Didn't you hear what she said?" I argued, yet followed him through another door. We entered a maintenance room. It was filled with gear for indoor and outdoor work. Loki started searching through it. "Was it important?" he asked. I rolled my eyes. "She called him master, and he doesn't exactly take good care of his flock considering they're all disappearing." Loki was rummaging through what looked like garden equipment when he found a brown paper bag. He opened it and smiled. "Rock salt, that'll do." He glanced at me and pointed at a nearby fireplace with nothing but cold coal in it. "See if there's a poker. One of iron." He then moved on to the next table. "Besides, you should perhaps sweep your own porch first, no?" "Sweep my... what?" I grabbed a poker that hung on the brick wall that surrounded the fireplace. It was of a weighty metal, and I spotted some rust near the handle. Good odds. "What I mean is that maybe you shouldn't be so quick to judge her for finding a new master when, not 10 minutes ago, you yourself talked about your illustrious guide." That stopped me short. He was right, which was annoying as hell. Slip of the tongue. That was all it was. Right? Kerwin Bowden. Kerwin Bowden. That was his name. I needed to remember that. A new bang sounded from the other room, followed by a creaking and scraping noise. The ghost was moving the hutch by sheer force. Sheer supernatural force. My thoughts were forcibly removed from illustrious guide, Kerwin Bowden. Damn it. "What's the plan here?" I asked Loki. He came around the table with the big bag of salt in one hand, his sword in the other. "We subdue that thing, then get the hell out of here. Whatever's going on, they have bigger problems than a gemstone." There was another bang, and then we could hear the hutch scraping against the floor. It was being pushed away to allow for an opening in the door. "What is a poltergeist anyway?" Loki asked, his voice hushed now, his eyes on the half-open door into the utility room. "Didn't you learn anything watching TV?" "I find reality TV quite fascinating." "I bet you do." I huffed my disapproval. All that conniving behavior would be right up his alley. "Are poltergeists likely to appear in such shows?" he asked. "Only their living, horny cousins. But speaking of the dead kind, where was this one?" I stepped closer to the door. If it had gotten through the barred door across the other room, then why wasn't it running for us in that odd manner it had before? "What are you doing?" Loki asked. "Something feels off." "Really? Hadn't noticed." I hefted the poker in my hand. "What's there to worry about? I have my spear, you have your spices. I simply want to see—" I heard Loki sigh behind me, but moved forward nonetheless. The door was so close. A few steps, a couple more, and I reached out, poker at the ready, and pushed it fully open. The room behind it was empty of both the living and the dead. The door on the opposite end was open, with a big enough gap for a man to pass through. I turned back toward Loki, already with half a shrug, and froze. Loki moved his head then, like he knew someone was behind him, but it was too late. Dekel loomed behind him, his robe billowing despite being indoors and standing still. His hands pushed toward Loki's head, fingers splayed, small, flickering bolts of lightning emanating from them and shooting straight into his head. Loki made a choked sound, and then Dekel's hands closed the gap. I ran forward right when Loki threw the salt back over his head. The small crystals sprayed everywhere, but to no use. Before most of them had fallen, and I was close enough, I saw Dekel fade, and then he was gone. The sword fell from Loki's hand, and he stumbled forward and ended up in a half-kneeling position, one knee to the floor. Air was forced from his lungs and his cheeks puffed out. I noticed the gap in the door behind him. The ghost had tricked us. How stupid could we be? Loki? I lowered the poker and stared at him. Maybe there was something about his physiology that had forced the ghost away. I thought ex-gods became human or whatever equivalent shape they had as gods, but maybe I was wrong? Maybe... Nope. I was wrong. Wrong-ish, at least. I still had no clue about ex-god physiology, but when Loki looked up, he was not himself anymore. His face was all wrong, the skin and muscles drawn and moving like someone was using him as a mask that didn't fit right. His eyes had the same disoriented and crazed look as the ghost, and his mouth was moving slowly like he was speaking on a different frequency that couldn't get through. Great. Now my reluctant partner was possessed. Super freaking fantastic. And the entity was fully focused on me. I backed up a step. Loki, or Dekel now, arose, his movements stiff and awkward. His pounce forward was fast, though. I startled and dropped the poker before bolting through the door behind me. I grabbed the door and pulled it with me, but it never slammed into its frame. A thud told me it hit Dekel instead. I dared a glance back and saw him rip it open before stumbling into the room. "Not good! Not good!" I panted. I ran for the overturned hutch and the door we'd escaped through minutes ago. I jumped on the hutch, the cabinet door creaking under my feet before I scrambled through the door. The sight in the room I re-entered stopped me short for a moment. Maletta was awake now, and she was walking backward, clearly intimidated by a dark-clad man, a hood over his face. "What?" I began, and then felt my feet lifted. I cried out in shock as I fell, my hip hitting the edge of the hutch, my arms banging onto the door on my way down. I glanced back and felt my chest tighten at the sight of Dekel moving on the other side of the door. He let go of my feet and stepped up on the hutch. I wriggled desperately to get through the door. There was a cracking sound behind me, and then the crushing of porcelain. I glanced back to see Dekel sink into the hutch when the weak cabinet door gave way under his weight. I scrambled to get away, pulling myself through by grabbing the doorframe. With my feet inside the room, I reached up for the door handle and pulled the door shut. Not that it would help for long against the ghost. "Help me!" I shouted at Maletta and the stranger. I looked back and saw the man had stopped advancing on her. They'd been staring at my exceedingly elegant entrance, no doubt. At my direct order, the man cast Maletta a look I couldn't see under the hood before he turned and ran. I stared in disbelief when he bolted and disappeared through the door where the ghost of Dekel Chiron had first appeared. That brief moment of confusion was all it took for the ghost to gain entrance. The door was kicked so hard from the other side that I fell back on my ass and instinctively began crawling backward to avoid more than a collision with my foot. "Maletta, run!" I shouted when Dekel strode into the room. Well, strode was exaggerating slightly, considering he looked like he was trying to push through an invisible wall as he walked. There was nothing natural about his stilted movements. He didn't seem to care about Maletta, but he was between her and all the doors in the room. There was nowhere for her to go. I scrambled to my feet, keeping distance between myself and Dekel. I had no weapons but my daggers, and they wouldn't help. I grabbed a random plate from the floor. A part of the edge had been chipped off in Dekel's primary attack. "Loki? Can you hear me?" Nothing indicated he had any control over what was happening. I glanced back, seeing the wall approach way too fast. I had no choice. Banking on the ghost now being corporeal, of sorts, I threw the plate like a frisbee. It spun in the air and hit Dakel right in the forehead. "Sorry," I managed, biting my teeth together. The ghost reacted to the physical collision to its borrowed head. Dakel stumbled forward and fell. Unfortunately, there was no more room between me and the wall. I tried jumping back but was caught between it and the ghost as he fell and grabbed my legs at the same time. Considering his awkward movements, he was remarkably swift and strong. "Let go!" I cried, fighting to get my legs free from his hold. The dead eyes stared at me, his mouth moving like before, like he was trying to say something. "Get off!" I freed my right leg and immediately kicked toward the ghost, hitting him right in the face. His grip on my left leg loosened a bit, and I pulled free. I forced myself up on my knees and drew both daggers. I had to defend myself. But I hesitated. That was Loki, not merely a dead spirit attempting to kill me. Its eyes stared at me, the mouth talking on and on. It was like staring at a corpse trying to communicate something, which it was. A gurgling noise escaped its throat. Then, "Ayavalon." The voice sounded like it came from underwater. "What?" I pulled back, shaking my head, ready to knock Dakel's hands away. A bright light, orange and piercing my eyes, slammed down around the ghost's stolen hands. I shut my eyes because of the sting, and when I opened them, I saw magical cuffs encircling Dakel's hands. Loki's body had gone still. It was like the ghost was in a trance. Maletta sat on her knees next to us, not quite meeting my eyes. "Magic?" I tried to stay my quick breathing, but my heart was pounding on overload. "You have magic?" Maletta got to her feet and backed up. Since she showed no worry regarding Dakel, I didn't either. I moved sideways a little and then got up from the floor. I sheathed my daggers and took a moment to gather my thoughts. I drew a couple of deep breaths. "Did Illister, Kerwin know?" A mix of a sob and a laugh escaped her. "Of course he knew, Emery. Why do you think I was even in the kin?" "I don't. To prove I didn't need it. To be better than that. Like we were all supposed to be." Her hands hung down by her sides, seemingly relaxed, but her clenched fists said otherwise. I glanced back at Dakel, or Loki, as it were. The cuffs had the color of molten lava, but didn't seem to hurt either of them. They seemed to have ended up in a catatonic state, at least the ghost had. If Loki was even conscious in there was beyond my understanding. Maletta's magic inhibitor was doing the trick, though, and that was what mattered now. "Who was that man?" I asked her, thinking of the man with the hood. A light seemed to go on in her eyes at that. She checked the room as if to see if we were still alone. "He can't have gotten far." "What do you mean?" "He's a thief." She stepped closer and took my hand, urging me to come along. Broken shards of a ceramic mug crunched under her boot, but she didn't seem to notice. "He's the one responsible for all this." "What? Why? How?" In my confusion, I allowed her to pull me along, toward the door the thief had escaped through. "If you want your friend back, and that gem, that's the man you want," Maletta told me. Loki's inanimate state drew my gaze, and then I stopped struggling and followed her through the door. Chapter 7. I followed Maletta into a hallway that ran parallel to the rooms we'd just been in. As we ran back in the direction of the utility room and farther ahead toward the antechamber, a row of smaller rooms appeared to our left. Some doors were open, revealing small cell-like rooms with beds and not much more. The order was looking more like a convent at this point. The hooded man was in none of them. I opened the closed doors to be sure. "Come on!" Maletta insisted. She rushed through the open door Chiron had used into the utility room where we'd found the salt and iron. "What in the hells is going on?" The salt Loki had thrown scraped under my shoes. "Listen to me!" Maletta whirled around, making the ridiculously yellow robe flow around her. You came here looking for a gem, right? That's what your friend told Helios. Yes. Well, this is all about that damn gem. So it's here? The gem is magical. It caused all this, but that thief, he has it. The hooded man? Maletta nodded her confirmation. We need it back to end all the... Her eyes caught something through the window and she ran over. There he is! I followed her and saw she was right. The hooded man was coming out of the door leading into the antechamber. He glanced around and then headed toward the fountain out there. Emery, can you... I didn't need to hear it all. I was already running. With the lack of a door leading outside, I ran back through the rooms for the third time that day. This time I passed over the hutch with more grace, though. I noticed Loki, or Dekel, still on the floor, the glowing cuffs keeping them subdued, and then yanked open the door that led outside. The hooded man had passed the fountain, and the sight of me rushing out toward him had him speed up. He wasn't running toward the closed gate. It would take too much time for him to get it open before I caught up. Instead, he ran toward an area of the wall a few feet to the side where several crates and barrels stood. Stop! I shouted for some inexplicable reason. It wasn't like he was going to listen to me, was it? Of course not. I skidded to a halt, a cloud of sand whirling up around my feet. I would not catch up. I grabbed one of my daggers, aimed, drew a deep breath, and then threw it after the man. The weapon did one flip in the air and then plunged into the back of his thigh. Ah! He stumbled, yet controlled his fall by dropping to one knee with one hand out for support in the sand, his wounded leg stretched out. He looked down at the dagger sticking out of his thigh, then glared back at me. I could barely see his face, but there was no mistaking that look. To my surprise, though, he didn't remain like that. He took hold of the dagger's hilt and pulled it out, eliciting nothing but a pained groan as he did so. What? No! I yelled and started running again. I was too far away. He forced himself up, limped back a couple of steps, and then ran for it, toward the crates. He leaped onto them, crying out in pain when he did so, and then jumped farther up. He caught the top edge of the fence. Something told me he could have done it better had he not been injured. It didn't seem to matter. Even with my dagger in one hand, he heaved himself up on the fence before he disappeared down on the other side. I stared after him, dumbfounded. Well, that didn't help, did it? Maletta said. She halted beside me, her breath heavy from running. Her comment reminded me why we'd never been close friends while in the kin. And now he's got your knife, she added with a huff. I could only smile. You let me worry about that. Apologies. Maletta shook her head and closed her eyes for a moment. You have no idea how it's been in here. No, but I don't think you should stay here. I peered at the door to the antechamber. It was closed now. Had the thief done that while escaping? Or had Helios done it? And why wasn't he out there with them? I can't leave. You know that. Maletta showed no emotion. This seemed to be a long-known fact to her. The odds of her escaping through the veil without being noticed were minuscule. No, she needed to bide her time. I, of all people, understood her plight. Okay. I pointed at the gate doors and walked over. Maletta came along. I'll find the thief. You will? Yes. I did not doubt that. Can you bring back the gem? That might be harder, but I was sure going to try. People seemed to be disappearing and dying here. Maletta was trapped, and so was Loki. No, I needed to try, and helping with more than the gem could hardly be a bad thing when trying to restore my name. Piece of cake. Will my partner be safe until I return? I asked and opened the gate. Yes. With the inhibitor on, Dekel can't do anything, including escaping. That should give me some time then. But what can you do? No offense, she hurried to add. How can I be offended? I told her. She'd known me as a kin member, and I'd certainly retrieved neither thieves nor gemstones then. Like you, I've had to adapt and change to make it through everything. I stepped through the gate and looked back at her. Just give me some time. Maletta nodded while holding the gate door open. Good luck, she added, and then closed the big door behind me. I stepped out into the street, the smell of spices replacing the dry scent from within the Order's gated community. I checked out my surroundings, looking right and left, but there was nothing to be seen of the hooded man. The sun was setting, but that did not mean much in Atlantis. It was still day, and the city was always full of life regardless. The darkness could make it easier to hide, of course, but not from me. I closed my eyes and focused on the task at hand. Find my dagger. It didn't take long for me to sense it. It felt like a small pinch guiding me left. So, he had run in that direction. I opened my eyes, smiled, and started walking after him. Yes, I should perhaps not have been so surprised by Maletta's use of magic. The kin had been nothing if not anti-magic. If we'd had any affirmation beyond the one we repeated like a mantra, that was it. It had all been about stopping the infestation of magic in the city, especially up in the higher echelons of Lantian society. Of course, it had also been about the inflated ego of Kerwin Bowden. Too bad none of us had seen that before it was too late. But despite Kerwin's fanatic ways, he was not above fighting fire with fire, which I'd come to learn more about after the fall. My weekly visits to get medicine from Dell's shop had been proof of that. Even more so were my daggers. I didn't know where he'd found them or what his purpose had been. The kin had fallen before I could find out. There was magic in them, though, and consequently in me after the ritual I'd been subjected to. The mere thought made me shiver despite the pleasant heat in the city. I followed the little tug my mind sensed from the missing dagger. It had all been achieved through blood magic. I still bore the scars on my back, though they were, thankfully, faded now. But the daggers were bound to me, and I could always sense them if they were far away from me. The witch Kerwin had brought in to perform the ritual had promised it wouldn't hurt too much. She'd lied, and I'd hated her. Then she'd disappeared, and my anger had turned to anguish, fear of what had happened to her, terror as to what Kerwin's plan had been for me beyond what he'd told me at the time. You will guard these until I need them. We had been such fools, all of us. I couldn't think of that now. Unless the hooded man threw the dagger away, it would lead me right to him. And why would he throw it away? Especially if he was a thief? No. The mystical alloy alone was worth an acceptable amount of money, which should hopefully give me some time before he found a buyer. Either way, I'd find it, but right now, I needed to find this particular thief. I passed a newsstand when a headline in the Lantian caught my eye. Unusual veil activity. I stopped and bought a copy, adding an Earthside chocolate bar to my purchase. It had been a long day. I gobbled down the sweetness while walking and reading. Apparently, there had been more travelers than usual who'd tried to sneak through last night, all of 6 people and a large dog. I snorted at that last one. It must have come with one of the others, considering it couldn't open a rift on its own. Then the bad news was presented with the fact that 2 of the travelers were connected to the Redkin, with at least one being a former member. The chocolate felt like glue stuck to my palate, and I skimmed the rest of the article, but there was, thankfully, no mention of names. There was merely a warning at the end for people to expect more and more exiled, lower-ranking members who would return in the time ahead. And should the authorities maybe do something about it? Surely the citizens of Atlantis deserved better than to live side by side with such lowlifes. Okay, so the article didn't say lowlifes, but it might as well have. I sighed and threw the paper away before shoving the rest of the chocolate in one of my jacket pockets where it wouldn't melt. I walked through bustling streets while I let my bond to the missing dagger lead me in the right direction. Some streets were familiar, some were not. The city was so big I'd be willing to bet no one had ever been everywhere. Buildings in Atlantis were a mishmash of different styles and materials, mostly wood, stone, and brick, though I'd seen mud huts and tents in the Waterside Park District once. Following the hooded man, I passed mainly Greek-style white and terraced houses. If anything was common, they were, especially in hilly areas. Secondly came the similar-looking but bigger houses that had not been painted white, like the area I now walked in. Other than that, there were Victorian and Edwardian houses, adobe and frame houses, all traces of the various people who had come here over the centuries and settled here. Most streets were cobbled, not paved, and I realized I'd missed the feel of the sometimes uncomfortable unevenness beneath my feet. My eyes caught something on those cobblestones in the evening light. Blood. Crimson drops splotched at intervals down the busy street I was in. It looked like I didn't need the pull of the dagger to find the thief. I smiled. People were out on various errands around me. There were shops of all kinds, everything from old-fashioned general stores to clothing stores selling 18th century garb and a jeans store right next to it. I peered in the window of the last one. Couldn't help it. Jeans were a commodity in Atlantis. They were insanely expensive and in high demand. No one had ever produced them because the retailers always put a stop to it. It was one of those Earthside fads that had taken off and become its own thing in Atlantis. Lots of Earthside things were, of course, but the mannequins with the blue and black pants made me think of my backpack at home with a smile. A glare through the window from the woman working there reminded me to get going. This was a place where, if you had to ask about the price, then you couldn't afford it. The fact that I was wearing jeans didn't seem to matter, probably considering their current, dusty appearance. Still, I was pretty sure I was in the area where I would find the thief now. The dagger felt closer, and despite the sights of commerce in almost every building, I knew there was more to this place. It was called Bayside Row. Many place names in Atlantis alluded to water despite it now famously resting in a desert. Bayside Row was well known for being where the Thieves' Guild was located. Exactly where in the area was another matter. No one except the guild members knew that, but the fact that the thief had gone here, at least, solidified the fact that he was a thief. I didn't doubt that by this point, though. Clearly, the gem, the glory of Avalon, had been in the Order a year and a half ago when the agent had come investigating, but somehow Dekel must have sent him away with a plausible explanation, because that was where the investigation had ended. I didn't think Maletta was completely innocent either. The sapphire had been inside the pyramid until the day the kin fell. Somehow, she escaped arrest and ended up in the same order as the gem. No, that was not a coincidence. Had she used it to pay Dekel off so he'd let her stay? It had been difficult to hide from the authorities after the fall. They'd had information on most of the key members, and there had been warrants and rewards out, making it hard not to be turned in. But the glory of Avalon was a sizable sapphire, and not only that, it was part of the crown jewels. It was worth so much more than the reward for turning in a kin member. I had no trouble seeing Dekel take that payment. It explained how Maletta had remained free for so long. Although, how freely she was living confined in a philosophical order was another question altogether, but it was better than prison at any rate. I wondered how the thief had come across the gem. Had he broken in one night and found it by happenstance? But why come back like he had today, then? That made no sense. No, it had to be personal somehow. Maybe he knew a member of the Order? Maybe the theft had been an inside job. It had backfired severely when Dekel had punished everyone, probably not knowing who the guilty insider was. I knew one thing, though. He wanted that gem back. The way he'd pushed the word Avalon out of Loki's strained mouth, all gargled and strangled, well, that had been pure desperation. I had heard stories of ghosts coming back for unfinished business. This surely qualified. How had Dekel died anyway? That was an answer I couldn't reason my way to, and besides, more traces of blood on the ground drew my attention. I was at a street corner, and the blood drops on the ground had had enough time to pool a little, which likely meant the thief had stopped here. I took in the two streets, crossing each other. It was dark by now, yet despite the dingy electric streetlights, I could see well enough. And there, across the street to my right, were more dark splotches on the ground. I crossed and felt the pull of my dagger intensify. Yes, this was definitely the direction the hooded man had taken. It didn't take me long to locate him after that. Just as I reached another cross-section, I saw a limping form right when he disappeared into a small business near a small fruit and vegetable market. I walked closer and could see the thief had entered a doctor's office. There were some decent-sized and respectable hospitals in Atlantis, but smaller doctors' practices with walk-in schedules were not uncommon. Considering this one was placed in Bayside Row, it was a reasonable assumption that this doctor, a Dr. Gregoli upon closer inspection of the sign outside his door, worked for the Thieves' Guild. The Thieves' Guild was an oddity that had survived from ancient to modern times. They did not receive protection money anymore. They'd had to stop that when the government grew stronger a few centuries ago. No, they relied on specialized thefts, often ordered by people with deep pockets. They were thieves who made theft into an art. However, it was said they also employed outside thieves for information. The guild was not large like it had once been, but it was powerful and dangerous. I kept this in mind as I pretended to be interested in some figs and peaches by one of the nearly 20 fruit and vegetable stands. I monitored the windows to each side of the doctor's door, ascertaining when to go inside. I couldn't see any movement by the door, so the hooded man had likely gone farther into the building. "That is not yours, you little maggot!" a shrill voice yelled. It was so close I startled before realizing I was not the one it was aimed at. A young and gangly boy of around 14 was standing even more sloped than usual, considering his earlobe was in the hands of a woman who was chastising him. "Now give it back!" she demanded, pulling at the reddening ear. She was a short woman in her 40s, brown hair graying at the temples, dressed in sensible boots, black and worn pants, and a shirt a few sizes too big for her. "Ow!" the boy wailed. "I don't have it!" "Don't you lie to me, you little foot fungus. I saw you take 2 quinces." She raised her free hand to show one of the bulbous, yellow fruits, accounting for one of them. I noticed few people bothered paying much attention to these two. Thefts like this likely happened all the time, but I was concerned the doctor or the thief might get worried by all the noise. "I didn't," the boy tried. "I was going to pay. I was only looking at it." "Only looking at it," the woman echoed, her voice mocking. "Do you think I was born yesterday?" I was considering paying for the fruit to quiet them down when I noticed a suspicious bulge in the boy's dirty shirt. Either he had an oddly placed hernia right above his hip and a little toward his back, or he had tucked a quince into his shirt before the woman clamped her fingers down on his ear. "Ow!" he cried out as she twisted it. I was almost impressed. She must have worked here long enough not to take any crap from anyone. I pulled my remaining dagger from its sheath. All it took was a simple slice of the fabric. I had never needed to hone these weapons, so I performed the movement with some delicacy. I had no wish to cut the boy. I reached down and caught the quince when it toppled out and fell. "There," I said, and handed it to the woman who'd not seen the bulge in the shirt, but had seen me approach. "I believe that's what you're looking for." "Aye." She eyed me with open suspicion. "You know this lad?" "No, just saw he wasn't all that truthful." "Right." Her eyes swiveled back to the boy. "I should call the constables on you." "No, please don't," the woman scoffed. "Lucky for you, they're not worth my time either. Don't you ever show your face near my stand again." With that, she let go of his ear. The boy clamped his hand over it and legged it down the street, fleeing her ire. "Thanks," she barked at me, drawing my attention back. "Piss of the earth," she said, and spat at the ground. I assumed she meant the young thief and not me. "Are you going to buy dates?" she added. No," I said, deciding to brave the doctor and the thief instead of her. "I have a doctor's appointment." Was all the answer I got to that. I passed her with a smile, admittedly a very stiff and manic one, and forgot all about her when I put my hand on the doorknob. I entered a normal-looking reception area. There were a few chairs, some magazines on a table, and an unmanned front desk. No people in sight. A door behind the front desk was open, though, and I could hear voices from within. Not only that, my missing dagger was almost shouting its whereabouts to me now. It was in there, in what I assumed was the surgery. I took care not to make a sound and approached with caution. I still held my remaining dagger in my hand when I opened the door fully and entered the surgery. The thief was there. He was standing, leaning against a table, a stoic grimace of suppressed pain on his face while the doctor sat on a stool, sewing the damage I'd caused to his thigh. At the sight of me, the man's eyes widened. The doctor was leaning over to a small table on wheels, reaching for something when the thief jerked sideways. "Hey!" the doctor and I shouted at the same time. The thief grabbed the nearest thing, a bottle containing some clear liquid, and threw it at me. I ducked on instinct and rolled away. The bottle hit the wall and shattered way too close to me. A strong smell of alcohol reached me, but I was already on my way up. The doctor had jumped to his feet, needle and scissors in hand, pressing up against a large cabinet behind him. The thief grabbed his now vacant stool and threw it at me. I ducked again, forced a few more feet away from the door and into the room. I have never seen a man pull his pants on as fast as that one, but before I could react, he was running toward the door and out into the reception. I sprinted after him. I would not let him get away now. The doctor was shouting in a panicked voice behind me, but I only had eyes on the thief. I could see an unevenness to his movements. His leg had to hurt him despite his swift pace. Letting him escape into the street was not an option. I shifted the grip on my dagger and sent it flying after the man. It hit the door right in front of his face. He skidded to a halt, waved his arms to keep his balance, and turned 180 degrees before running back and through another door. I yanked my dagger loose and followed. The doctor's cries were anguished as we now disappeared into what were the private quarters of his house. I followed the thief up a flight of stairs, where he ran into a room. A moment later, I was inside with him. He'd made a mistake. There was no exit from the small sitting room we'd entered. The only one was behind me. The thief stared at the windows and then faced me. "Crap," he blurted. "Yeah, that was a mistake," I said, and came into the room, my dagger at the ready. At this sight, he drew his own, not mine. Force of habit, probably. I could relate to that. My stolen dagger was fastened to his belt in a makeshift sheath of fabric twined around the blade. He must have realized how sharp it was and made it on his way here. "Listen," I began, and assumed less of a threatening position, though leaving no doubt I was paying attention to his every move. I didn't want him dead, though. I needed him to hand over the gem and— "No! Not here!" he shouted, his eyes on something behind me. The shock on his face, which upon reflection looked oddly familiar now his hood was down, was so genuine. I carefully took a few steps sideways to see. I didn't want to turn my back on him. The new threat was not the doctor. I gasped audibly at the sight of Dackel in his ghostly form, hovering in the doorway. "What in the realms?" I mumbled. I was not what the ghost was looking at. "No, no, 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 no!" the thief shouted. "Not you! Please don't!" Before I could even ask, furniture started flying. Tables, side tables, books, porcelain. It all crashed through the room, aimed at the thief who in desperation started running. "No!" I yelled, realizing where he was going. Even if he'd heard above the cacophony of things crashing into the walls and each other mid-air, he wouldn't have stopped. Instead, He leaped forward in desperation and broke through the glass window and to the street below. "No!" I repeated and ran forward, forgetting the raging ghost in the room. I cried out. Several books and a heating bottle smacked into me. I saw the ghost had now shifted its focus, turning its attention on me, its dead eyes and ever-moving mouth so intent as it came closer. "Foot fungus!" I shouted at it, remembering nothing more than the fruitmonger's turn of phrase. I had no more choice than the thief. The door was behind the ghost. I got up on the windowsill, careful not to be cut by the remaining shards of glass. I looked out and down on chaos. The thief's fall had caused several stands and carts to fall, and there was broken wood, canvas, and produce everywhere. I turned back and cried out, completely jarred by the close proximity to the ghost. It was already reaching out toward me, a clammy hand flat against my neck. I lost my balance and tumbled backward into the screaming below. Never mind what I'd ever seen in movies. Canopies did not really dampen falls very well, nor was fruit something soft to land on. My breath was knocked out of me at the impact. There were screams, fruit, and canvas everywhere. I couldn't breathe for a moment, my brain a jumble, not realizing the fall had only been one floor. Whistles sounded nearby, and the screams turned to shouts, and then barked orders. I was pushing at a load of oranges that had toppled over me when the canvas was pulled aside, and a dark-clad man stared down at me. "Here's one!" he shouted at someone I couldn't see. I was about to ask for help when another voice shouted back, "Bring everyone along. We'll sort it at the station." "All right then, miss." The man above me bent down and clamped a hand on my shoulder. "You're under arrest." Chapter 8. The interrogation room was bare and worn down. Paint peeled off the walls. There were coffee stains on the table and other unidentifiable stains and dirt on the cracked tiles on the floor. There was no one-way mirror, though, and no cameras. Things were not quite the same in Atlantis as they were Earthside. Having been moved from the holding cell and in here had given me a respite from the shouting chaos in the big cell. Everyone had been irate and confused after the chaos. I'd noticed one important thing, though. The thief was not among the people who'd been brought into the nearest station house. Another thing that gnawed at my mind was the fact that the ghost of Dekel Chiron had shown up in the doctor's house. That was a long way away from the order house. If the spirit was haunting something, it did at this point not seem to be the order house, but the thief. Was that possible? Could a grudge cause a haunting like this? It sure made the ghost able to move about more. I realized I needed to learn more about the behavior patterns of the dead. In Atlantis, someone must surely have written a book or two about it at one point. Now was not the time, though, because the door behind me opened and I heard someone come in. Since I was seated on a hard and uncomfortable chair, my hands cuffed to the nasty table, I couldn't stand to greet the constable. "Isn't this a little excessive?" I asked, lifting my hands a fraction and making the cuffs rattle. I was only trying to buy some fruit. "Somehow I doubt that," a male voice answered. There was something familiar about it, and I studied the man with curiosity the moment he came into my view. He was middle-aged, normal height, dark hair, and a face that had some recognizable features like the blue eyes and something about the angle of the cheekbones. They reminded me of my mother. "Uncle Alan?" He was opening a file he'd dared put on the table but looked up at this. "That's Inspector Sierran to you." I began, but shut up at this. It had been years since I'd seen him, and the last time the room had been tense. I could remember that much. There had been unspoken things with my parents, and I had been too young for them to tell me much. All I knew was what I'd picked up, that he did not approve of my parents' involvement with the Red Kin. He was my maternal uncle, and like my mother, he'd taken my grandfather's first name as his last. He'd worked for the constabulary all my years in Atlantis, probably longer, and I'd always suspected some tension lay there. "So, you're an inspector now," Congratulations." Uncle Alan eyed me a moment, his face devoid of any emotion, but it was there. "No thanks to you and your parents." Right. My teenage assumptions had been spot on then. "Isn't it better to achieve such things on your own merits?" I quipped. Boy, was that the wrong thing to say. He stared at me some more. Only this time, he didn't bother to hide his disdain for me. This was not the way to go about this. I'd already been here for several hours, and my uncle was not here to help. It was rather the opposite, judging by that icy stare. It gave me a bad feeling seeing that. Those eyes were so similar to my mother's. "Listen, Uncle." "Inspector Sieran. Listen, I was only there looking to buy fruit. You're a convicted criminal, Ms. Morgan." He kept his eyes on the file before him. Likely a copy of the same file Agaton had used against me last night. "Banished from Atlantis." "Yeah, for 2 years, though. That time is up," I interrupted and then shut up again. "Banished from Atlantis for crimes against the state." He looked at me again. "And now that you're back, the first thing you do is buy fruit during a massive theft from the stands." Massive theft? In the ensuing chaos of several stands toppling over, quite a lot of goods were stolen. Maybe more thieves like the boy who'd attempted to steal the quinces had been around and taken advantage of the situation. I couldn't see the hooded man spending time on it in his haste to flee. "So you're saying I was part of a fruit theft?" "I don't know." "Were you?" "I think you know my father left me enough money not to have to steal food." Uncle Alan's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of his brother-in-law. I had a feeling he blamed him for his sister ending up with the kin. "Are you insinuating I stole fruit because you're out to get my family? Because I'm sure I can hand that money over to a lawyer who will shred your hostility to pieces." As soon as those words left my mouth, I felt my face turn warm. Where had that come from? I was not one to challenge authority. I was used to following orders, to not think or decide for myself. At least, my time Earthside had been good for more than learning how to use my daggers. Uncle Alan was not appreciative, though. "Ask the vendors. I was there to buy fruit," I added before he could say anything, fighting to keep my voice carefree. I only had to hope none of them had seen my fall. I was taken back to the holding cell and placed among the others again. The cell was better kept than the interrogation room. It was a large room with some benches and one wall made of nothing but iron bars. That wall faced the busy bullpen, and I watched my uncle a bit while he worked at his desk. He must have seen my name among the arrested people and taken an interest because he didn't seem all that involved with the others. "That constable causing you grief?" a familiar voice said. It was the woman from the fruit market who'd come up to stand beside me. "Why are you in here?" I asked her. The woman shrugged. The constabulary became more of an act now, ask later kind of force after the Red Coup. "Ah," I nodded. I hadn't even known how many kin members had been inserted into the Lantian constabulary until after the kin's fall. It must have been difficult, not to mention dangerous for the honest constables for many years. "It'll get sorted." The woman shrugged casually. "It always does. Mind you, I could have tidied up and sold more of my wares during this time." I was seeing why she hadn't bothered calling the constabulary on the young thief. After all, nothing had been stolen, and the boy had at the very least learned not to steal from this woman again. "What's your name?" I asked her. "Marcia. Emery." She nodded and then eyed my uncle again. "So is he bothering you?" "Yup." "Well, the best way to stop that is to stab them in the balls. That always gets them to back off." "Yikes, Marcia." I held my hands up in mock surrender, but with a genuine grimace on my face. "No, it's not like that. He's my uncle, but he is out to get me." Marcia shook her head and tutted at me. "So he's an act now, don't ask at all kind of constable?" "Inspector." "Ugh, that's worse." "Yep." Marcia gripped one bar lightly with one hand and leaned against the metal. I suppose it could help then if someone were to tell of your good deed with a young thief? Well, yeah? But not, of course, a man jumping out a window and breaking several stands, and then you tumbling out the same window seconds later? I sighed. Marcia grinned, revealing 2 missing teeth on the right side of her mouth. Just the part about stopping a thief would be nice. Marcia nodded her agreement. That was your civic duty. Shows your law-abiding spirit, that does. Going by that logic, shouldn't this be your civic duty too? Unlike you and your fancy clothes, I can't afford to be all that civic-minded. If I was better dressed, well, that's another matter. I'd be dressed for the part. She winked at me and then looked down at my legs, or rather, my jeans. You want my jeans? I have no intention of spending time here in my underwear. Marcia thought about it. We could trade. No, we can't because no offense, Marcia. Your trousers, lovely as they may be, will be like shorts on me. Also, they were worn and full of holes, her height being the most polite way of declining. I could see why she wanted a good pair of jeans, though. She wouldn't wear them out that fast. Well, she reasoned, you seem like a trustworthy lass to me, stopping thieves and all. I believe you'll deliver them later. I considered this. My uncle was still busy, no doubt delaying what he could. Buying myself out of jail? Not a good start to clearing my name. But I had a partner somewhere. With the ghost obviously no longer possessing Loki, I had no idea what had happened to him. I also had an ex-kin member in need of help, and I needed to find a missing crown jewel. Being stuck here longer than necessary was not on the top of my list of priorities. I knew I'd get out. Uncle Alan was just causing trouble because he could. Deal, I told Marcia, and avoided sealing it with a handshake in case anyone should notice. About an hour later, I was signing the paper with my brief statement and the receipt for my confiscated possessions. What's the deal with that inspector anyway? I asked the clerk, who seemed chatty enough, at least about the weather. That kind of chatting had never interested me. Inspector Sierin, you mean? I nodded. He seemed awfully tense, the clerk suggested. Apparently, I wasn't the first to ask. Yeah, among other things. Well, he was passed up for promotion a few times. Not for lack of abilities, mind you. Some criminal in his family or something. Maybe someone higher up in the Thieves' Guild? The clerk made a face that said who knows. Anyway, he finally got his promotion a year ago. It didn't make him ease up. I'll bet. Thanks, I told him, and took my lone dagger and other things and left. So Uncle Alan had been held back for years, and likely because of me and my parents. I was seeing how my name being involved in any kind of crime would irk him, no matter how innocent I was. And I wasn't 100% innocent in this case, but he didn't know that. It was still dark when I left the station house, but it was late at night, probably early morning now. I glanced around to locate a nearby clock tower. They were everywhere in the city, and confirmed it to be 4:45 in the morning. I had things to do. First, I needed to go home and check if Loki was there, and to get a pair of jeans for Marcia. Then I needed to... A hand clamped around my upper arm, stopping my descent of the wide stone steps in front of the station house. You don't fool me for a bit, Uncle Alan said. He'd caught up with me, his face not looking any more inclined to express anything but frost toward me. You've been here a day? And then you show up in Bayside Row, armed nonetheless, and in the middle of whatever happened at the market? He shook his head as if to agree with his own reasoning. I don't know what to tell you, Uncle. Inspector Sierin. Nevertheless, I carefully pulled my arm out of his grip, which was lax anyway. Unless you have a family dinner to invite me to, I have somewhere to be. In Bayside Row? In Trenton Place. Judging by his angered face, my parents' house wasn't much better. But he said nothing else, and I walked away. Honestly, I wanted to run. Not because I feared him, but because his anger and mistrust was justified. He'd paid for what my parents and I had been a part of, and now I wasn't doing anything to mend fences with him. Instead, I'd made an enemy in the constabulary. For someone trying to walk on the right side of the law, that was a mistake, and yet I couldn't stop it. Chapter 9. It was daylight again by the time I had tracked down the hooded man for the second time. Loki had not been in Trenton Place, nor had Walworth seen him since we'd left together. Walworth had seemed somewhat relieved, but I was not. Either Loki had done a runner on me and left me to do the job on my own, or he was still in trouble. I'd considered going back to the Order first, but since the ghost and the gem were connected to the thief, I'd decided on finding him while he was still in possession of my dagger. The familiar pull of the weapon had once again steered me back to Bayside Row, and so I'd handed over my payment of exactly 1 pair of jeans to Marcia. The fruit and vegetable market was back to business by now. It had looked like nothing had happened. Marcia had looked at the brand new pair of jeans in awe, and I suspected she'd not truly believed I'd deliver on our agreement. I hadn't considered going back on my word, though. How else was I going to go about the gigantic task of restoring my name if I went about being dishonest? I avoided thinking about the fact that paying her off had been for getting out of the station house faster. Small steps and all. I was across the street from an old temple when I sensed my missing dagger being close by. The building was old and in terrible shape, judging by the moss-covered stone walls, overgrown garden, and shutters and doors hanging askew off their hinges. Odd. Unused buildings were often occupied by those who had little or nothing, but this place seemed empty. Not that I could see through walls, but I did not get the vibe of anyone being near. Except for my dagger. I quickly crossed the street and entered, taking care to be silent. The building had once been a temple for Ate, goddess of mischief and folly. Her statue still stood at the center of the large open space inside the domed and circular building. Her head and left hand had been broken off a long time ago, but she was standing on anguished human heads. Most temples had been abandoned and then reused for different purposes when the actual gods had turned up and begun living among humans long ago, much like the goddess Ate had once been forced to do. This temple was situated in Bayside Row, though. Maybe the Thieves' Guild had laid claim to it? That would explain why no one else was there. Old wooden benches and tables lay strewn between huge columns that formed a circle between the headless goddess and the outer walls. The wood looked rotten. Some of it seemed to have fallen from above, too. Birds flapped their wings up under the now exposed ceiling. The floor of an attic must have fallen at some point. A strangled noise caught my attention. Except for the birds, I saw no one. I sidled closer to one column, taking care not to tread on any of the debris on the floor. Sounded. What in the hells? I bent sideways and craned my neck to see around the column, and my pulse sped up at the sight of the ghost. It had the hooded man pinned down on a broken bench, its clammy hands covering the lower half of the man's face. I could see him struggling to breathe, his legs kicking wildly next to the ghost. "Stop it!" I yelled and emerged from behind the column. I hoped my sharp voice would at least startle the spirit enough to give the thief some air. I needed that man alive. But I was wrong. The spirit's hands were glued to the man. I grabbed a broken chair and flung it at the kneeling ghost's back. It merely bounced off. I already knew it was corporeal, so that was no surprise. Its intensity in killing the thief was, though. I lifted another chair and moved close enough to slam it onto the spirit's back. Nothing. Nothing but a splintered chair. The hooded man's legs kicked slower. I could see the desperation in his eyes. I don't know what came over me then, but I went to my knees beside him and the ghost and took hold of the ghost's hands, meaning to pry them loose if I could. But the moment I touched its skin, the spirit turned its gaunt and intense face on me. I jerked back at the sight, but it had locked onto me now. The clammy and cold hands reached for me, and I recoiled and stumbled back, much like the thief had. Hard angles stuck into my back and thighs as the spirit only seemed to flow after me. It didn't seem to be hindered by the debris all around us. If it was haunting the thief, it had forgotten about him now. Its hands slid uncomfortably across my neck and face, its fingers pressing into my skin. I tried pushing them away, but the strength of the dead soul was too much. "Stop it!" I cried. "Stop! I need to—" One hand slid over my mouth, muffling my words. Deckel's pale and drawn face was all I could see now. He leaned over me, ready to snuff me out. His mouth kept moving, slow, and somehow desperate. The only word I could make out was Avalon. I needed to breathe. Tried kicking, but the ghost didn't seem to notice. Or care. My lungs burned and my heart pounded. How long before it would slow down? I couldn't push the hands away. They felt like cement molded to my face. An absolute sense of desperation fell over me. My brain stopped thinking, and I gave up on pushing at unmovable hands. Instead, I reached for my lone dagger, a weapon I'd come to see as extensions of my own hands over the past 2 years. I didn't have iron or steel on me to fight a ghost, but I couldn't give up despite the hopelessness. So I pulled the only weapon I had from its sheath and, with hardly any leverage, swung it up and toward the ghost's belly. The awkward angle allowed for only a scratch, and at first I saw nothing. Then the eyes of the ghost took on an almost human appearance because they widened in fear and its mouth froze in a scream. It took me a moment to realize the scream was audible, high-pitched and piercing, reminiscent of a banshee's scream. The ghost started convulsing, its head bobbing forward in an almost comedic rendition of a chicken. Then it shivered, stared at me, and faded so fast I was still lying there with my dagger raised above me. "What?" I uttered, my ragged breath stopping me from adding fouler words to my confusion. I stared at my dagger. I didn't know what it was made of, but it only worked against magic. So what was going on? This was not a ghost, was it? It couldn't be. I eased over on my side to check on the hooded man, but he was gone. I cursed on the inside while I got to my feet, stumbling due to the edges I was trying to balance on, and rationing my intake of air for my lungs rather than the things I wanted to shout in anger and fear. I saw him the moment I was upright. The hooded man was staggering like a drunkard toward an open doorway placed diagonally from the main entrance. He must be in shock and pain because I had not seen him move with so little grace before. I ran after him, but before I could catch up, he must have heard me. You didn't live long as a thief, whether inside or outside the guild in Atlantis, unless you knew how to survive. Despite his pained confusion, he must have heard me, because he glanced over his shoulder before he legged it into the garden behind the temple. I followed him and was at once surrounded by the overgrown garden I'd seen parts of from the street, only there was so much more here. The grass needed a date with a scythe, ferns snagged at my shoes, and the scents of various orchids were overwhelming. Huge weeping willows made the entire area feel enclosed with their hanging branches. Atlantis was a cornucopia when it came to flora. Everything had been brought in at some point, and because of the warm climate, most things grew happily. Regarding one of those hanging branches, I could see the thief heading right for it. I sped up, banking on having lost less oxygen than him. If he got up into the tree, I wasn't sure how to catch him. I did not equate myself to a trained thief's climbing abilities. The man jumped up and reached for a sturdy-looking branch with his hands. I ran and jumped too, but I aimed for his legs rather than the branch. He lost his grip with a yelp, and we both landed on the ground with cries of pain. My hold on his legs loosened a bit, and he kicked at me, hitting my chest. I gasped and then bit my teeth together. I smashed a fist into the back of his thigh. He howled in pain. My brutal handling of his wound bought me a second, though. I crawled forward over his legs, but he twisted under me until he was halfway over on his side and elbowed me in the ribs. "Ah, I need to talk," I began, but he twisted again and shoved me off. On pure instinct, I reached out for balance and grabbed a fistful of his hair without seeing. He cried out as his movements threw me off. I let go and rolled sideways, not sure where he was anymore. Something thudded beside me, likely his foot where I'd just been. I twisted 90 degrees on the ground, spotted him like a shadow above me, and kicked at his leg. His darkened form toppled, and I rolled back and got to my feet, the smell of grass all around me, the actual straws on me. A foot came out of nowhere, and it was all I could do to raise my arms and block. The hard impact had my right knee almost to the ground before I deflected sideways and moved to his opposite side. I noticed my opponent hadn't drawn either his own or my dagger, and that was even though I still had mine in my hand. Interesting. Knife fights could be nasty, both with trained and untrained fighters. The fact that our daggers were a little bigger made no difference. The thief came at me again, sending blow after blow toward my face and upper body. At first, it was all I could do to block him and deflect. He never gave me a chance to do anything with the dagger but hold it. I noticed his strained right leg. The wound was hurting him, and he was ignoring it. His focus on my dagger was my best bet, though. I blocked his attempted punches, my underarms aching from the blows. Moving my right arm more, his attention was off my left. My attempts with the dagger were half-hearted, but he could not ignore the sharp weapon. When his hands clamped down on my arm to control the dagger, and likely twisted until I let go, I intentionally let my guard down. I bent my fingers at the second joint and jabbed at his throat. The impact couldn't choke him from the sideways angle, but he jerked back without letting go of my arm, and then stumbled back due to my waiting foot behind his leg. I was pulled with him but twisted free and glided by him, ready to kick or wait, depending on his next move. "I just want to—" I began, and then noticed the thin sapling he'd landed on that was now bent so taut I had no chance when he noticed it too, and moved his shoulder up, releasing it. I twisted to get out of the way, but the sapling smacked my ass so hard I stumbled forward. "You've got to be kidding me!" I snarled, turning around as fast as I could. The thief was already on his feet, running back toward the temple. "No!" I shouted, though for what reason I had no clue. He would not stop and listen, but he had the gem. I was running after him long before he reached the open doorway, awkwardly jumping over the fallen door on the ground there. He was visibly struggling with his leg now. I had no choice. This was my only chance. I needed to retrieve that jewel. I wanted so badly not to be looked at the way my uncle had. The moment I entered the temple again, though, I saw a moving shadow to my left. I cast a glance at the apparition, concluded that the shadow was indeed the spirit, and ran the other way. No way was I letting Dackel lay his cold, dead hands on me again. I could sense him following and ran straight ahead. There was too much clutter in the room. I scampered up a pile of broken furniture, pieces of it tumbling down around me. Then I heard a shout. I saw the thief across the room, the ghost now aiming for him. The hooded man's limp was decidedly worse now. He must have strained his injured leg more than it could take. He had his hands up in front of him, desperation emanating from his whole stance. He didn't even draw his weapons. He must have known his steel dagger wouldn't help by now and had likely not seen how I had chased away the apparition before. Well, I needed that damn thief alive, not choked to death. I drew my dagger, shifted my grip, aimed and threw it towards the spirit. It flew right past the headless Ate and burrowed into Dackel's back. I gulped air as the same high-pitched scream sounded and Dackel's body twitched and shuddered. Then, like the first time, he vanished from sight. My dagger fell and landed in a small pile of what had once been a bench. I clumsily made my way down the bigger pile I was on and scurried over to retrieve it before the hooded man could steal it, but I needn't have bothered. He sank to the floor and leaned back against the nearest column and was breathing hard. His wounded leg was stretched out to ease the pain, I assumed. I got closer but kept my dagger at the ready. When he noticed me, His eyes sought a place in the middle of the room, nothing but debris to be seen. I vaguely wondered if there might be a secret entrance or the like, but did not have time for that. I needed him for other things than finding out where the Thieves' Guild hung out. "I only want to talk," I told him. I kept my eyes on his hands more than his face, expecting nothing but trouble. "Right." He scoffed the sarcasm out. "That's what I've been trying to tell you all along. I saw you talking to Stephanie. I know you're trying to kill me." "Who's Stephanie?" I asked. "Oh, you mean Maletta?" Should have known that wasn't her real name. Not like she's a real acolyte. "What are you talking about?" I took another couple of steps and he moved his hand to his dagger, but seemed too worn out to bother. Instead, he wiped sweat from his forehead and sighed. "Just get it over with." "Get what over with?" "Oh!" I added again, feeling more clueless this time. "I'm not here to kill you." "I saw you together." "Well, if that's all it takes to be a murderer, then I should say the same. I saw you with her, too." A flicker of doubt crept into his eyes. "For God's sake, I'm not here to kill you." I couldn't hide the exasperation in my voice. To emphasize my statement, I sheathed my dagger and crossed my arms. Okay, the last one was more of a demonstration of his stupid claim. Either way, he looked like he might believe me, at least like he wanted to. "You have something I want," he said nothing to that. "It's a sapphire, known as the Glory of Avalon." The man huffed and pulled his hood back. His dark hair was unruly on top due to curls that had grown out a bit. "And you say you don't work for Stephanie. I mean, Maletta. What do you think she's after?" "Well, I assume she brought it to the Order. I have it on good authority that she had access to it a couple of years ago." I did not add, "in the Red Kin, where we kept items of importance to the city illegally because we'd usurped the state, etc., and so on. He didn't need to know that. That jewel is the only thing keeping him here." "Keeping who? The spirit of the Master of the Order?" The man paused and then nodded. I glanced around, hoping it wouldn't be back quickly, like last time. Hopefully there was a difference between stabbing it and scratching it. "He's not a ghost," I said. "I know, I already tried using my dagger on him. Steel should work, but it did nothing." "Yeah, that's because there's magic at play here." "He's not dead. That's what's important," the man said, and then groaned due to shifting his position. He touched the back of his thigh and his hand came out bloody. He'd opened the wound the doctor had stitched up for him. "I need your help here," I told him. "And it sounds like you have more invested in this than a sapphire." He stared at me then, straight on, no care for caution despite being worn out and exhausted. There was something so familiar about his face. "What's your name?" I asked him. "Damien. Damien Deckel." "Deckel, right." I nodded to myself. "Deckel Chiron is your father? And Helios Deckel is your brother?" They had to be, judging by age, and Damien dipped his chin to confirm. "So the not ghost is your father, and the guy running the Order is your brother. You only got half of that right. Helios isn't running anything." "Yeah, right. Then who is?" "It's Maletta." I drew a deep breath at those words. Oh no. I shook my head in a denial that would not manifest properly. I had wanted to help her, to help another ex-kin member move on. Why'd she have to go and do this, whatever this mess was? And if she was the one running the show in the Order, then that meant she was in control of Loki, too. No wonder he hadn't gotten out when no longer possessed by Deckel. Chapter 10. A witch? Damien stared at the sign above Dell's door with a frown. A bog witch. That doesn't make it better. She's still a witch. They can be cruel. So can people in general. Ready? Damien, who was leaning against the nearest house wall, groaned, but I didn't think it was in pain. Yes, witches had reputations. Some were justified, while some, I assumed, were not, though they kept people in respect. Still, we had a magical problem, and we needed a magical solution. Since either of us had one, we had little choice. I didn't know anyone who'd help me, especially if they knew my history, so Dell was my only option. I didn't want to presume or take advantage of our young and re-established friendship, but I didn't know who else to ask, and I did not know how long we had before non-ghost Deckel showed up to kill his son again. I sighed and crossed the street, hearing the uneven steps of Damien close by. This was not the kind of problem I'd expected when returning to Atlantis. The bell above the front door rang when we walked inside. Dell was at work, crouched down in front of a small girl of only 5 or so, her mother standing next to them. "And if you are good and take your medicine, you can have this as a reward." A bright red lollipop with the diameter of a golf ball manifested in Dell's hand, and the girl's eyes were like transfixed marbles. "But only if you'll be a good girl and take your medicine," Dell repeated and handed the lollipop to the mother. "Can you do that for me?" The girl nodded vigorously, her eyes locked on her mother's coat pocket, which now housed the sweet treasure. "And you said witches are cruel?" I whispered to Damien. "Something's not right about this," he whispered back. "Actually, this is pretty normal around here." We stepped aside to let the pair pass and walked over to Dell, who smiled in greeting. "Emery, and friend, welcome." I introduced Damien to her and began explaining our situation, but she caught on to another problem fast. "That leg of yours doesn't look good. Shall I have a look at it?" Damien got a look of worry on his face, his mouth frozen in an, that honestly reminded me of the tormented face of his not-ghost father. Witches were known to fix the odd illness, like whatever that little girl had, but Damien didn't seem to know this, or it was only him not trusting a witch. "Yes, please," I intervened before he could say anything. "I'll pay for it. After all, I caused it." Dell peered around Damien, who'd frozen on the spot and saw more than enough. "You stabbed him and then brought him here? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds bad." "That's because it is bad," Damien snarled with indignation. Apparently, being irritated at my dagger-throwing abilities lessened his doubts about receiving help from a witch, because he let Dell lead him into the back room, where she proceeded to clean and sew up his wound much like Dr. Gregory had last night. The only difference was that Dell did not use rubbing alcohol to clean the wound, but some green concoction and a beige cream. Judging by the look on Damien's face, they both burned to the same level as alcohol did. While she did this, I recounted the events at the Order of the Learned and the Reflective, and what had transpired after I'd followed Damien. "Followed me?" he interrupted at this point, and then squinted his eyes shut while Dell finished another stitch in the back of his thigh. "I thought Maletta had sent you to kill me." "Why would she do that if she's already sicked her not-ghost on you for that exact purpose?" "I don't know. I've been followed by him for a couple of days now. I was distracted. One of you would have gotten to me eventually." "I'm not an assassin." This time the indignation came from me. "And I would know this how?" Well, he had a point there. "Except judging from the way a smack on the ass stopped you. That is, of course, not particularly assassin-like." I scoffed at him, opened my mouth, and then thought of no appropriate comeback, especially since I saw the half-hidden smile on Dell's face. There was also the still, lingering sting of that sapling. My pride hurt the most. "Well, I began when my brain finally thought of a comeback, but Dell beat me to it. "I think the important thing here is that neither of you seems to want to kill each other, and I'm more interested in this non-ghost anyway." She finished her last stitch on Damien, who tried straightening up from where he was leaning against a table, but she gently pushed him back and wet a cotton swab with the green liquid before rubbing it on the now reclosed wound. "Why do you call it that? What, a non-ghost?" She nodded and got some gauze and began rolling it around Damien's thigh. "Because I don't see how he can be. Loki threw a bag full of salt at him and nothing happened. I tried iron, still nothing. In desperation, when I used one of my daggers," I indicated the two now reunited daggers on my hip, "he shrieked in pain and disappeared." Dell thought about this while she fastened the bandage, and finally let Damien straighten up and pull his trousers up. "And this creature's behavior before this?" "Levitation, throwing things around, attacking us. You know, the usual poltergeist thing. That's what I thought he was at first." They both stared at me. "Poltergeist?" Dell asked. "Seriously?" I looked from one to the other. "The one thing I know about ghosts, and it's not a thing?" "Not here, I guess. What is a poltergeist?" I told her. "Sounds like your run-of-the-mill ghost to me." Dell shrugged and began clearing away her wound-stitching equipment. "I'm going to guess, though, that the salt and iron was your new partner's idea?" "Yes." There was no point in asking how she knew. I'd not been taught such things in the kin. I only knew of poltergeists from movies I'd seen Earthside. "But your partner was possessed by this spirit?" "Yes." She looked to Damien then. "And you're certain this woman, Maletta, is controlling the spirit? Your father?" He nodded, eyes downcast at the mention of his father's fate. "Right." Dell stopped moving and crossed her arms while looking up at the ceiling. They both remained like that for a few minutes, lost in different thoughts. Earthside, they would both have looked like some kind of cosplayers. He in his black and gray leather and fabric, she in her leather pants, white shirt, and tight denim vest. Here, it was normal and kind of on the boring side. "You said you chased him away with your dagger? If by chased away you mean disappeared in a screaming puff, then yes." "I sensed nothing magical from those." She indicated the weapons with a nod. "Are you sure?" "Yes." I sighed and pulled one from its scabbard and proffered it to her, hilt first. I'd never done that to anyone in Atlantis before, not until I'd ended up stranded Earthside, and Kerwin Bowden's preaching had not been gospel anymore. Dell took the dagger and inspected it, careful not to accidentally cut herself on the razor-sharp edge. "Nothing. I can't sense anything." "They do little without me," I admitted. "But they are useful when breaking minor spells." Interesting. I have seen such things, but they are usually magic themselves. I can sense that." She held the dagger up against the light from a lamp above. When this revealed nothing either, she lowered it and handed it back to me. "I don't know the answer to that riddle, but if these weapons dispel and repel magic, then I believe you're right about his father." She indicated Damien with a sideways tilt to the head, eyes still on my dagger. "He's not a ghost. Tell me, was this Maletta in the room when your partner was possessed?" "No, but she could have seen us. All the rooms are connected. The ghost, not ghost, was attacking us. It was saying something." I closed my eyes in exasperation at myself. Your father was trying to tell me something about the glory of Avalon. That was when she put the magic inhibitor on both of them." "There's some free will in him, then." "Good," Dell proclaimed, and then wandered over to a bookcase placed far away from the stove in the large kitchen. "I think I know what this is." She removed a tome of a book from the shelf, and then carried it over and put it on the enormous kitchen table. Let me see," she mumbled while she turned the pages of the old book at a speed that would have any archivist pull their hair out in dread. "Here," she announced with triumph and smiled. "I think you're dealing with a fetch." Damien and I stared at her. What now?" he blurted. At least I wasn't the only clueless person in the room. This couldn't be your typical supernatural being, then. Most Lantians knew a thing or two about the magical, even if they couldn't use it themselves. It came with living in a city with so much magic around. A fetch. It's a spirit, sort of. But it is the twin spirit of a living person. They look the same, sound the same, but the fetch's energy is drawn from the living person. Oh, I interrupted, realization dawning. Like a doppelganger. I was met with the same blank stares as before. Really? Nothing? Doppelganger? Like... I was reaching for straws here. Walker? Ah, Dell said in understanding. Yes, I suppose you could call it that. But it's a fetch. Fine, I muttered. My German vocabulary, which encompassed all of 3 words, was not useful here. It had been nice following along with the magical discussion for the time it had lasted, though. Tell us about the fetch, please. A fetch is a magical creature. It is created by magic but needs living energy to be sustained. So, my father is alive? Damien sounded like he hadn't quite believed it 100% before now. I can't see any other answer. Dell smiled at the hopeful man and then focused on her book again, skimming through the contents, judging by how fast her finger moved down the pages. It also explains the sign of free will in him, and why Emery's magic-dispelling daggers can send him away. Iron and salt are the best repellents for actual ghosts, at least if you don't wield any potent magic. Luckily, vengeful spirits are not that common. Is there something we can do, though? I asked her. Deckel is trying to kill Damien. Would he normally do that? I added to the thief. No. Why would he? By the look on Damien, I might as well have had a nail sticking out of my skull, considering how ridiculous a question that was. Well, you are a thief. So? That makes me the black sheep of the family. He scoffed in derision. Hardly a reason to murder your own son, and you're one to talk. What? I'm not a thief. Really? You just happened to show up in my father's order looking for the sapphire. To bring it back to its rightful owner, not steal it. So you work for the constabulary? Gods, no, I blurted a little too fast. I mean, the authorities, the pyramid. Why do you mention the constabulary? Are they on to you? I did not want to see the look on my uncle's face if they showed up again and I was in the company of a thief. There was no way to explain that to him, considering his negative view of me. No, I don't think so. They came to the order a few days ago. They did? Yes. I watched from outside, in the street. They left again shortly after. I don't know why they came. Huh. I mulled this over but couldn't see an answer. Fortunately, Dell could see one-to-one of our most pressing problems. Here, yes, I think I might help. How? There is mention of a potion here. She stopped at the sound of the bell out in her shop. Give me a minute. She went to greet her customer. The moment she left, a pang of unease hit me. I glanced at Damien. I hoped she wouldn't be long. I was so bad at small talk. Thankfully, he had more to say on the subject of the order, the weather not on his mind. How long before my father returns, do you think? Damien looked around the busy kitchen. I should think you're safe here. Dell likely has all kinds of wards up to guard her home and business. Damien only looked halfway convinced. But what choice did he have but to wait? So, I began and took a seat by the table, watching him closely. The sapphire? You have it, don't you? Could be. Right. Why did you steal it? He eyed me for a long while, the murmur of voices from the front room the only sound. Then he sighed and sat on the nearest chair, before wincing in pain and scooting farther out on the seat. I tried to get my father to see reason. She was making his order members disappear. I couldn't find my brother. Helios? Yes. We get along despite my, career choices. But Helios was there yesterday. I met with him. I know. Something happened a few days back. Suddenly my father was gone and Helios had returned. Yet he insisted everything is fine. I know him too well for that. It was all too suspicious. Damien shrugged. So I broke in, and I found the sapphire, the size of a large egg. Must be worth a fortune. And I thought, how does my father have something like this in his house? It made little sense. The order has always gotten by, but barely. And now he was suddenly richer than Plutus? Damien shook his head and sighed. It seemed absurd to him, and I was inclined to agree. This gem would be worth a fortune or two. It wasn't only the stone itself, but its history and status as a crown jewel. Anyway, Damien went on, my spying had revealed that Maletta, which is what you call her, as the one behind it all. An acolyte by the looks of her. But don't be fooled. I nodded my agreement, swearing silently to myself not to be fooled again. She's the one running the order now. What's left, at least. Yes, I agreed. That gem was her payment to your father. My guess is she made a deal with him to stay hidden within the order until she could leave the city. Leave the city? Why? There isn't much but desert out there. I mean through the veil. Why would she wait to do that? She could just apply and... His words trailed off when he saw me shake my head at this. She can't? Oh. She's one of the readies. Yes. Before the fall, she stole the glory of Avalon from the pyramid, as insurance, I guess. But there was no way out of the city, and so she used it to pay for a hiding place. I don't think your father realized it belongs to the city. It's too hot to sell, but you already know that, don't you? Well, that depends on the buyer, doesn't it? I need it, Damien. Oh, I know. There wasn't a hint of a taunt on his face. He picked up a thin pencil from the table and began twirling it between his fingers, back and forth. So, what's your plan? I don't know yet, but regardless, it starts with whatever Dell can fix for us. Us? I'm going back, aren't you? Why would you? What if I give you the sapphire now? I laughed at that. That won't happen. He conceded that with a lopsided smile. That's true. Why are you going there? This isn't your problem. My partner of 2 days is still back there, so I should look for him. Also, I am trying to do the right thing here. Noble motives. How quaint. To a thief, maybe, but not to a... I stopped myself, and that made it even more obvious. The Red Kin had prided themselves on their honesty. Their apparent honesty, as I'd come to learn. A what? He tilted his head sideways and stared at me. Oh, that's how you know Maletta. I saw you talking. Your body language showed ease and familiarity. You're a kinswoman. Usually, people got a look of disgust on their faces when they found out, but Damien's was surprisingly blank. Ex-kinswoman. I am trying to make up for it, I said, my eyes not fully meeting his. Why? You're as much a criminal as I am. More, actually, considering thieves rarely dabble in state coups. Why? Because I want to make amends, to right a wrong. Too late. Remember the beloved 10. I held up a hand to silence him and was thankful he stopped that line of thought. The beloved 10 had been the catalyst for the fall of the kin. 10 children caught in the crossfire of the kin's bumbled attempt at killing some rogue vampires. It had been a hard truth for me to take in when I'd learned the kin were guilty of their deaths. We'd all been told otherwise, of course. Damien considered this and then nodded. Fine. I believe your motivations. How about a deal? The sapphire for freeing my father from this nightmare. And I should take the word of a thief? That he'll give up such a price? My family is worth more to me. And besides, you said so yourself, the gem is hard to sell. Hard, yet not impossible. But yes, I believed him. I'd seen his face of not only horror but grief at the sight of his father when he'd come to kill him. This had to be a nightmare for Damien, too. Proof? I asked. He did some motion with his pencil-free hand, plucking a large octagon-shaped sparkling blue sapphire from his clothes, holding it up long enough for me to stare wide-eyed before he hid it somewhere on his body again. I hadn't seen where he'd taken it from, nor where he'd put it, and I knew it would change places again without me noticing. "Sorry about that," Dell's voice broke in when she re-entered the kitchen. I could hear the bell tinkling out in the front room as her customer left. "That's a mighty protective talisman you've got there." She nodded toward Damien. "A what now?" he asked. "An artifact of power, a sheltering stone. They're rare. I can sense the air of truth about it." "You can?" Dell smiled and returned to the book. "Yes. Until now, you struck me as an unusually dependable and protective thief. The stone's attributes rubbed off on you there." I snorted at that, and Damien shot me an insulted look. "So, where were we?" Dell stopped and glanced between us, an unspoken question on her face. Apparently, she'd already forgotten about the giant sapphire in the room. Maybe bog witches merely deemed such things trinkets, or maybe she just respected that it wasn't hers. "Deal," I told Damien, and then turned toward her. "Something about a potion?" "Yes. It won't drive the fetch away or kill it, but it might buy you some time if nothing else. There's only one problem." Of course there was. And that is? "I need something that belongs to the fetch." "I have nothing on me," Damien said, looking forlorn, the pencil immobile between two of his fingers. "That means we have to return to the Order. Daikel lives there, after all, but—" I looked at Damien, then stared at him. He glanced nervously at Dell before I thought of something. "What about his DNA?" "His what?" Damien seemed confused. Dell looked like she was trying to remember something. "His DNA," I repeated. "The little building blocks we're all made up of. Trust me, it's a big deal Earthside." "Yes, I've heard of this." Dell nodded her agreement. "Some of it would be in his son, yes?" "I should think so. We get genes and whatnot from both parents." I wished I'd watched more CSI Earthside. Although medicine had come a long way in Atlantis, forensics was not all that developed. "In me?" Damien glanced down at his stomach, probably thinking we were talking about cutting him open. "A few drops of blood should do the trick. Or some hair. Yeah, I think this could work. It probably wasn't what the gnome who wrote this book had in mind, but it would be something of the fetch's living double. Great, let's try it. I'll pay." "No, Em. I'll be glad to help." "Yeah, I figured. But as I've been reminded this night, you're the only magically enhanced person I know in this city, and I don't want to take advantage of you. So, I'll pay. For his injuries, too," I added. "That's a given." Damien huffed and shifted slightly on the chair, probably to demonstrate the pain I'd caused him. I was beginning to wish I'd hit him in the ass, just to make it truly embarrassing. "Oh, Emery, you're working so hard to restore your name. I'd like to help, which is why I should pay. But we must agree on this now because I do not want to have this discussion ever again." There was no way I would not pay her for her work, friend or not. She was about to argue further, that was clear, but she stopped herself, and visibly sank a bit. She'd risen to her toes a moment there. "All right. Find me something suitable. Not money, mind you, as a one-time payment, and we'll call that a deal. For a while." She smiled, obviously thinking a while could be a long time, while I was thinking the opposite. But I already had an idea, so I let it be for now. I knew we'd be having this discussion again. "Did you make that yourself?" I asked her and pointed at her tight-fitting denim vest. It looked like a cross between that and a bustier, holding her flowing white shirt in place underneath. "Yes, from an old pair of jeans. They were so worn, I was one step away from tearing them and showing my panties to the world." The pencil snapped in Damien's hand, and he cleared his throat, refusing to look at Dell. Apparently, he wasn't shy about anyone seeing his underwear, but the thought of Dell's was too much. She had that effect on most men. "Well then," I said, and leaned back with a smile on my face. "I think I have an acceptable form of payment for you." Bringing a backpack full of jeans with me to Atlantis was beginning to seem like the best decision I'd made in a long time. Chapter 11. "This should do the trick," Dell announced. She placed several vials with a clear yet sharply red liquid in them on the counter in her shop. She had assured us it was not Damien's blood that was the cause, but the magic imbued in the potion. "Well, half a trick at least," Dell added while nodding to herself. "That's not very comforting," Damien pointed out. "I think it would have been better with his DMA. DNA. A DNA directly from your father, but beggars can't be choosers and all that." I decided not to correct her again since she'd just spent over an hour concocting this potion for us. Instead, I began stuffing my pockets with the capped vials and hoped they wouldn't break before I had to use them. "Thanks, Dell. I do owe you one." "Don't start with that again now that you've finally finished," Damien said while filling his own pockets with vials. We both snorted at his comment. "And remember to make sure you hit him straight on, or very close. The liquid should work best, but the vapors will have an effect too, I think." "There you go again," Damien pointed out. "Well, this is my first fetch," Dell said, not offended at all. Then again, she was young. She couldn't possibly have met every kind of supernatural being in her witching career so far. Damien managed a thank you, though, and headed for the front door. "Thanks again," I told Dell and followed him, only to be stopped by him blocking the now open door. "Damien?" I tried peering over his shoulder, but he stepped back and slammed the door shut. "What's going on?" "My father's out there." There was worry and fear in his eyes. "What?" "Let me see." I pushed him aside and opened the door. He wasn't wrong. Out in the square, hovering slightly above the ground, was his father. Or his father's fetch, as it were. It was merely floating there. I got the feeling he was waiting for something. "That's a fetch, all right," Dell said, so close by I startled. I hadn't heard her approach. "Now that I can sense him, I know it's not a ghost. That spirit is pure magic and life force." "Why is it just floating there?" Damien asked, though he didn't come closer to the door to watch. Dell shrugged. "My wards, I assume. It would take a lot to break through the magical barriers I've set up around my shop. So I was right about that then." "I think you should hurry, though," she went on, eyeing the apparition with interest rather than fear. There were a few people out there, too, but the fetch didn't pay them any attention. They seemed to think it was weird enough to stay clear of, walking around it in big circles. Why? "I sense more magic than life force in him. The one who's controlling the actual man seems to tap a lot out of that resource." "That boil slurper," Damien blurted and neared the door again. "I suppose that sums it up," I said and grimaced. I nodded at him nonetheless, and together we walked over Dell's threshold. Time to test our new weapon. We walked with measured steps into Pingbrook Square. The cherub fountain stood next to the fetch, which didn't react at all to the spray of water. "This is so weird," I whispered to Damien. The fetch seemed to have a one-track mind, not caring about anything other than getting the glory of Avalon. I could probably have started singing and dancing in the square, and it wouldn't have made a difference. Like a ghost, it wasn't a living thing, but its only want was its master's demand, to get the sapphire back. "Why isn't it doing anything?" Damien asked. "Maybe it wants to talk?" I suggested. I knew it was capable of speech, albeit not very many words. "Nuh-uh," Damien said. We'd taken another step, and that had to be the boundary of Dell's magical wards, because the fetch jerked into motion. Damien and I froze at the sight of the oncoming nightmare. The twisted face, mouth ever moving, the eyes almost glowing in anger. Run back inside? Or stay? Running back inside wouldn't get us to the order, though. I shoved my hand in a pocket and my fingers enclosed on one of Dell's vials. This was a good time to test them. I yanked it out and hurled it at the fetch. The vial hit it square on, but it bounced off its chest and fell to the ground where it broke, and the liquid sprayed onto its feet and legs, while turning to a hissing, fog-like vapor. The fetch screamed and twisted, its movements halted. Then it screamed louder, eyes glowing in horror this time as it advanced again. Another vial broke in front of it. Damien was already retrieving another from his pocket, and I did the same. We separated and ran each our way to come at the fetch from the sides, throwing the vials at it, and hearing the piercing scream it gave when the potion hurt it, much like my dagger had, though with less effect. People were running around us, their cries of panic and fear mixing with the fetch's. I flung another vial at its head and it broke, the vapors hissing, choking out the scream, and like before, the fetch vanished. Damien and I stopped moving, just tried breathing a moment. Well, I suppose the DMA worked. Maybe not as efficiently as I hoped, but we both glanced at Dell, who stood leaning against her doorway, arms crossed while she was watching us. I sucked in a breath and straightened up. DNA, but yeah, I'm glad you made a few. Oh, no worries. She shot us a wide grin and nodded. Anyway, you should go. Someone's bound to have called the constabulary. I glanced around, realizing there wasn't a soul to see in the usually busy square. Dell was right. Someone would call the cops, and I did not want to be here for that. My uncle would have a fit. Damien didn't have to be asked twice either, considering his eagerness to leave when I indicated our direction with a sideways nod, shouting my thanks to Dell again as we left the area at a run. We slowed to a walk a few blocks away, not willing to attract the constabulary should they come running in the opposite direction. Instead, we kept to a brisk pace, the order our goal. There must have been some sedative-like compound in Dell's green healing concoction because Damien moved with more ease now. I wondered how long the potion would keep the fetch away. I'd thought my dagger had banished the fetch for quite a while, but I had no idea how long it had been hovering out there in Pingbrook Square before we came out. I could only hope we'd reach the order before its return, so we could resolve this directly with Maletta. What had happened to her? We'd been on friendly terms in the Red Kin. Not the closest, mind you, more like acquaintances. We'd gotten along well enough. She'd been devoted and faithful to Kerwin Bowden, and I could see why. She must have honestly believed every word he'd spewed about magic users for her to find comfort there. She was a magic user, or had perhaps not been one while in the kin. Maybe the continued monotony of the Order of the Learned and the Reflective had gotten to her. She'd spent 2 years hiding behind those walls, waiting for an opportunity to leave Atlantis. Maybe I'd have turned a little crazy myself if it had been me. "The gate's a no-go," Damien said when we arrived at the order house. I stared up at the wall and the wide gate doors. He was right. We needed to deal with the fetch and Maletta both, but first I needed to figure out if Loki was all right. The only thing I knew for sure was that he wasn't possessed anymore. So why hadn't he come out? Had Maletta hurt him? Or had being possessed by something that was not a ghost hurt him? "Well," I said, and glanced down along the wall that surrounded the property. "I'm sure a member of the Thieves' Guild knows another way inside." Damien huffed at me but led the way along the fence. We were walking along the building on the right-hand side when seen from the gate, and almost, to my judgment, came to the middle building with the antechamber. There, the fence took a 90-degree turn left, but he stopped before that. He moved back and forth sideways a bit as he checked something on the fence wall. "There are notches from wear and tear here, but if I give you a boost, you should reach the top of the fence." "Okay. And then what?" "There's a narrow gap between the fence and the roof, about 3 feet or so. No one ever goes back there unless they're raking up leaves or having sex. Good to know. Considering there weren't more than a couple of people and a fetch in there, I doubted either activity would be happening there right now. I think I'll remain unseen. Go find your friend. I'll give you a few minutes. Why? Aren't you coming with me? Not a good idea if Maletta sees us together. I considered this, but he was right. At the moment, Maletta thought I was helping her, not Damien. I raised my foot, knee bent, as my agreement, and Damien folded his hands and gave me a boost up. I caught the edge of the fence and immediately realized I wasn't Spider-Woman. Lift your left foot a bit, slightly to the left. You'll find a small indent in the fence, Damien said from below. It was next to impossible to see in the dark, but some awkward fumbling, while my arms burned, led to me finding the small foothold. It allowed me to lift myself some more and get a better hold up there. It wasn't elegant, but soon I rolled onto the top of the fence, which was luckily wide enough for a person to lie on. It wasn't all that thief-proof, though. The Order must have spent money on having it built, but maybe their biggest problem had been drunk partiers peeing in their fountain. I sat up and saw only darkness between the house and the fence. Still, I knew how far the drop would be, so I lowered myself between the two, a hand on the fence, another on the cooled, tiled roof. When my arms burned from holding my body up again, I let go and landed with an unfortunate oof. I didn't think Maletta was snooping about back there anyway, and brushed dead leaves and dust off my jeans, and nothing else, I hoped, considering Damien's mention of the activities people got on with there. I made my way along the house, back in the gate's direction. I wanted to check on Loki, and the last place I'd seen him was in the building that ran parallel to this one. The burble of the fountain reached me when I approached the corner of the building. I peeked around it, but it was quiet. Not a soul to see. The lights were on in the other building, and when I sneaked around the short end of the wall, I could see this was the case with the middle building as well. It seemed excessive, considering Maletta and Helios were the only ones here, but maybe they were afraid of the dark? Hardly likely. The sand rustled softly under my shoes when I ventured into the courtyard. Not only were the lights on in the large common room where Loki and I had first entered, but the front door was wide open. Had it been like this since I left? That was yesterday. I peeked inside and two things were confirmed for me. Loki was no longer there, and there were all kinds of insects buzzing around, enjoying the light and the spoiled food. Emery? I jolted and saw Maletta by the front door to the middle building, her hand still on the doorknob. Yes, I managed and moved away from the door I was at. It's me. I drew a silent breath and steeled myself as I walked back into the sandy garden and a little closer to her. Did you find him? Did you find the gem? Her voice sounded friendly, but now that I knew better, I could hear the urgency in it. It was like nothing mattered but the sapphire. Not quite. What? She snapped, then seemed to remember herself. She forced a bemused look. The worst part was that I now realized she'd always been like this, sharp-tongued and quick to complain about others. We'd just had the same goal for so long, and no one trusted each other inside the kin anyway, so I'd paid no attention to what it might mean. She'd never been on my back before, so I'd never noticed. Did you not catch him then? She asked, her voice under control again. Oh yes, got my dagger back and everything, I told her, and indicated the pair which were now reunited on my hip. And? I shrugged. He got away. That ghost showed up. Ah. Yeah, so... Why did you sneak in here then? I smiled and took a chance. I had to sneak in. I knocked on the gate. You didn't answer. I hoped she hadn't been somewhere where she could hear. Neither did Helios. Where is he, by the way? Helios is busy. She made a gesture toward the building behind her, making her yellow robe flutter around her. Right. Well, when that ghost showed up, without my partner's body, I figured I'd come looking for him." "Seen him?" Maletta eyed me for a long time. "Maletta? No, I have not seen him. Maybe he went home?" Doubtful, since my home was now his for the unseeable future, and he wasn't there. "No, I checked." Again, Maletta paused as she stared at me. "Are you sure you're telling me everything, Em?" "Of course." "You didn't find the gem?" "I don't have it." She stepped closer. "That's not really what I asked." "Crap." "You know," she said, and pushed her robe back a bit with a flick of her hands, "I always wondered how a dum-dum like you could rise so high in the kin. Maletta? I knew you were a favorite of Kerwin's, but not once did I see or hear of him sleeping with you." No." What in the realms was she on about? The man had never even tried to come on to me, and yes, he'd had favorite lovers often enough among the kin. "What in the hell's kind of use would he have for such an imbecile as you, then?" "The daggers," was my guess, not that that made me any wiser. "Maybe we should focus on the task at hand." I held my hands up defensively. "You're not a good liar, Emery." She laughed at that, and magic flared from her hands, ripping into reality and forming like fiery orbs in her hands. "Give me the gem." "Yeah, I truly don't have it." Maletta wasn't listening. She threw one orb after me, and I dove sideways, hitting the sand and rolling. "What in the hells? How's killing me going to help?" I ran so I got the fountain between us. I drew my daggers, the only defense I had. Maletta snorted. "Who said I'm going to kill you?" She threw another orb, and I ducked. The fire magic hit the fountain. Water and pieces of concrete and stone sprayed on me. I noticed new orbs appeared in her hands, and she threw them. She would not run out anytime soon. I skittered back and forth like some agitated goalie, trying to anticipate where she'd aim next. When the subsequent fiery orb flew from her hand, it was more instinct than anything that saved my hide. I rolled to break my fall, grateful for the fine-grained sand. Clouds of dust flew around me. Maletta was quick, though. Another orb soared toward me, and I bent backward and raised my daggers to a pathetic, crossed little shield in front of my face. My heart pounded, and I screamed inside my head at the oncoming danger. There was no time to scream out loud. A flash of light burst in front of my face, the fire spreading out and disappearing into the dark. "What the—" I stared, dumbfounded, around the courtyard. My face had not melted. If it wasn't for the fact that Maletta was doing the same shocked staring, she could have struck me for real right then. "How did you do that?" she asked, and then remembered herself, flinging more orbs my way. I wasn't one to question how it worked as long as it did. The fiery orbs were flung at me at greater speed now, but I dodged and swung away while deflecting them with my daggers. If I didn't let the daggers get passively hit by her magic, I could send the orbs flying by, slashing them, in a sense, pushing them away. Magic-repellent daggers indeed. Maletta screamed in rage at my newfound defense. Sand whipped around her feet as she hurled her magic toward me. Brick, mortar, and wood sprayed everywhere due to the orbs ricocheting off my daggers, hitting the fence and walls. The poor horse in the fountain was now both headless and missing a leg. "Stop it!" I yelled at her and ducked, an orb crashing into the gate doors behind me. "We can work this out!" "You're working with that thief, aren't you?" "What? No!" Maletta whirled around on the other side of the broken fountain and then hurled orbs after me while she ran sideways. I caught the first 3 with my daggers and dove to the ground to avoid the last. "You're such a terrible liar!" Maletta shouted at me. I rolled to get up, not chancing on staying in one place long enough for her to hit me. "Did you not think I'd notice when you banished my servant?" I had not thought of that, but I wasn't surprised. She'd likely had to summon the fetch anew each time. An orb slammed into the sand a couple of feet from me, and I twisted to avoid the spray of sand reaching my eyes. I could feel the wave of heat from the fire, though. I was pretty sure Maletta would tire of this, but my money was on me getting worn out first. I needed to change that. She hurled ever more magical force my way, and I tried controlling my slashes, adjusting the angles, getting the orbs to strike back at her. One landed a few feet in front of her, a cloud of dust and sand exploding at her feet. By then, I'd figured it out. Luckily, she hadn't. She sent another 2 straight for me, and I crouched slightly, and then swung my daggers, slashing at the orbs, one after the other. The first nearly hit the side of her face as it flew by. She screamed in shock and didn't see the other one before it hit her in the shoulder and sent her flying backward before she landed ass first in the sand. I was already stepping sideways to avoid a new attack, but I skidded to a halt and stared at her lifeless form. I panted hard, staring in disbelief. No way! Chapter 12. I stared in awe at the daggers in my hands. I hadn't known they could do that. Good to know. My steps sounded awfully loud when I approached Maletta. She lay on the ground, unconscious, yellow robes splayed around her on the sand. She'd hit her head on the edge of the fountain on her way down. The fiery orb deflected by my daggers had struck her shoulder. The fabric was burned away there, and the skin was red and blistering. Water kept on flowing from the broken fountain, though, so I sheathed my daggers and cupped my hands in it, and poured several fills over her burning skin, hoping it would help. Realizing I had people to look for, I knew I couldn't sit there like that. Besides, Maletta could wake up. I needed to restrain her before that. Too bad I didn't have a magical inhibitor like she did. I doused the corner of her robe with water and laid it over her burn wound. It was the best I could do under the circumstances. I needed something to bind her with, so I headed into the building where we'd first seen the fetch. It was still messy from the attack, but there was no rope to be seen. I walked farther inside, over the fallen hutch, and into the utility room where Loki had been possessed by the fetch. There, at least, I found some rope coiled up in a cabinet. I also picked up Loki's sword, which hadn't been moved. I stopped for a moment, taking it all in, but heard or saw nothing. It was eerily quiet. Maletta must not have cared for anything but retrieving the gem. I guessed that she'd leave here the moment she got her hands on it. I returned to find her still out cold. I made quick use of the rope and had her tied up soon after. Depending on how strong a practitioner she was, it should hold her. With Loki's sword in hand, I left her there and returned inside to look for him. I'd barely passed through the door before I glanced toward the hutch. I'd already gone there, so I aimed for the door where we'd first seen the fetch and entered the long corridor with the small sleeping cells. The moment I stepped inside, I heard a thumping noise that must have been drowned out in the common rooms. It came from farther down the corridor, and when it repeated, I took hold of the sword with both hands and raised it. Was this another of Maletta's weapons? Another fetch? The thump came again, followed by something that sounded like speech. It was muffled. Someone was behind door number 3 to my left. I readjusted my grip on the sword so I could still hold it at the ready when reaching for the handle. The thump thundered this time, because the door gave in and was forced open by the impact. Loki came stumbling out, a blur of gray, black, and glowing orange, crashing into the wall opposite the door. A flurry of words I didn't understand followed, before he must have noticed me because he whirled around, hands elevated and ready. "Oh, it's you," he said when he'd had a proper look at me. "Nice to see you too, Rumi." Loki either didn't hear or he ignored that. His short hair was standing on end, he had bruises on his face from yesterday, and he took in the hallway with apparent confusion. "What's going on?" I smiled at him. "I've come to save you." "Uh-huh." He didn't look all that impressed. "You're holding that sword like a fishing pole. Also, I just saved myself." I eyed the sword in my hands and lowered it. Okay, so he wasn't wrong. But also, he sure as hells wasn't right. "How are you going to get out of that inhibitor, then?" He glanced at the glowing handcuffs and then shrugged. "This is Atlantis. I'll find someone to lift the spell." He gave a small wave for me to hand the sword over. What happened to you anyway? I handed him the weapon, hilt first. That thing, which I can tell you is not an apparition of someone deceased, by the way, invaded my mind. That was nothing but a magical force. Loki visibly shivered due to the distaste he expressed at that, and then it left. Just like that? Well, I don't remember what happened in between, but I woke up wearing this inhibitor. And your friend? The last thing I remember seeing is her, before she knocked me out. Then I woke up in there a few minutes ago. I couldn't help but chuckle at that. What's so funny? I'll have you know I take great affront to having my head knocked about. Yeah, well, it's only that I totally saved you, because a few minutes ago, I knocked Maletta unconscious. And considering you've been out since yesterday. Yesterday? That means I so saved your bacon. You say that with such glee, forgetting that I don't care. My bacon, as you put it, is of excellent stock and should be preserved by all means. I stared at his stupid, smug face. You just made me throw up a little in my mouth. You should get that checked out. That doesn't sound all that healthy. Oh, I growled and drew one of my daggers. Let's have them then. Have what? Your hands. You want to be free, right? He hesitated a moment, but raised his hands, eyeing me with apprehension and my dagger with curiosity. That changed to a raised eyebrow, but no apparent surprise when I used it to slash through the magical chain that linked the glowing cuffs together. The inhibitor disappeared in a puff of glowing sparks that did not seem to hurt him physically. Instead, Loki's eyes flashed momentarily with green power before he smiled and raised his sword to sheath it in the scabbard strapped to his back. He froze mid-motion, though. We have a new problem, Red. I turned to see what he was seeing. Don't call me... Oh. Gliding, or awkwardly walking mid-air, a fetch approached through the door from the common room. But as it slowly turned its creepy eyes on us, I saw this was not Dekel. He was too young for that, yet similar. Helios? That is not Helios, Loki said. No. I agreed and started walking backward, pushing at Loki without letting Helios out of my sight. A flash of green flew past me, bright emerald flames, much like the magic Loki had used back in Alaska, yet not equally forceful. It did nothing but flare and vanish after it hit Helios. That's a fetch, I told Loki. Your magic will not stop it. A fetch? Your friend's stronger than I thought. I nodded and considered Helios. Then I flung my dagger at him. Like his father's fetch, this one also screamed when the metal burrowed into it and forced the magic in it to dissolve. Handy, Loki said. I ran to retrieve my dagger. Yes, I'm coming to realize there's more to these weapons than I thought. I straightened up and noticed movement somewhere to my right. I glanced out into the common room. No one there, but the door out to the courtyard was open. Maletta's awake and free. I indicated the long corridor that continued behind Loki. Excellent rescue. Shut up. I stomped past him and followed the corridor. Not like I have a magic inhibitor, is it? She must have gotten free from her bonds. Loki was right about her being more powerful than we'd thought. How in the hells had she ended up with the Red Kin? She must have truly believed Kerwin. I shook my head as I walked at a brisk pace. We had all believed him. I was no different from Maletta, only less magically inclined. So, what's the plan? Loki asked, catching up easily. Find Dekel and get him out of here. Then his son, his other son, will give us the glory of Avalon. Will he now? Listen, I've been chasing a thief, running from a fetch, and been arrested all in a night. Just go along with it, will you? Loki snickered. Arrested? You? I huffed and got his upper arm with my pointy elbow. Ow. Ooh, the mighty god can't take a bump from a little girl? Of course. It's more the insult of the thing. You know, even that pathetic attempt to harm my most magnificent self. Ugh, barf. Why is this other son of Dekel Chiron in possession of the glory of Avalon? I quickly got Loki up to speed while we moved through the long corridor. There were no more people to see, neither in the flesh nor by magic. The corridor ran parallel with both side buildings. By my estimation, we had the fence right outside to our left now, just like by the other building where Damien had helped me climb over. There was a door at the end of it I suspected led us into the middle building and into the antechamber. Sure enough, we opened the door and walked through, weapons raised and our attention on alert, but there was no one there. It was the antechamber in all its tacky glory. The gilded and burgundy surfaces glared back at us. "Think she left?" I asked Loki. He walked over to the front door and opened it a fraction. After a few seconds, he shook his head and closed it. "I can't see her, but I doubt it. From what you're telling me, her behavior has become rather reckless. Desperation is a blinding companion." "Want to see what's behind door number 2, then?" I flicked a hand in the door's direction that led farther into the building. Loki frowned but nodded and joined me on my way over. The door opened into a high-ceilinged and large space, just as I'd thought when we'd first talked to Helios in there yesterday. The silence was eerie, and our footsteps echoed between the walls. Long, flowing drapes of dark blue silks hung from the ceiling, dividing the room into smaller sections and making it harder to get oriented properly. It struck me as a ceremonial room at once. The Order of the Learned and the Reflective might call themselves a think tank, but they sure made me feel like I'd come home, which was saying something. About them and me both. "There," Loki whispered, indicating something farther ahead with a quick nod. He let go of his sword with his left hand, the green flames back, ready to be hurled at Maletta should she attack, no doubt. We stopped, and both strained our necks to see, but I realized then that without us moving, there were no sounds in the hall. I shot Loki a sideways look of confusion. He only shrugged and continued on. The silken drapes fluttered around us because of our movements, and soon revealed the center of the room. Surrounding a small, elevated stage at the end, lay blankets folded to the approximate width and length of a cot, and upon them lay several people, lifeless, unmoving and pale. My breath caught in my throat at the sight. "Are they dead?" I stared at the nearest ones, a man and a woman. It took some time, but their chests finally rose, though barely. Oddly enough, it was at the same time. "Their breathing is synchronized," Loki pointed out, having seen it in even more of them. "This is not a natural sleep." We had to be staring at the rest of the Order of the Learned and the Reflective. No wonder we had seen no one other than Helios. Maletta had taken control over every single one of them, likely to avoid questions regarding her falling out with Dekel. She'd only kept Helios awake to deal with pesky visitors like Loki and me. But now, though, I saw both Helios and Dekel lying on the floor, unconscious and unable to control their spirits being taken advantage of. Helios was the only one without a blanket under him, which made me suspect that this small, kind act, to protect the members from the cold stone floor, had been done by him while awake. "I think it might be time to call the constabulary," I told Loki. "This is above our heads." "I think this is above their heads, too," he commented, poking a random leg with his toe. "Actually, you won't be alerting anyone." Maletta's voice rang through the room. Loki and I jumped and turned in circles, trying to pinpoint her location between the drapes. "I told the old fool to give me what was mine," she said. "Was it not his payment?" I asked her, raising both my daggers in case of another attack. "It was, until he made the constables suspicious." I nodded. Damien had seen the constables a few days ago. Dekel must not have convinced them with his lies to the authorities this time, as he had with the initial agent who'd also come asking. Maybe he'd grown weary of Maletta and not tried all that hard. "Maletta," I tried. "Just stop this. You're not thinking things through. It's been 2 years. Just turn yourself in. They won't be so hard on you." "Are you insane?" she barked from somewhere to my right. I glanced around, but again saw nothing. I would never surrender to this magic-infested corrupt— "Sounds like the correct ass is farting," Loki said, making me tune her out. "What?" I faced him, but saw his gaze fall on something to our side. A shadow at first, then a moving figure, sort of gliding and walking with stilted, unnatural movements at the same time. Then another figure, and another. Loki and I stepped closer together on instinct as the doubles of the men and women on the floor glided closer, appearing between the hanging silken drapes like in some old horror flick. They were eerily silent despite their mouths forming words that never reached our ears. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were screaming for help. And yet, the people needing help the most right now were Loki and me. Chapter 13. "Not good, not good, not good," I mumbled, eyes on the approaching fetches. "Any bright ideas?" I could see the flicker of Loki's magic out of the corner of my eye, but it wouldn't help against these creatures. "You've spent more time with them than I," he began. "What's their preferred method of attack? Besides hurling stuff? Smothering." "Ah, then I suggest we don't let them do that to us." "Very helpful." The magic disappeared from his hand, and instead of responding verbally, he touched my shoulder to get my attention and indicated the door with a wave. We would not be helped by staying inside the room, large or not. I nodded, following on his trail, but neither of us were quick about it. The fetches were too close, ready to attack. "Just give me the gem and I'll let you go." Miletta's voice was strong and loud, but I couldn't pinpoint her location anymore between the drapes and her creatures. I wouldn't have given her the stone had I had it. Instead, I proffered one of my daggers to Loki. He took it without a word, having already seen its effect on Helios's fetch. I was already mapping out our exit strategy in my head. We needed to reach the gate, and that meant passing through the courtyard and the antechamber before that. The door between the antechamber and the hall slammed shut right in front of us. The fetches were surrounding us. Which one of them had closed the door? They seemed so mindless, yet somehow aware of themselves. Trapped like this. Maletta had to be feeding them precise orders. Loki's magic flared up again, and he sent it toward the door, straight for the lock and handle. Another magical burst followed suit, and by the time we reached it, the metal was gone, burned and red on the floor. Loki kicked the door open, and I moved backward after him. The fetches reacted as one to this. They drew together and surged toward us. "Run!" I shouted at Loki, pushing for him to speed up. He was busy checking the antechamber for any hidden threats, but at my shouting he listened and ran through the room, giving me space to do the same. We ran outside into the courtyard, which was eerily silent, like it had been every time. The sounds from the streets outside were pleasantly muffled by the surrounding fence. More importantly, none of Miletta's fetches were there. Loki and I did not need to communicate our need to reach the gate audibly. We simply legged it. With 15 or so spirits under Miletta's iron control, we needed to regroup and find Damien later. I hoped he had the sense to stay out of this. He should have come inside by now, but— I cried out as something smacked against my face. It stung like hail and blindsided me. Somewhere to my side, Loki cursed. Then it sounded like he fell. I twisted, trying to avoid more of the pain. The gate was so close, but I couldn't see it. It took falling on my ass to realize there was sand blowing around us. The muted hiss of it was all I could hear. "It's the fetches!" Loki shouted from somewhere nearby before he coughed hard, likely getting sand in his mouth. He was right, though. There weren't many things out here to fling at us, poltergeist style, but there was sand. Plenty of it. I forced myself up on my feet, my dagger in hand. I staggered forward, feeling the wind conjured by the fetches to whirl up the sand. It was hard to breathe and my eyes burned. I had to squint hard to see it all, and there wasn't much but gray and beige in front of my eyes. "Loki?" I tried shouting, but a shadow, darker than the sand, emerged in front of me. It was not Loki. I hadn't known him long, but he wasn't stupid enough to get near an armed person without a warning. I lashed out with my dagger, but the fetch was farther away than I'd thought. Something snagged at my neck and I dove sideways. Better to hit the ground than feel those cold hands on me again. Blinded and confused, the impact happened a microsecond before I expected it to. I gasped in pain but rolled and forced myself up on a knee. I could feel a strange surge along the ground, the fetch's combined powers disturbing the sand and forcing it up, no doubt. Another shadow closed in, and I drew a ragged breath and forced myself not to attack too soon. We were outnumbered, but the fetches were not operating with super speed, and by stopping our escape with the sandstorm, they'd made themselves blind too, at least judging by the fact that they weren't attacking all at once. They were searching for us. My eyes hurt at the constant strain, and I had to lift my free hand to my mouth now and then to even draw a proper breath without getting grains of sand into my mouth. I could hear muffled fighting nearby, figuring Loki had his own problems. The shadow slid nearer, and I ducked while slashing with a wide sweep of my arm. I felt some resistance as the blade snagged on something. The screech I expected from these creatures soon followed. I didn't remain in the same place to check on something I couldn't see. I moved cautiously sideways, alert for more nearby lurking fetches. A couple more of the same piercing screams sounded, telling me Loki was using my other dagger. Sand whipped against my back and I cried out in surprise at the pain, but ducked down and paced forward before straightening up again, hoping to avoid the hands that were seeking me out. I pivoted with a high kick, more from instinct than thinking it would help. My foot hit something. It didn't move because of the impact of my foot and sent me hopping back to keep my balance. I quickly regained my equilibrium, though, and went forward, crouching low again, before swiping where I now knew the fetch to be. The blade made contact, and the ear-shattering scream of the spirit rang throughout the courtyard. I spun, squinting and trying to spy any more nearby shadows. It didn't take long, but now I'd found a tactic that worked at least. The fetches, being corporeal like us, couldn't see well in their own sandstorm, and attacking the lower half of their bodies minimized the chance of them grabbing me. The soul-wrenching screams kept coming as both Loki and I made short of the eerie beings. How long would they remain gone, though? Was Maletta summoning them back continually? It had taken time with Deckel. Another scream, a human one, rose among the shrill, unearthly ones, one of anger and frustration. Maletta must be furious not to see any more than we could, yet she could obviously hear the defeat of her creations, however temporary that defeat could be. A blast of raw power surged through the courtyard, an invisible force that hit me from behind. It knocked me into the air and I hit the ground so hard that everything went black. Next thing I knew, my upper body was twisted over on my belly. I must have been trying to get up on instinct. My lungs burned from the sandy air I was desperately breathing in. "My dagger!" I gasped before realizing I still held onto it. A hand clamped down on my right calf and I cried out in shock. The momentary lapse of control forced sand into my mouth and I coughed and gasped. I tried to kick back, but the fetch had caught me now, another hand on my other leg. I squirmed and twisted, but only managed to roll onto my back again. The shadowy figure became more pronounced now, crawling over me, cold and hard hands clamping onto me. It was a dark-haired woman, but I didn't know who she was when in control of the lifeless body back in the hall. The dead and pale face that stared at me now was devoid of all compassion and recognition of what she was doing. Only the moving mouth, trying to convey something, seemed to indicate there was more to the mindless actions happening right now. My mind was screaming at me to do something. Another darkened shape neared from my left. I shouldn't have fallen, was all I could think, which was ridiculous considering Maletta's magic. They would get me now. The fetch's hand pressed down on my right hand, and I couldn't lift it no matter how much I tried. Kicking didn't help either. I yanked my left arm out of her way and reached over to get hold of my dagger. Not connecting with my free hand, the fetch moved on toward my face. "No!" My voice rasped and felt choked already with the sand flying everywhere. I shifted the dagger from my right to my left hand and stabbed upward. The fetch jerked at the impact and screamed while moving sideways. I lost my grip on the dagger that was stuck in her abdomen and was too slow to grab it. A nearby fetch took hold of my shoulder and pulled me back. I twisted and got to my knees, but the chilly hands, male this time, dragged me sideways. I tried prying his grip loose with one hand and reached for the dagger with my other. I couldn't even see it, only knew the direction and that it was close. "Stop it," I almost whispered. Some primal instinct trying desperately to stop what was happening. I knew what would come. Two almost synchronized screams rang through the courtyard. Loki could be far or close. He couldn't locate me like this anyway. The clammy hand slid up my neck, almost searching like a blind person for my mouth and nose, twisting my head so I couldn't see where my weapon had landed. Instead, the mask-like face of the fetch stared at me with no mercy in its eyes. This close, I recognized it. It was the spirit of Helios Dekel who fed this one. The dark eyes stared down at me, no recognition at all. Much like his father's fetch had done earlier, the hand slid over the lower half of my face and shut off my air supply. I tore and pulled at his hand, my feet kicking at the ground. This couldn't be it. I needed my dagger. This could not be how my return to Atlantis ended. I needed to make things right. How was ending up dead in this place going to do that? I would only end up in some cold grave with no one caring other than thinking it would be for the best. That was not life. I clawed at the fetch's face to no avail. At least Helios had someone who cared for him, someone who desperately wanted to save him and his father, Damien. The thought of the thief had my oxygen-deprived brain try for one last thing. I stopped kicking, like my body knew how to prioritize when attempting to survive. The vials of Dell's potion were still in my pocket, but I hadn't seen Dekel since we tried them on him outside Dell's shop. Helios was Damien's brother. They shared partial DNA too. If only I could try to... One of the small vials slipped out of my pocket, and I raised my hand and crushed it into the fetch's face. The spirit lurched back. I could see its mouth stop moving, frozen in a permanent O. Its hands slackened on my face. I reached inside the pocket and withdrew another vial. This time I hit the fetch's neck. But it didn't seem to matter. The potion hissed and smoked when in contact with the spirit. It let go enough for me to wriggle out of its grasp. I crawled like a madwoman toward my dagger. A few meters and I could see it in the sandstorm that still blew around me. A new scream reverberated, telling me Loki was at least alive and kicking. I grabbed my trusted weapon and rolled around. Back on my knees, I lunged forward, ready to stab the fetch. It was twisting and flailing because of the potion, so I missed its ribs and caught its thigh instead. It didn't matter. The dagger only needed to touch it, and the magic dissipated. The scream sobered me from the momentary lack of oxygen. I rolled on the ground, hoping to avoid any fetch I hadn't seen near me. I got to my feet and bumped into something. I almost cried out in shock, thinking it was another fetch. Feeling it with my hand made me realize it was the broken fountain, its jagged and wet edge almost comforting under my fingers. With no shadows nearby, I dared to look back and realized that I could see the fountain. Not clearly, but I didn't have to squint so hard. We had to be diminishing the fetch's numbers. Maletta could not possibly resummon them fast enough. As if she'd read my mind, another shout of frustration resounded. This time, I was ready. I jumped up on the fountain and perched awkwardly on top of it, the prancing horse now without its head and both front legs. The whole fountain shook due to Maletta's shockwave both hitting and passing it. I heard something thump to the ground. Loki? I couldn't tell. I jumped off the fountain and made quick use of my dagger, slicing at a couple more fetches. The sand was no longer whipping around. I could see the contours of the surrounding courtyard. Loki was indeed on the ground, on the other side of the courtyard, near the middle building, fighting desperately to keep a fetch from smothering the life out of him. I ran over, seeing no more threats now. Loki must have fought his way back toward Maletta. I recognized the fetch, though. It was Deckel. She must have brought his spirit back into the fetch while all this had been going on. I hurled several of Dell's vials toward the fetch, getting it off Loki. The scream of pain came before I was close enough to use my dagger on it. Loki sank back on the ground for a moment, trying to catch his breath. He raised his eyebrow at an unused vial in my hand. I didn't have time to explain that it didn't work on all the spirits, because a scream of pure anger drew my attention. Maletta was standing by the door that led to the antechamber, her fists clenched at her sides while she stared at the now empty courtyard. I was pretty sure we must have stopped far more than 15 spirits between us, making me believe she'd summoned them anew. The process had to be taxing, though, because she looked as worn out as I felt. She was visibly sweating and breathing hard, her hair in disarray. She'd thrown the yellow robe to the ground, only wearing a light yellow skirt and shirt. Loki got to his feet beside me. The sight of us, still there, must have angered her more than anything, because she wasn't done. She flung her arms out, casting some spell. The next thing I knew, Loki pulled me behind him, his green flames flying everywhere. I peered around him and realized Maletta was sending the fallen and upturned benches in the courtyard toward us. Loki's magic could not be entirely fire, because, like inside with the door in the hall, his force stopped the bench's trajectory, kind of like they were punched out of the air. The other thing I noticed while this occurred was the shadow sneaking up behind Maletta. I immediately withdrew my eyes, not wanting to draw her attention to the hooded figure behind her. Damien had managed to get close, his dagger at the ready. One move and he could stop her. I knew she was a danger, but I didn't want her dead. Maybe he could subdue her. Of course, Maletta chose that exact moment to send the bench closest to her flying, which meant she turned her head anyway. The same blast of power she'd sent across the courtyard now hit the thief so hard he flew into the wall behind them. His limp body fell to the ground with no attempt at bracing himself. She'd knocked him out on the first try. Loki sent a sphere of magic toward her, but she was paying attention. She simply leaned away from it, and then sent a new surge of power with the flick of a hand. Before either of us could react, Loki and I were flung backward, much like Damien. We had farther to go, though, and by the time we hit the wall of the side building, we were still conscious at least. "Oh, I hate this," I groaned. We'd landed in a heap, legs entangled. "Me too. She's strong for a kinswoman." The irony of a kin member using magic was not lost on him either. "Why is she so quiet?" he added. We got to our feet, bumping into each other and hurting all over. The sight that met us then told us exactly why she wasn't running after us to finish the job. Over by the middle building, she was kneeling beside the knocked-out Damien. Her hands were on either side of his head, fingers splayed, though she wasn't touching him. Not physically. The small bolts of lightning that emanated from her palms and into Damien's mind were. "That looks like what the fetch did when it possessed you," I told Loki. "We need to end her," was his response to that. "Stop her, you mean?" Loki only shook his head. "Oh, chastity." He tisked at me and stepped forward. I went with him. The fetch she was conjuring appeared above Damien's body when we approached. "You take him," Loki said, and handed me back my dagger before he drew his sword. "I'll deal with her." "Your magic isn't enough." Maletta was not an ex-god, and clearly drew her powers from this realm. "No, but a sword might be in an inattentive moment." "Listen." I stopped him with a hand on his arm, content to let Maletta keep conjuring Damien's fetch to buy some time. "Instead of that plan, we could... oh no." I'd glanced over at Maletta and Damien again, and now noticed movement from inside the door. Someone was in the antechamber. "What?" Loki asked, and then saw it himself. Out of that door glided the same fetches we'd already stopped. They were back again, and no worse for wear by the looks of them. Loki huffed at the sight. Ah, Skeeter. Chapter 14. At the sight of the returning fetches, my eyes swiveled toward the gate, only to find that Maletta had locked it with her magic inhibitor. The glowing bands snaked back and forth between the large handles on each door. My daggers could take care of that, but it had cost us a second. Hells, simply opening the heavy doors would cost us more time. Her lethal fetches might not be the fastest, but she was. We didn't stand a chance trying to climb the walls either. Seemed buying time by letting her conjure poor Damien's fetch had given her the much-needed concentration she required to bring back the other fetches, too. She really was powerful. Kerwin had done a spectacular number on her mind to get her to hate herself so badly during her time with the Red Kin. I proffered the dagger Loki had returned, but he shook his head in response. I told you, we need to end her. But, no buts. She is desperate and ready to kill you. Do you understand that? Yes, and if I could only. And I am caught in the crossfire, which I do not like. We both kept our eyes on the fetches as they filed out from the antechamber. Maletta arose and stood in front of them. I noticed the fetch of Damien to the side of them, near his physical body. Surely she must have noticed the essence of the glory of Avalon? Del did, yet I hadn't seen Maletta take it from Damien. Maybe she was content to know it was safe there for now. I have an idea, I told Loki, and urged him to follow me toward the broken fountain in the middle of the courtyard. I still felt worn out and in pain from the last round with the fetches. I didn't want a repeat, but that was not what Maletta had in mind either. Instead of sending them after us this time, she had them gather around her like a shield of spirits. Getting past them would be hard. Oh, a plan, Loki answered me, the mocking tone in his voice way too clear. And what exactly does an Earthsider and former kinswoman think is the best course of action with this magical conundrum? I ignored that. You're kind of magic-y, right? Magic-y. He sounded positively affronted at that. You know what I mean. I waved it off as inconsequential. You may not be up to Earth standards here, but you must have some know-how, am I right? Not up to my standards? That's not the appropriate way to speak to a god. Ex-god. Maletta wasn't paying attention to our talking, but she was calling forth her powers again, the flaming orbs appearing in her hands. Okay, whatever. The ex-god sounded like a surly teenager, but urged me on with a flick of his hand. Well, my friend Del told me. You have a friend? Not the time. Del told me the glory of Avalon is a sheltering stone. Is it? Loki appeared more interested in Maletta, who took a step forward, amping up her magic. She raised her hands and let the two orbs join into a bigger, more powerful one. Yeah, and they can protect against harmful magic, right? Yes. It's in one of Damien's pockets. I indicated his unconscious body with a nod. Can you do something with it? Loki gave me a quick sideways glance while mulling it over. Thankfully, he didn't require copious amounts of time. Maybe. That's very uplifting. I took both daggers in one hand and dug the last vials of Del's potion out of my pocket. These will only work against Dekel and his sons. I handed them all to Loki. Very well. He kept them at the ready in his free hand. Attack from two sides, he added, just loud enough for the approaching Maletta to hear. Then he veered off to the side, circling her, sword at the ready. To all intents and purposes, it seemed like we would try the two-front approach. The moment Loki was behind her, though, I sprang forward, daggers ready. I landed close enough to the two fetches at the front, kept low, and slashed at their legs with the daggers. Their screams almost hid the shrill shriek of Damien's fetch when Loki hurled a vial at it. It vanished at the first attempt. Del's potion really was powerful when aimed at the person whose blood was in it. Maletta noticed Loki and sent her giant orb flying toward him. If he hadn't been expecting it, she would have hit, but he threw himself back at the last moment. The magic slammed into the door to the antechamber, incinerating the wood almost instantly. 2 more fetches took the places of the ones I'd dispelled. Another one of them screamed from the other side of the wall surrounding Maletta. It was Loki, fooling her into thinking he was still planning to attack from that side. Next thing, I glided past the fetches on her right side and stabbed one in the neck, ducking away before any of them could catch me in their steel grip. Maletta's cry of anger mixed with the pained one of the fetch. I saw a flicker of her magic again and knew what was coming. I dared a glance at Loki, who'd left to search Damien's pockets. It didn't take him long to find the gem, because he soon disappeared behind one column under the roof. I'd seen enough by now to know he wasn't one to shy away from a fight, so I assumed he needed a moment to get the gem to work in our favor. I made a feint toward a female fetch, more to see what Maletta would do than anything. If I hadn't done that, my face would have melted off. I jumped back and instinctively raised my daggers while the fiery magic surged straight for me, right past both sides of the head of one of the fetches. Like before, the intensity and heat of the force felt like a blow despite my daggers keeping it at bay. I was hard-pressed to hold it, especially now that Maletta had learned something from our last bout of this. The light was bright and right in my face, and despite being slowly pressed backward, I could see the lower halves of the fetches as they and she came closer. Sooner, rather than later, they would get their cold hands on me. I forced myself to focus, remembering how I'd deflected her magic earlier. This was more than orbs of magic, but I changed the angle somewhat and sent the magic right back at Maletta and a few of her fetches. She was quick, though, conjuring a shield I couldn't see. It diverted all of it toward the fetches on her left side. None of them were hurt or even bothered. Instead, all that force hit the side building, breaking a large window and setting a fire in there. Thinking now would be an excellent time for Loki to figure things out, I dove once again, taking out the fetch closest to me. I hit the ground and rolled, forcing Maletta to change angles before she attacked again. The daggers still protected me, though, even my hands, despite the fire surely touching them. I felt nothing but a threatening heat I knew would kill me if I let go. "Maletta!" I shouted, desperate to get through to her. But she was so enraged and so afraid to be taken in for her crimes, she was beyond reasoning. I saw the fetches come closer again and knew I needed to free myself from the hold of her magic to dispose of it before it was too late. It took a great deal of effort, but I had to. A surge ran through the courtyard, almost like a soft breeze that cools you on a too-hot day. It was silent, yet so present. I felt the force against my hands and daggers vein, and saw the fetches vanish right in front of me. For a moment, I stood there with the crossed daggers raised in front of me. Then I noticed Maletta was also alone. I lowered the weapons. "Wow," I uttered. Maletta turned and, well, glared, I guessed, since I couldn't see her face. I could only see the smug smirk on Loki's face where he now stood with the bright blue gem in one raised hand. "You were right," he shouted across the courtyard at me. "It is a sheltering stone." "My friend was," I huffed, my body demanding so much air. I bent, placing the flat of my hands on my thighs. "Yeah, I'm still not on board with the you having a friend part." "That's mine!" Maletta shrieked at the sight of the gem in his hand. Before either of us could react, she hurled a bright orange orb toward Loki. He didn't have a chance to duck, only kept his hand up, sword pointing down. But the fire disappeared in a puff when it hit the gem. The surprise on the guy's face was priceless, or would have been had Maletta not chosen that moment to turn and attack me. The first orb almost hit me, but I swung away at the last second. The next one met my daggers and flew into the already shattered fountain, breaking more pieces off of it. To my and Maletta's shock, Loki didn't use the gem to cast his spell anew. Apparently, it only worked against any spell in action at the moment, and Maletta had more than her fetches at her disposal. No, instead of that, Loki shouted at me to catch. I gaped as the blue stone was hurled over Maletta, like we were playing a cruel schoolyard joke on her. A new orb of magic died in her hand at the sight of the price for her escape from Atlantis flying over her head. She had no magic to take hold of it, or else she was too confused to react fast enough to use it. I jumped a few steps sideways and caught the gem. Despite the magic it had been used to vanquish, it felt cool to the touch. Maletta swore, and I didn't even have time to draw breath. She summoned whatever magic she could and sent it after me. With my daggers in one hand and the glory of Avalon in the other, I held them all in front of me out of instinct. The magic died before it could do me any harm, just like Loki must have expected. When he attacked, it happened so fast, I was shouting, "No!" after Maletta reacted. With his sword raised to strike her, he was flung back along the ground by her surge of almost see-through magic. The sword went farther than him, almost reaching the gate before it stopped. Maletta did not let that distract her. Instead, she refocused on me, conjuring her fire magic, hurling orbs and flames alike my way. Despite the glory of Avalon making it easier for me to stop her, I knew one wrong step would have me killed right then and there. All this for a freaking rock? I tried shouting for Loki to see if he was even still alive after that treatment. He gave no answer, but something caught my eye near what I had thought was his unconscious body. He was getting up, and then changed somehow. I saw the stern determination on his face, and then he leaped forward. Magic exploded and blasted around me and hit the gem in my hand, but I caught sight of him as he blurred and turned. Darker, shimmered, and then an enormous wolf, black and snarling, ran forth. Maletta seemed to notice something out of the corner of her eye, but the shockwave she sent was too high to hit the wolf, and because she kept pounding magic my way, she didn't realize until it was too late. The wolf leaped, its snarling and fanged maw the last thing she saw before those teeth clamped down on her throat. A last orb of fire hit my daggers, and I used the gem to eviscerate it before lowering my hands. I stared in complete bewilderment at the wolf, which shook its head in a final snarling movement. One of Maletta's legs twitched where she lay splayed on the sand, but it soon stilled. The wolf stopped what it was doing then. At least I hoped so. It wasn't going to eat her, was it? Was he? My mind knew that was Loki, but this was so new to me that I didn't know what to think. Thankfully, that was not part of his plan. The wolf moved off her and then stopped and stared back at me. He was bigger than a normal wolf and his fur was pitch black. Emerald green eyes stared back at me before he seemed to decide he did not need to be in that form anymore. He shifted back into human form, the transformation blurry and not quite easy to grasp even when staring right at him. "Blah!" the mighty ex-god blurted and grimaced in disgust. Then he proceeded to walk over to the fountain, where he rinsed out his mouth. "I swear," he said when done, "it tastes like nectar one moment, and then like a black sausage smoothie gone bad when in human form." "Eh?" I managed. "See to that one," Loki said and pointed backward at Damien. He strode past me, likely to retrieve his sword. "Uh-huh," I said, because why not? And then did what I was told because it was easier than thinking. I pointedly did not look at Maletta's body, but even I had to see to walk, and I couldn't help but notice, out of the corner of my eye, the dark crimson pool around her head and neck, blending into the sand. Damien was waking up, and he was looking around in confusion by the time I reached him. Seeing where he was had him get up fast, though, despite a grimace revealing how painful Maletta's possession must have been. "You have no idea," he told me, moments later after I'd explained the gist of what had happened to him. "I could see it, Emery. I could see through its eyes. I tried stopping it. I nodded and patted him on the shoulder, realizing why the poor wretched fetches were screaming silently all the time. It had to have been a nightmare. "It's over now, though. She's dead. Damien eyed Miletta's lifeless form. Good. Couldn't agree more, Loki said and joined us, his sword back in its scabbard. It's not over, though, he added and pointed nonchalantly at the fire inside the side building. I'd completely forgotten. It was a miracle it hadn't taken over the building yet. Also, Loki continued, we have company. He leaned sideways to see something inside the antechamber. I did the same and could see people moving inside the hall, coming this way. The Order of the Learned and the Reflective must have awoken too, released by Miletta's death. I guess our bargain's done then, I said to Damien. He rubbed his neck in obvious pain but nodded. Then at a loud boom, he straightened up. We all faced the gate. Where else had it come from? Another boom came. Someone using a ram against it? This is the constabulary, someone shouted from outside. Anybody in there? I certainly am not, Damien said and eyed the roof above. Neither are we, Loki pointed out as Damien scampered up via the column and the decorative ridges in it. Why not? We had done nothing wrong. We had helped the Order, hadn't we? This is the constabulary! Last warning! The pounding against the gate sounded again. Look behind you, Loki said, and began climbing up the column himself. I did, and then immediately regretted it. Miletta. Killed, and in a particularly bloody fashion. I glanced inside the opening and past the ruined door into the antechamber. Helios came walking first, leading the others outside, his father, Dekel, right behind him. They all hobbled and looked weak. They must not have gotten much nourishment over the last few days. Helios raised his eyes and met mine then, surprised and scared. Red. I glanced up and saw Loki on the roof, a hand extended, urging me to get a move on. The ram hit the gate with a resounding boom. The constables were done with their warnings, all right. I climbed the column and happily took Loki's extended hand to let him help me up. I needed to gain some strength to do this on my own. Just as I got my legs over the edge, the gate burst open and I rolled away from the drop. Gruff voices shouted and a small chaos ensued. Several uniformed constables poured inside the messy courtyard, and the next few minutes were spent securing the area around Miletta, gathering up the confused and weary Order and putting out the fire. Why couldn't they have shown up when we needed their help? I murmured. We were hiding in the shadows on the roof, the clay tiles still warm from the sun earlier. A large tree that grew right outside the fence provided more obscurity for us. People likely heard those blood-curdling screams and were dissuaded from entering the premises, Loki said. The constables too? Loki harumphed, and that was all he had to say about that. Where's Damien? I asked, realizing I couldn't see him. Left at once. Okay, then why are we still here? I want to see if we're going to have any problems. Problems? The Order member, Helios. He knows our faces and our names. Uh-oh. What does that particular eloquence imply? He saw my face once more before I climbed up. Was all he had to express on this matter. More constables seemed to enter through the gate. Some of them went outside too, so it was hard to tell how many there were. But apparently, this kind of mess got their attention. Chocolate? I offered after digging around in my jacket pocket. Loki took his eyes off the constables and seemed to be about to say something disparaging, but then he sighed and broke off a piece before returning to watching the courtyard while munching on it. So, I began after we'd been spying for a long while, and my chocolate bar was gone. You're a werewolf, huh? It hadn't been a large dog the Guardians had spotted as reported in the Lantean. Loki had eluded them by changing form, obviously, but ladders and climbing must have forced him to remain mostly in human form. Your lack of magical knowledge does not cease to amaze. Werewolf? I am no such lesser. Vermin. Vermin? There are a few in the city. They only eat livestock, or so I've heard, and they pay for it too. Naturally, they have to say that. They could hardly live in a civilized society if they kept eating that society. People would riot. May I point out that you just ripped a woman's throat out? Her or us, Chastity? I sighed. Maybe. Maletta had been beyond reasoning, and with the gem within her grasp, she had been trying to kill us. I understood that. I didn't think restoring my name and making amends would involve killing someone. We are merely staying out of the dungeons. You can say what you want, but we have a chance here. Loki didn't answer, probably thinking there was no point. So, if not a werewolf, a shapeshifter, there is a difference. Oh, I'm sure. We were lying on our stomachs, but I managed a small gesture of raised fingers in concession at least. How do you keep your clothes on? Though it's understandable you'd want to see me naked, because who wouldn't? You are too young for my tastes. Ew, that's gross, old man. Loki snorted, but there was a hint of a smile there. This may be hard for a neonate such as yourself to comprehend, but it's called magic for a reason. Can you imagine how impractical it would be to lose your clothes all the time? Can you by any chance change into a horse? Like a mare? Loki took his eyes off the constables at that, and eyed me with obvious indignation. A horse, yes, though not any more, and it would be a magnificent stallion. And, he continued when I opened my mouth to speak, that is the last time we will ever talk about that, or I swear I'll draw the constable's attention. I had to press my lips together not to laugh. Loki huffed and shook his head. The disrespect. Then he forgot all about it, judging by the way his head perked up. Here we go. Now something's happening. What? By the gate. They called in some higher-ups. I saw where he pointed, and my heart sank. Uh-oh. Again with the fancy talk. What now? So that inspector who just walked through the gate? Not the blonde one, but the dark-haired one with the angry scowl plastered on his face? Yes. Loki gave me a side eye, which already told me he wasn't going to like this, which was fine because neither did I. Well, that's my Uncle Alan, and he hates my guts. Chapter 15. The narrow space between the buildings and the fence was not empty when Loki and I peered over the roof's edge. 2 constables were walking through with a lantern each. There's nothing here, one of them told the other, his voice exasperated. He was likely not fond of the superior who'd sent them to check out the area. Loki and I pulled back from the edge to avoid being seen should one of them look up, and waited. When the sound of their steps faded, we moved closer again and gathered our limbs under us. We couldn't see the street outside from our position, but most of the noises came from the courtyard and the street that the gate opened into. We made the short jump and glanced down. Few people were about in this street, and most weren't close. We didn't have much of a chance anywhere else, so we went for it. The climb down from the fence was easier than the other way, at least, but I landed awkwardly, stumbling a bit as I hit the ground. Loki, of course, landed with the elegance of a cat, damn him. This way, he said, and pointed out our direction. It would be faster to pass by the gate, but that was not an option. I nodded my response. We needed to get to the pyramid and hand the gem over. If my uncle got wind of me being involved in the mess inside, he was sure to come knocking. It would be best not to be caught with a missing crown jewel then. I patted my jacket pocket for reassurance, feeling the shape of the stone there. A carriage rattled past, and we waited to cross the street when a strangled whimper reached my ears. I whirled around, a dagger in each hand, and was startled to see someone so close. What? Loki asked and came back only to see the same thing I did. Behind one tree that grew so close to the fence and supported the canopies far overhead, which cast their shades on the roof, sat a huddled Helios. His knees were drawn to his chin, and his arms were clasped around them. He looked terrified and was breathing hard despite sitting still on the ground. Helios? What's wrong with him? Loki asked, keeping his voice hushed and peering up and down the street. I think he's having a panic attack. He must have snuck out of the order house to be alone. Why? I glared at Loki, but he seemed genuinely perplexed. Because not everyone is used to being possessed by magic and forced to do its bidding. Loki only shrugged. Huh. You killed her, Helios uttered. He was fighting hard to control himself. That stone is cursed. What? This one? I retrieved the gem from my pocket and held it out. Despite the street being lit only by street lamps with few watts in them, Helios had no trouble recognizing it. His feet scraped against the cobblestones, and he appeared to push himself even closer to the walled fence behind him. It's cursed, he repeated. Loki tisked at that. That stone saved your fried flesh. Bacon, I corrected. That stone saved your fried bacon. I rolled my eyes at that. It was what she wanted, yes, but it never belonged to her. I put the gem back in my pocket. The sight of it did not seem to ease the man's fears, or nightmares. He would likely have quite a few of those going forward. Realizing I would not hurt him with a cursed stone in the next few minutes seemed to shake Helios out of his worst fears. How did you get out? The volume of his voice exploded. The constables. Never mind the constables, Loki cut him off. You shouldn't be here. They wanted to talk to everybody, Helios shouted. Loki touched my shoulder, indicating our agreed-upon escape route. Hey, Helios went on. The constables should know you're here. He arose then, and I decided Loki was right. Helios's panic attack was morphing into something different now. Reasoning with him would take too long and be too loud. He kept shouting as we ran away. I noticed a few other people turn to stare, Helios drawing way too much attention to us. We ran down several streets and opted for cutting through some alleys where fewer people noticed us. After about 10 minutes of this, we stopped near a fashionable clothing shop in a popular street. Keeping to the newsstand next to it, we could catch our breath and reorient ourselves. We were about a half-hour brisk walk from the pyramid. Loki looked like one might expect after our ordeal in the order house. His short hair was messy and slightly dusted by the sand. The same could be said of his crumpled clothes. His face was also reddened and showed small nicks here and there because of the cruel whipping of the sandstorm besides the bruises. I could only assume I looked the same. I certainly felt it. I think we got away, I said, eyeing the busy street. People were milling about on their various errands. Carriages passed both ways in the street proper. The rattling of the wheels and the horses' hooves clattering mixed with voices almost made it impossible to seek out any specific sound. I think not, Loki disagreed and gave a slight nod to something behind me. It turned out to be a carriage, one with a barred window on the door and several constables atop it, their eyes scanning the street for someone. What are the odds they're looking for someone else, do you think? I asked, though I followed Loki back into the deep shadows of the narrow passageway we'd come through. Slim, considering I recognize a few of those men from the order house. I raised my eyebrows at that. He did? I hadn't even thought to pay attention to details like that. Unfortunately, that meant Helios must have run back to the constables. And my uncle. This means Uncle Alan knows. Yes, the inspector. Loki shook his head in disapproval. Can't you just have insane relatives like everyone else? Considering who you're asking, I do. Not Uncle Alan exactly, but there were many who'd consider me and my parents absolute ding-dongs. Let's backtrack a bit, Loki said instead, and we did, paying close attention while finding alternate routes to the pyramid. Those guards on that carriage are ahead of us now. They likely think we're going home to Trenton Place. Not how they operate, was the cryptic answer I got. I soon came to see why, though. We kept to more side streets and shadows in the already darkened city, something that slowed us down. But slowing down at least prohibited us from running straight into a group of waiting constables, and that group seemed to grow. We saw more and more of them, patrolling the streets on foot and in carriages. "Look up," Loki told me at one point. A carrier pigeon flew above us. "What?" "The constables use them to relay messages on important matters. Like fleeing criminals?" That last word almost stuck in my throat. Yes. I thought I read somewhere that they had started using radios to communicate. I'd been busy with the kin then and cared little for these things, but it had been big enough news to reach even me. Earthside technology was sought after, yet heavily regulated in Atlantis, so the walkie-talkies had become big news. They did, a few years ago. Then they realized that other people can listen in on those frequencies, so they kept the pigeons in addition. I see. So that pigeon? Could be about some inspector's lunch, or it could be we were spotted somewhere. Right. We should move then. We did, circling the constables and finding it difficult to bypass them and reach the pyramid. The same went for Trenton Place. They'd closed down a large perimeter to stop us, but they couldn't be everywhere. We were sneaking through the back garden of a small hotel when the real problem showed up. It was Loki who detected it. He stopped so abruptly, I had to check behind us to make sure the hotel guests were indeed still inside eating in the restaurant. I could see plenty of guests there. 2 people walking in the garden would alarm no one. The guests couldn't possibly all know each other, but 2 people just standing there would catch someone's attention soon enough. "We should move," I told him. He shook his head and remained stock still, head tilted to the side like he was listening for something. "What?" I urged. I couldn't see anything out of place. There wasn't a single constable in sight back here. "There's magic afoot." "Where?" I couldn't see anything to indicate this, but I reminded myself I couldn't sense it like those who wielded it. Loki remained silent for a few moments more, and then took a step back. "Right here. The constables have reinstated their mages, I believe." "Oh," was all I had to say to that. Those mages had not only been fired when the Red Kin ruled the city, they'd been imprisoned too. It made sense that they'd returned to the constabulary after the Kin's fall. It sucked for us now, of course. "There's a wall here that's causing an issue." Loki seemed to stare up at nothing. "Is it a barrier?" "No, I don't believe so. We can likely pass through it, but the moment we do, the mage or mages responsible for this will know exactly where we crossed, which would narrow down their search area." "Precisely." I sighed and crossed my arms over my chest. I wanted little more than a shower and to curl up in bed by this point. My body was battered and tired from the events of the last couple of days. What choice do we have? If my uncle catches us with a crown jewel after finding a dead body in our wake, he probably won't even give us the chance to explain. "I agree. It seems we must breach." "Wait," I interrupted him. "What about my daggers?" "What about them?" "They've stopped a lot of magic these last few days." I arched my eyebrows and was met with a frown. "I doubt they can crumble this barrier. The sheer size of it. But we don't need to destroy it. What if the dagger simply messes with the portion of the barrier we tinker with?" Loki eyed me a moment, probably wondering where all this magical thinking was coming from. Piano music broke through behind us, followed by laughter. Some hotel guests must have opened the door to the patio to continue their celebration out there. Loki indicated the invisible barrier with a "we have nothing to lose" gesture, and I stepped forward, drawing my daggers. "Where?" I whispered, not wanting to draw the hotel guests' attention. Loki guided me nearer until the wall was within my reach. "Ready?" I asked him, and got a nod in return. I drew a breath and made a tentative slash forward. The garden in front of me glowed a brilliant yellow for a second. "Right." I shifted my feet and then, knowing where the barrier was, used both daggers and cut hard and deep in a crossing motion. The barrier flared yellow again and then shattered where my daggers had cut it, creating an opening. "Now, while we see it," Loki insisted and pushed me through, ignoring the startled shouts from the patio. The blaze died down behind us. "Do you think that worked?" "No idea. But we need to run regardless." The pyramid loomed in the distance, towering over any other building in the city. At least it was easy to find and navigate after. We stopped using side streets after seeing a few constables, but kept to a polite jog through crowded areas, appearing to be in a hurry, not running from the constabulary. "Titan Heights," I said when the big and sturdy stone houses that surrounded the pyramid emerged in front of us. We were nearly there. Of course, that was the moment a bark of a shout sounded behind us. I stopped to look and saw several constables in pursuit, pushing their way through a crowd farther back. My daggers had helped then, but they'd only delayed the mages in finding the breach. "Come on!" Loki shouted and grabbed my hand, pulling me along. "How could they know where we were going?" I shouted back. He let go when I ran with him. We didn't care about any polite speed now. We simply legged it between the large houses, shouting for people to get out of the way, and even shoving at a few. Curses mixed with the shouts from our pursuers. Someone, and I won't mention names, told Helios Dakel we worked for the authorities, remember? Oh, crap. Seems your uncle is not an idiot when questioning people. I glanced back over my shoulder again and saw, to my disappointment, my uncle among the constables. He might not be in his 20s, no, but judging by his speed, he was in his prime, keeping up with everyone else. Just great. "There!" I shouted when I saw the nearest gate leading into the pyramid premises. That's when my heart sank. I'd forgotten about the soldiers guarding it. It was a sturdy and barred steel fence that circumvented the entire pyramid, infused with magical defenses as well as the soldiers who were now drawing their swords at this unexpected and highly suspicious approach. "Those guards will be a problem," Loki said before we were close enough for them to hear. We didn't have time to explain everything to them. "Halt!" one of them shouted. We had little choice but to obey unless we wanted to be greeted by 6 swords belonging to 6 rested soldiers. "We need to see Agaton Groth," I blurted before even stopping. I skidded to a halt, though, when the man swung his sword to prevent me from coming closer. "What's your purpose here?" another asked. He had an added chevron on his green uniform, a corporal. "Agaton Groth!" I shouted, desperate and angered they hadn't heard me the first time. The soldiers shared confused looks and then focused on the approaching constables shouting at us to surrender. "Miss, what's going on?" The corporal tried, but the constables would run us down any second now. "Better to be caught in there than out here," Loki said. I barely had time to register his comment before he conjured his magic and sent the green fire flying around us, hitting the ground in front of the soldiers. They all reacted like any sane person would do, throwing themselves to the side or backing up fast. Loki sprinted forward, and I followed without thinking. We got about 4 meters inside the gate before the soldiers got hold of themselves and chased after us, overpowering us. Magic did not scare these guys long term. I saw Loki get pummeled to the ground by some of them, and then saw the sky as pain raged through my shoulders. A couple of soldiers had grabbed my arms, pulling me back, and I groaned in agony as nothing but my heels connected to the ground. Between the pain and the shouting, I was vaguely aware of an angered discussion breaking out behind us. The soldiers who had a hold of me got me upright and then pushed me to my knees. One of them kept a strong, merciless hold on my arms, pushing down and effectively stopping me from moving. "They were running from us," a familiar voice yelled. "We saw that, Inspector, but then they entered the premises illegally and—" "To avoid arrest!" Uncle Alan sounded crazed. "For murder," he added, apparently thinking that would sway the soldiers to his side. Thankfully, the soldiers did nothing outside the book. "That may be so." The corporal's voice came a lot more reasonable than my uncle's. The corporal was talking while being vigilant because he stopped next to Loki and drew the ex-god's sword before he came over and relieved me of my daggers. "Just get Agaton Groth, please," I told him, trying for politeness now that we were inside the pyramid gate. The stone behemoth loomed over us, so close and out of our reach nonetheless. "Who is this person you keep referring to?" the corporal asked. "Corporal!" Uncle shouted somewhere behind me. I tried looking, but my arms and neck hurt at the attempt, though I thought I saw the constables just outside the fence. They would not overstep that boundary unless invited to do so. Loki had done the right thing, forcing his way in here. At least he'd bought us a little time. If only the soldiers would listen. "Agaton Groth," Loki chimed in while casting an angered glare back at his captors. "Maybe you should write it down." With all the people working in the pyramid, I knew the guards couldn't know the names of everyone. "Just check it out, Corporal," I told him, trying to keep my voice friendlier than Loki. "We work for him, the Office of Domestic Affairs." "Corporal, don't listen to her. She's a member of the Red Kin," Uncle Alan shouted. "And so is likely he added, obviously meaning Loki. "Don't believe her lies." I grimaced at the revelation of my past, seeing the young soldier's face harden, while the one holding me tightened his already painful hold. "If I'm lying, you'll soon find out. But if I'm not, then you'd be doing your city a disfavor." The corporal stared at me for what seemed like too long. Then he broke eye contact and gazed at the pyramid. "Wait here," he ordered the other soldiers. "Corporal, she's lying." "You are free to wait while I investigate, Inspector, but as it is, these two entered the grounds without identifying themselves first." Wasn't that the story of Loki and me? We'd made the same mistake when entering Atlantis in the first place. I hoped it wouldn't be one now. Agaton had made it clear we were on our own if trouble would arise, but I couldn't see how he wouldn't want the glory of Avalon returned. The wait seemed to go on forever, and the pain in my arms didn't help. I could hear the agitated chatter coming from the constables nearby. They'd lowered their voices, but I knew they wouldn't give in because of dialing back their temper. I caught Loki's eye, but there was nothing to say until they found Agaton. I could see people go in and out of the pyramid through its various entrances on the ground level, but also on the higher levels. Not that I was able to bend my neck back enough to see all that high. I could sense my daggers, though, somewhere inside the pyramid on the lower level, so I knew the corporal was trying to locate Agaton. When footfalls finally came nearer, it felt like a painful and too tense eternity had passed. "Miss Morgan? Mr. Loft?" came Agaton's calm voice. "Care to explain?" I looked up to find Agaton coming closer, the corporal at his side. Agaton wore light brown and beige clothes, bland and unremarkable, just like himself. "Yes," I told him. "We did what you sent us to do." Agaton arched an eyebrow, and his gaze flicked between Loki and me. "Did you now?" "Yes." "And the constables at our gate?" "I can explain." "Oh, I'm sure you can, Miss Morgan." Agaton paused and then gave a small, upward sign with his hand. The soldier holding me let go. I couldn't help a grimace as blood returned to my arms. "I don't know who you are," Uncle shouted, "but I am Inspector Sierran of the Atlantis Constabulary, and she is under arrest for murder." Agaton seemed to take this news with composed consideration. "That's my uncle, by the way," I volunteered. "Indeed?" I could only shrug. "Let the man inside." He waved for one soldier to allow Uncle through. Free to move a little, I saw him then, and the look he sent me was fuming with fury. "Inspector, my name is Agaton Groth, Senior Security Officer in the Office of Domestic Affairs. What is your claim in these happenings?" "These two are under arrest for the murder of an as-yet unidentified female in the House of the Order of the Learned and the Reflective over in Solon Vale. Not to mention they ran from the constabulary." "We did no such thing," Loki interjected. Agaton gave the same gesture to the soldiers holding him that he'd done for me, allowing him to stand up and come closer. "He's right," I said. "We had no idea the constables were after us. We were merely busy with coming here to report to you at once." "That's a lie," Uncle said. He was right, but he couldn't prove that. There was no rule against running to finish a job for your... What was Agaton to us? Not a boss, A handler? No, it's not. We had business to attend to for him. And this business was in the order house, where a woman was then killed, Uncle persisted. Yes, I told him. But we didn't do it. You're a liar, girl, just like— Excuse me, Inspector, Agaton broke in. How did this woman die? Did someone see these two do something untoward? She was killed by an animal. Her throat was ripped out. Well, do you see an animal here? I blurted. I didn't know what was happening to me. Even Loki had a microscopic look of disbelief on his face. Where did this lying come from? Well, neither Ms. Morgan nor Mr. Loft are known shifters of any kind. Believe me, their files are extensive and thorough. Not thorough enough, considering Loki was exactly that. I'm sure you can have a look at them, Inspector. Now, could you two please enlighten the Inspector as to your presence in a house that is now, apparently, a murder scene? Not much to say. I shrugged and looked Uncle Alan straight in the eyes. We were there to do a job. What job? Uncle interrupted. To retrieve something for the city. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to reveal that, and because Agaton did not add any illuminating information, I assumed I was not to. We saw many unconscious order members on the floor and decided to return our item and then call for help. When we saw a horde of constables on our tail, I naturally thought it an attack on a reformed kin member. Reformed? Uncle shook his head in disbelief. The order house looked like a war zone. It was serene and learned when we were there, Inspector, Loki said with a smile that did nothing to lower Uncle Alan's already elevated blood pressure. Must have happened after we left. I nodded at this. Helios and the others could likely shed light on a few things. According to Damien, they had seen through the eyes of their fetches, but none of them had been present when Maletta had died. As I see it, Inspector, these two are not equipped with the murder weapon, considering their teeth are human. If you bring me further evidence, I will naturally consider it. Until then, I have matters to discuss with Miss Morgan and Mr. Loft. Uncle Alan was so angry I could see his entire body was rigid in trying to control himself at this slight to his authority. I couldn't blame him. But I was not getting arrested because of his hatred for me, especially since the murder, as he saw it, had been self-defense. Still, seeing him turn on his heel and walk out of the pyramid premises made me feel both bad and worried. The fruit stand incident had been one thing. He wouldn't forget this. You may return their weapons, Corporal, Agaton told the man, and we sheathed them while following him, the soldiers returning to their once again quiet duty. This was not low-key, was it? Agaton began when we'd walked a little. We were still outside, but the large open space allowed for talking without being overheard. Apologies, we encountered more trouble than expected in a philosophical think tank. At Agaton's urging, we quickly relayed the events that had occurred in that place, including the almost true story of Maletta's death. Loki seemed surprised at this, but kept quiet at my sort of explanation. It was her own magic knocked back on her that killed her, not an animal, though I'll agree it might look like it. And the glory of Avalon? Agaton asked. You said you had achieved what I sent you to do? I nodded and retrieved the gem from my pocket. The stark blue octagon glinted in the light from a nearby street lamp. I handed it over. I must say, Agaton mused while peering down at the gem. I caught Loki's eyes seeing the unspoken question there. Why had I kept his secret? It was probably one of the few he had left. I had doubts you'd make it this far, Agaton said, oblivious to our silent musings. Comforting, Loki mumbled. You knew it was there, didn't you? I asked him. I didn't wait for a response, though. Because the constables had reported of troubles there not even a week ago. The agent who investigated the order after the kin's fall probably looked into the case again. He or one of the constables cited Maletta, or maybe Dekel Chiron mentioned her. He had become weary of her by that point. I don't really know, but a heads up would have been nice. Agaton moved his gaze from the gem and back to me, silent while he pocketed the gem. Then, "You are nothing but a criminal, barely escaping the cold and moldy dungeons. You'd do best to remember that." I opened my mouth to speak, but caught a look of warning from Loki and decided not to say what I wanted to. "However," Agaton went on as if he hadn't noticed our brief exchange, "you two proved more effective than I thought. You are breathing, after all." "Gee, thanks." "And the gem is returned to its rightful owner. Yes, I will provide you with the information at hand, if possible, but I will have no repeat of the mess you brought to our gates today. Understood?" We both nodded. What else was there to do? The message was clear enough. Agaton owned us. It was him or the dungeons and new trials for illegally entering Atlantis. We would lose those trials, and trying to make amends seemed to involve committing new crimes. Wonderful. Yeah, this was going to be easy, I thought, as I walked back out the gate with Loki, feeling the looks of hatred from the guards who now knew my past. They wouldn't be the only ones. Chapter 16. I sat at the table in the library, a plate with a half-eaten sandwich in front of me. My hair was still damp from the shower I'd longed for, but my body ached in places I hadn't registered when things had been at their worst in the Order House. I should be happy that everything had turned out in our favor, but I didn't sense any feelings of joy or relief. The house was quiet, and every little move I made seemed to disturb that peace. Except it wasn't really peace. If it had been, I should have felt more at ease in the house that had once been my home. I still considered it that, but I wasn't sure my heart was in it at the moment. The sound of a door closing drew my attention. Had that been the front door? I got up and went over to the closest window to have a look. The library was on the other side of the house, but it still gave an acceptable view of the street out front, on the other side of the garden. The tall, skinny, and bald shape that walked away from the house was hard to confuse with anyone but Walworth. It was late, but not too late to head out. He stopped right outside the iron-wrought gate, closing the garden off from the street, and seemed to be waiting. A minute later, a woman wearing a dark dress came up to him. It was hard to tell in the dark, but her hair appeared light, though whether it was blonde or gray I couldn't say. They seemed to know each other, for they talked, their body language easy before Walworth offered her his arm, and she took it and walked down the street with him. Great, I thought, and let the drape fall back into place. So my elderly butler was on a date, and I was stuck here in a house that seemed to have lost its soul after my family had stopped living there. It was almost overwhelming. I took the plate with the sandwich leftovers and made my way to the kitchen. It was also on ground level, but on the opposite end to the library. I'd made a deal with Walworth on Loki and me making our own food since we were coming and going at odd hours. I found something to wrap the food in and put it in the fridge, realizing as I shut the door that this was also a remnant of my past. Kin members were taught to be frugal, waste not, want not, and so forth. Was that so stupid, though? I stared at the fridge door but found no clarifying information on the matter there and decided to go to bed. There wasn't much else to do. When I came back to the hallway, though, a loud bang startled me and I was running up the main stairs without thinking, though sending a lot of silent curses Loki's way. "Who in the hells are you trying to murder?" I yelled at him, pushing the door open without knocking. "What the—" I stopped to stare at him, poised on a three-legged stool on top of a soft recliner, while reaching up the wall to hang a bullseye with a long piece of jerky sticking out the corner of his mouth. He wasn't covered in sand dust anymore either, so he'd taken a shower too. Or maybe another grape bath. Who in the hells knew? Below him, on the floor, lay an overturned bookcase that must have fallen when he'd tried to move it. I could see the lighter outline of it on the wall, the bullseye meeting the top of it. Murder? He repeated in his strained position and glanced down at the bookcase. Dust mites? He focused on the white and black bullseye again, and with a flick of his hand had it fastened. Then he glanced down and made a jump, landing like a cat again, the stool toppling behind and clattering to the floor. I rolled my eyes. Did you ask Walworth about this? Loki frowned. Walworth? No. Does he own the house? Besides, he's busy with Ms. Carleen tonight. Loki grabbed the stool and put it upright before taking the jerky in his other hand and chewing off a sizable piece. You know her name? He shrugged and walked over to a table placed on the other side of the room, near a window. There lay an array of throwing knives. Of course I do. I asked. You did? Loki chewed, yet managed a smirk directed at me. It's called small talk, Chastity. I sighed. I wasn't good at that. At all. Give me a situation where I knew where I stood, and I could talk just fine. Trying to socialize merely to talk about nothing? That was not something I'd ever mastered. There'd been no need in the kin because we always had something to talk about. Our belief in what Kerwin Bowden had told us. Praising him, discussing his teachings. That had been easy and second nature. Inquiring about the weather or people's interests or whatever the hell's people talked about, that was hard. I stared at the fallen bookcase and left it to Loki to tidy up. It was his mess, after all. But as I headed for the door, I turned back and eyed the throwing knives. You're going to be doing that? In here? I eyed the wallpaper with some concern. You'll find there is a disturbing lack of TVs in this house. A person has to occupy one's time while waiting for the, conscientious Mr. Groth to inform us of the next suicide mission. Well, duh. I sidled over to the table. There are no TV networks in Atlantis. Loki only smiled and then pointed at the throwing knives with his free hand. Want to try? Yes, I thought, because what else was there to do in this house? I picked up one and felt its weight. It was, like my daggers, only made of metal, though the alloy was steel. I got used to practicing with moving target's earth side, though, I said, and glanced up at the waiting bullseye. I don't think Walworth would agree to that, Loki commented. I smiled. I might suck at small talk, but Loki was surprisingly easy to talk to, and sometimes, between making fun of me and making his ridiculous self-aggrandizing declarations, he had something useful on his mind. Not that I'd feed his convoluted ego by telling him that. And sure, there was also the whole killing thing, but, like I'd noticed back in Alaska, he didn't seem to have a cruel streak. I threw the knife, and it hit the bullseye. Loki didn't look surprised. He'd seen me with my daggers by now. I am going to make myself into a respectable citizen, I told him. Since we're partners. Partners? More like cellmates. Isn't that the same thing? I picked up another knife and inspected it. And as my partner, I might as well take you with me into respectableness. This time, the ex-god rolled his eyes. Good grief. So, do we have anything more challenging than this? I asked him, and told him exactly which spot I'd hit on the board before throwing the knife and doing exactly that. There's nowhere in this mansion to do anything but entertain guests for tea and cake. True, I agreed, mulling this over. Maybe if we start something before Walworth gets back? Truly, does he own the place? No, I guess I do, but it's certainly his domain. Loki crossed his arms over his chest, the diminishing piece of jerky forgotten for a moment. We're going to need ample space. Why? Because, he began, scrutinizing me from top to toe. You handle your daggers with proficiency, your footwork is acceptable, but you wield a sword with the grace of a broken weathercock. That was a bit harsh. Also, you need to add some strength to those pipe stalks you call arms. I do not have pipe stalks. I wonder how long it would take you to climb to the roof of this house, Loki mused as if he hadn't heard my objection. Probably minutes if you can even reach at all. Hey, that's not a nice thing to say to the person who came back for you. I hadn't meant it seriously, but those words stopped him short. Yes. Why did you do that? I blinked. Come back for you? Because we're partners. That's what partners are supposed to do. Wouldn't you have done the same? The moment I let those last words out of my mouth, I regretted it because I might not appreciate the likely one-syllable answer to this. I don't know what I would have done, he said instead, which was marginally better. At least he was being honest. And now? I guess we must find out. And with that, he remembered his jerky and chomped down on it while picking out a throwing knife, which he proceeded to take with him toward the door instead of throwing at the board. Come on, pipe stalks. We have things to do to this house. What? And don't call me pipe stalks, I said, and hurried after him, suddenly anxious for the house and for Walworth's nerves. Fine, Chastity. Don't call me that either. I will take that into consideration. Yeah, right, I said under my breath and sped up to catch up. I didn't know what lay ahead, but I found comfort in the realization that the house wasn't plagued with a soul-destroying quiet anymore. This has been Malicious Magic, Book 1 in the Atlantis Outcasts series, written by G.K. Lund, copyright 2021 by G.K. Lund, audiobook production copyright 2025 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way, you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.